Chapter 1, 7:25 p.m. You read me, Odyssey II. Come in. The radio crackled on Channel 16, the Ocean Mariner's open line. Got him it, Mike. Do you copy? Over. Michael Vance was exhilarated and scared. The salty taste of the Aegean was in his mouth as he reached for the black mic of his radio, still gripping the starboard tiller. His waterproof Ross DSC 800 was topside, since there was no other place for it. He was lean, with leathery skin and taut tan cheeks, all the more so for his having spent the last 3 days fighting the sea. He had dark brown hair and a high forehead above eyebrows that set off inquiring blue eyes. His face had my lidge, yet was curiously warm, with a slim nose that barely showed where it had been broken year before last during an ARM special op in Iran. Is that you, Bill? Good to hear your voice, but this is a hell of a time. Who else would it? You loony gringo. Hey, I'm getting a damned lot of static. How about switching channels? Over to 70. 70, confirmed. He pushed in the code, his fingers slippery and wet. The wind was already gusting up to 30 knots. Wah. His boat was crabbing across the growing swell. Okay, Lotus Eater, you're on. Listen, old buddy. The voice continued, clearer now that it was digital. Our weather radar shows a squall building in the north, up in the sporades, and it looks like it could be a real bear. It's going to be all over your butt in no time. Thought I'd better let you know. You ought to try and hole up down on the south side of Kythera. Kythera was an island just off the southeast tip of Greece's Peloponnesos. It was now looming off Vance's starboard bow, barren mountains and sheer cliffs. I've been watching it, he yelled back into the mic, holding it close to shield it from the howl of wind. The gale was coming in at an angle to the waves, creating two swells running at 90 degrees, and the sea was getting short and confused. But I think I can ride it out. I'm making probably 7 or 8 knots. He paused, then decided to add a little bravado. No point in admitting how worried he was. Just a little rock and roll. That's horseshit, friend. This thing's for real. You'd better head for cover. It was the profane, over-smoked voice of Bill Bates, CEO of Satcom, who'd been monitoring his trip using the awesome electronics he'd installed on the little island of Antikythera, 15 kilometers south of Kythera. Even old Ulysses himself had that much sense, and it's common knowledge that guy didn't know fuck all about sailing. Took him 10 years to get home. Remember that inlet on the south side of the island, that little harbor at Kapsali? We put in once for a drink last year. I respectfully suggest you get your ass over there and drop anchor as soon as possible. And let you win? No way, Jose. He was jamming his weight against the starboard tiller, and the radio was distracting. As far as he was concerned, the wager with Bates was ironclad. Retrace Ulysses' route in a fortnight and do it without ever touching land. I just think you're getting worried. You suddenly remembered we've got 10 large riding on this. Somebody's got to lose, and it's going to be you, pal. You're a headstrong idiot, Michael, Bates uttered. Fuck the 10 grand. I don't want it and you don't need it. I'm hereby going on record as taking no responsibility for this idiotic stunt from this point on. You're really pushing your luck. We both know this ain't about money. I've got a reputation to live up to. Like finding out how many ways I can kill myself, he thought. Jesus, how did I get into this? He reached to secure the linen sail line to a wooden cleat. The heightening swell was churning over the gunwales, soaking him as it drove the bow to leeward. Well, for once in your life, use some sense. The risk isn't worth it. Our weather radar here at the facility tells no lies, and you should see it. This is going to be a grand I've triangulated your position, and you're only about 4 clicks off the east side of Kythera. You could still run for that little harbor down south before it hits. I know where I am. I can just make out the island off my star. Birdbow, about 2 o'clock. It's tempting, he told himself. Damned tempting. But not just yet, then go for it. Bates coughed. Listen, you crazy nutcake, I have to get back out to control. We've got a major run-up of the Cyclops laser system scheduled tonight for 2100 hours. So use your head for once, got 'em it, and make for that anchorage. Your views are taken under advisement, but a great American philosopher once said it ain't over. It's over. He pushed the thumb switch on the microphone, clicking it off, then he switched it on again. By the way, amigo, good luck with the test. The Cyclops was going to power the world's first laser-driven space vehicle. Who knew if he would work? Thanks, we may need it. Catch you again at 2300. See you then. If I'm still around, he thought. He clicked off his mic, then switched back to channel 16. The radio was the only electronic equipment he had permitted himself. He enjoyed monitoring the Greek chatter coming from the island fishing boats and trawlers which worked nights. Lots of bragging. Now, though, the bursts of talk on the open channel were all about the building storm. The fishing boats this night had abandoned the Aegean to the massive inter-island ferries. In fact, those white multi-deck monsters were his real concern, more than the storm. Odyssey II had no radar, and his tiny mast lantern would just melt into the rain when the storm hit. Sailing in the dark and in a squall was a game of pure defense. He had to keep every sense alert: sight, hearing, even smell. He prayed the ferry lanes would be empty tonight. A Namiko's line trippa. Decker could slice his little homemade toy in half without ever knowing he was there. Odyssey II was a 38-foot wooden bark, planked construction of cypress on oak, that no sane man would have taken out of a marina. But Michael Vance was hoping to prove to the world that the fabled voyage of Ulysses from Troy back to Greece could have happened. Unlike anything seen afloat for almost 3,000 years, his yacht was, in fact, an authentic replica of a single-masted Mycenaean warship. Painted lavender and gold, the ancient Greeks loved bold colors. She could have been a theme park ride. But every time he looked her over, he felt proud. His browned, cracked fingers gripped the wet wood as the sea churned ever higher, now blotting out the dim line of the horizon. The storm was arriving just as daylight faded the worst moment. Enough thinking, he ordered himself audibly above the gale. It's bad for the reflexes. Just keep the tiller to leeward and don't shorten sail. Go for it. Just get around Kythera, then heave to and lie in the lee till the worst is over. Another 5, maybe 6 kilometers should do it. Vance wasn't Greek. He was American and looked it as, or Greece and things Greek. He preferred tequila over ouzo, a medium-rare sirloin to chewy grilled octopus. All the same, years ago he had gotten a PhD in Greek archaeology from Yale, taught there for 2 years, then published a celebrated and radical theory about the palace of Knossos on Crete. The book had caused an uproar in the scholarly community, and in the aftermath, he had drifted away from the world of the ancient Greeks for several years. With this project, he liked to think he was coming back home. He had just turned 44, and it was about time. Age. More and more lately, he realized he preferred old, well-crafted things. Stick-shift transmissions, tube amplifiers, vinyl recordings, anything without numbers that glowed. Odyssey II was as close to that feeling as he could get. Coming in now was his first real weather, and he had his numb, pained fingers crossed. His creation had certain historically precise features yet to be fully tested in high seas. He had built her in the style of ships in Homer's time, which meant she was hardly more than a raft with washboard sides. 4 meters across the beam with a shallow draft of 1.5 meters. She was undecked except for a longitudinal gangway over the cargo and platforms at the bow and stern, protected with latticework to deflect enemy spears. It did not help much, however, against the swell. The keel extended forward at the bow, supposedly for additional lateral plane, and that was a plus when reaching with the wind abeam or tacking to windward. But now running downwind, it increased her tendency to sheer about. All his strength was needed on the tillers. Just to keep her aright, there were other problems. Maybe, he thought, Ulysses had them, too. He'd reproduced the ancient Aegean practice of tying the ends of the longitudinal whales together at the stern, then letting them extend on behind the ship and splay outward like the tail feathers of some magnificent phoenix. Although he loved the beauty of it, now that tail was catching the wind and making steering even tougher. Probably should have left the damn thing off. He'd often lectured himself. But no, Odyssey Roman II had to be exactly authentic. Or what was the point? No guts, no glory. The ancient Greeks were the astronauts of their age, the Aegean their universe, and he wanted to recapture the triumphs and the fears of Homer's time, if only for a fortnight. 7:28 p.m. Sir, we got an RQ from the Glover. Alfred Conwitz, 20-year-old Oklahoman with a 38-inch waist and known to the Evening Ray. Dio shift affectionately as Big Al lifted off his headphones and reached for his coffee, extra cream and sugar, which he kept in a special thermos cup. The United States has 2 bases on the southern Mediterranean island of Crete, strategically close to Libya and the Middle East in general. The naval and air base at Ceuta Bay, which is large enough to accommodate the entire Mediterranean 6th Fleet, and the communications base at Guernsey in the southern Alps. Kurtz of Heraklion, Crete's capital city. He and Staff Sergeant Jack Mulhoney were at Guernsey, on the 4th floor of the faceless gray building that housed operations for the massive battery of antennas. They both knew the Glover was a Garcia-class frigate, technically part of the 6th Fleet, on a routine but classified intelligence gathering assignment 100 kilometers northwest of Ceuta Bay. They've got an Israeli chopper Mayday, Conwitz continued. They need to verify, see if it's a scheduled op or what. Jack Mulhoney was busy with paperwork, more damned forms every day, and did not really want to be bothered. He got off at midnight, and the staff officer had ordered it completed and on his desk, by id by 0800 tomorrow, or else. Then run it by traffic, he said without looking up. Forms? Maybe it's some exercise. You could call down to the mole and see if it's on his schedule. The mole was Charlie Malinsky, who ran the traffic section on the 2nd floor. If the Israeli chopper was on a regular op, he would have it in the computer. Roger. Conwitz punched in the number and asked Malinsky to check it out. As he waited, he found himself wishing he were back in Oklahoma, hunting white-tailed deer on his uncle's ranch. They were as thick as jackrabbits. He only had 6 months more to go, and he could not wait to get out. He had joined at age 17 to get a crack at electronics, and true to its word, the Navy came through. When he got out, he was going to open his own shop and get rich fixing VCRs. Hell, everybody who had one was always saying how they broke down all the time and how much they cost to fix. Who said the Japs didn't create jobs in America? Suddenly he came alive. He's got a negative, sir. He's asking if we could get Glover to reconfirm. Christ, switch me on. Mulhoney shoved aside the pile of paper and reached for his headset. Glover, this is Guernsey. Do you copy? Over. He listened a second, then continued. Roger, we have no ID on that bogey. Repeat, negative ID. Can you reconfirm? While he was waiting, he punched up a computer screen and studied it. The Glover had reported a position at latitude 36 degrees 20 and longitude 25 degrees 10 at 1800 hours. And their bearing was last reported to be 250. Nothing else was in the vicinity, damn. He didn't like the feel of this one. His instincts were telling him something was wrong, then his headphones crackled. Verified IFF, definitely Israeli code. Do you copy? I copy, but I'd won't buy it. Proceed with caution. Configure for a bogey unless you can get a good visual. Roger. But can you get through to Israeli control? There's a hell of a storm coming down out here right now, and visuals don't really cut it. I copy you, Glover. Hang on, and we'll try to get something for you. He flipped off the headset and revolved in his chair, concern seeping into his ruddy features. Al, see if the people downstairs can get through on their hot line to Israeli air control, military. Ask them if they know anything about a chopper in the vicinity of the Glover. Tell them we need a response now. Priority. Could be we've got a bogey closing on one of ours, maybe using a phony IFF. I want them to clear it. Aye, sir, he said crisply, then reached for the phone again. He spoke quickly, then waited, drumming his fingers on the vinyl desk. 7:31 p.m. As another gust hit, Vance glanced up at the rigging, praying it would hang together. Instead of canvas, the wide, shallow square sail was made of small linen cloths sewn together. like those made on the tiny looms of ancient times. It was a single-masted reefing sail, invented just in time for the trawl. Aegean War, with an upper yard fitted with a system of lines whereby it could be furled up and then secured aloft. When he got south of the island and hove to, he would drop the sea anchor and reef her. But for now, he wanted every square inch. He was tired and thirsty, but he had no time for even a sip of water. With the sea rising, waves were pounding over the primitive sideboards and soaking him to the skin. Next the squalls would come, though. Maybe a little rain would. Good. Improve the personal hygiene. He was used to problems. For the past 5 years, he had operated a 3-yacht charter sail business out of Nassau, the Bahamas, living aboard one of the vessels, a 44-foot Bristol tomb. Astor christened the Ulysses. In fact, this whole enterprise had begun there when, after a day of sailing, he and Bill Bates were unwinding over drinks one hot and humid afternoon at a club near the Hurricane Hole Marina. Vance, attired in shorts and a t-shirt, his standard sailing outfit, was sipping his Sauza Tres Generations tequila and feeling great. "You know, Bill, I've been thinking," he had said. "I want to try something that's never been done before." "What?" "You mean try paying your bills on time?" Bates had laughed, knowing Vance seemed to have a perennial cash flow problem. Very funny. He had ignored the crack and swirled the ice in his glass, then pulled out a piece to chew. "No, this is serious. Ever check out the paintings of the early ships on Greek vases?" "Can't say as I have." Bates had reached down and was brushing a fleck of dirt off his perfectly white leather Sperry topsiders. As always, his pale blue polo blazer rim ained crisp, his West Marine weather beater cap immaculate. "Well, hear this out. I think there's enough detail in some of the pictures I've seen to actually recreate one. And I checked it out. There's also a pretty good description of one in the Odyssey." Bates had looked up from his Bacardi and Perrier. "So you want to try and build, not just build one. Anybody could do that." He had leaned back, hoping to add a touch of drama to what was next. "I want to sail through the Aegean. Do a rerun of the Odyssey, the classic quest." "Get serious." Bates laughed. "Couldn't be more. I want to build one single-mast square sail and go for it. Recreate Ulysses' Odyssey, and no nav gear. Just the stars. But what route would you take?" Bill was digging into the pocket of his blazer for a weathered briar pipe. "Does anybody really know? I've looked into it, and just about everything Homer talked about has been located in some place or another. We know exactly where the site of Troy was, so that'd be the spot to push off." Starting at the Dardanelles Strait, Ulysses first went north and sacked a city on the coast of Thrace. Then he took a heading almost due south, passing through the Cyclades Islands and by the north side of Crete, then put in at the north shore of Africa. "Where so you intend to do it by the book?" Bates had interjected. "Only way." He had sipped his tequila, feeling his excitement growing, then continued. "From there it's up to the western tip of Sicily, Polyphemus land, then northwest to Sardinia. Then over to Italy and down the west coast, where Ulysses ran afoul of Circe. Next it's south, past the Islands, where the sirens sang, after which I make the Straits of Messina and down to Malta, the island of Calypso. Finally, it's northeast to Corfu, and from there it'd be a straight shot on down to Ithaca. Home plate. You'll never ache it." Bill was thoughtfully filling his pipe. "Bet you 10 grand I can do it in a fortnight. I'll probably never see the money, but you're on." Bates had grabbed the bet with a big winner's grin so far. It had gone virtually without a hitch. Using old paintings, he had worked up precise engineering drawings for the vessel, then engaged with a small shipyard in Istanbul to build it. The Turkish workers could scarcely believe their eyes. The ship was a Greek vase come to life. And already, the world press had given him plenty of coverage. Everybody liked the idea of a long shot. He had taken plenty of long shots sailing the Caribbean over the last 8 years, but he had no experience with an early October storm in the Aegean. Tonight was building into a serious problem. All signs pointed to a typical autumn blowout. He glanced at the low-lying clouds moving in from the north, darkening the sky and building rapidly. He knew that in these waters, light autumn breezes could easily whip into thrashing gales. Yeah, Bill's radar was right. The weather was real, and it scared him a lot. Well, he figured it was time. He had been lucky so far. The Ross DSC radio still worked, and the patchwork sail hadn't ripped yet. Then it happened. The nightmare. Without warning, the wind suddenly changed around to the north, going from 30 knots to 60 in what seemed only a second. As the linen sail strained, he threw his weight against the tiller, hoping to hold his course. Now more than ever, with the storm on him, he wanted to keep on all his canvas and try to get into the lee of the island as soon as possible. It was definitely time to cut the bravado and start thinking about the sea anchor. Odyssey II, come in. The radio crackled, and he recognized Bates' voice once more. Do you read? He reached down and picked up the small black mic, then yelled against a howl of wind. I copy you, but make this quick. No time to chat. I had another look-see at the radar, Mike, and I just noticed something else you should know about. We show you at almost the same position as a U.S. Navy ship. Some kind, part of the 6th Fleet probably. Take care you miss her. He clicked the mic to transmit. This time he didn't want to bother switching channels. Some kind of exercise, probably. What's her class? Can't tell, but she's still a hell of a lot bigger than you are, pal. They may pick you up on their radar, but again, maybe not. Just take care. I'll keep an eye out for lights. Thanks. He clicked off the mic again, then looked around. But the Aegean, he could see of it, remained dark and empty. Somehow, though, the black made it just that much scarier. He leaned back into the tiller, still trying to hold as much of the wind in the sail as possible. The waves were lashing him now, cold and relentless. And Odyssey II was beginning to heel precariously, forcing him to apply helm, throwing his full 180 pounds against the heavy wooden portside tiller. It was one of a pair, port, and starboard the old Greek. Idea being that whenever a ship leaned away from the wind, lifting the windward rudder out of the water, the helmsman still had a lee rudder for control. But when he took her to starboard and tried to round the island, the wind and tides would full abeam. With a shallow draft, low-ballast vessel like this, that was going to be dicey. He reached for the life jacket he had secured to the mast, a new Switlik Fastnet crew vest Mk II. Normally, he did not bother, but this was not the time to go macho. It had a 35-pound buoyancy and a 4,000-pound breaking strength, enough for any seas. Now the wind was gusting even harder, kicking up yet more swell. The Aegean sunset was concluded. Its red clouds turned purple and darkening fast, a presage that visibility would shortly be a thing of the past. The past, a la recherche du temps perdu. This trip, regardless of his bet with Bill, was also about recent times. Gone by. His father had died, the revered Michael Vance, S.R., the undisputed grand old man of archaeology at Penn. It turned out to be a far greater loss than he had anticipated, like a chunk of himself torn away. He still missed their lay towers, discussions, heated arguments, really. He had been trying to wrench away the future, the old man trying to hang on to what he knew best, the past. It had been a dynamic tension filled with mutual love. And now he felt guilty. But why? There was no reason. He also had gone through another of life's milestones, a divorce. Eva Borodin, a dark-haired daughter of Russian aristocracy, a college sweetheart, had come back into his life after a digression of 10 years. The second time around was supposed to be a charm, right? The soap operas were wrong on that one, the same way they were about most other things in real life. Although the divorce, now a year ago, had been businesslike and amicable, it still had hurt. For the past year, he had been sitting around and brooding about life, love, middle age, death. He still found himself wearing his wedding ring. Why? It just made him think of her even more. No, the truth was, everything reminded him of her and how much he needed her. What he had not realized until she was gone was that needing somebody was the richest experience of life. He sighed into the wind. The challenge of his Odyssey enterprise was supposed to take his mind off all that. Was it working? Maybe. But so far the jury was still out. He gripped the tiller harder and glanced up at the sail. Running downwind, the cutwater on the bow was going to be a real problem. But Just another half hour probably, and Christ, Bill's warning was on the mark. A massive hulk loomed dead ahead, running with no lights. It was as long as a football field, the bow towering up like a battering ram. She was moving in off his pour. Side stern, he guessed she was making at least 15 knots. High above the bridge, antennas and communications gear showed faintly against the twilight gloom, gray and huge. Not recommended for close encounters. But he still had time to tack and give her a wide berth. He threw his weight against the tiller, veering to leeward. Once clear, he would bring the bow about and let the cutwater top her wake like a surfboard, keeping him from taking water. Then he would on his way into the storm and the night. Maybe he did not even have a problem. They probably had picked him up on their radar by now. It did not mean they would veer off course, but they might throttle her down a few notches, us to be neighborly. He was still leaning on the tiller, watching the monolithic hulk skim silently past, when he noticed a throaty roar beginning to drown out the slap of the ship's wake against the side of Odyssey II's hull. After a few moments, as it grew in ominous intensity, he realized it was coming in from the south. What in hell? He whirled to look and spotted a chopper, altitude about 800 meters. What was it doing here? Had Bill been that enough to risk sending his hot new Augusta Mark II out in this weather too? No, it was way too big. When he finally saw it clearly, the stubby wings and rocket pods, he realized it was a Soviet Mi-24. A hind. Over the mottled camouflage paint, he discerned the blue star and white background of the Israeli Air Force. Odd. He knew they had captured one once, an export model from the Syrian Air Force, but they would never fly it into international airspace. It was a prize. What's more, this bird was fully armed with dual heat-seeking missiles secured at the tips of each stubby wing, just beyond the twin rocket pods. Then, it assumed an attack mode 740. 3 p.m. Sabri Ramirez stepped down to the weapons station again, gazed out through the huge bubble, and smiled. Shut down the radar. Their IWB must not have any reason for alarm. They're probably running our IFF through Gurns right now. The Israeli nodded, then reached over to switch off all systems that the Americans might interpret as weapons guidance. Next, he clicked on the low-light TV. Unlike radar, it was a passive system that would not allure the ship that she was being ranged. Ramirez pictured the control room of the USS Glover crowded with curious young seamen glued to their monitoring screens, probably happy to have a little excitement. Their IFF would be reporting an Israeli chopper. But the minute the visual ID came through, all hell would break loose. So far, he told himself, it had been a textbook approach. Airspeed was down to 95 knots, altitude 800 meters. Carefully. Ali, first rule, don't spook the quarry, we don't need radar, we'll be passive, heat-seeking. No ECM they can throw at us will make any difference. Under 2 minutes now, he said. It's time. No pain, no gain. Parrots flee. On the radio. USS Glover, we're going to have to ditch. We have a crew of 3 pilot, co-pilot, and navigation trainee. We have emergency crews on starboard side, ready to pick you up. You have me wests. Life jack. It's on. Standard issue yellow, with dye markers and saltwater-activated beacons. Wheel Hawk 1, our traffic guys at Gurns just reported they can't get a positive verify on you. Tell them to check again, Parrots suggested Matter. Factly. Maybe they screwed up we'll have them run it through one more time. Routine security. But you've got to keep a 3,000-meter perimeter till, damn it, sailor, oil pressure's in the red. We're taking her by your starboard bow. Ready your crews. Suddenly another voice came on the radio. It was older. Israeli Hawk 1, this is Tactical Action Officer Vince Bradley. Who the hell are you? We VID you as a Mi-24 gunship. Parrots had switched off his Ike and was loosening his helmet strap. You got it right, asshole. 7:44 p.m. Vance watched as the Hind approached on the starboard side of the destroyer, heading straight for it and dropping altitude. What in hell was going on? He lunged for the radio, and switched it to the military emergency frequency, hoping to pick up some clue that would explain it all. Probably not much of a chance. If this was a Sixth Fleet operation, they would be scrambling everything. Nothing. So he flipped over and started scanning the U.S. Navy tracking frequencies 216.8 through 217.1 megahertz, in the meantime trying to keep the tiller in hand. The radio was alive, agitated voices yelling back and forth. It was an argument, the helo claiming it was making a flyby for an emergency ditch, the frigate not exactly buying the story. No kidding. He'd checked out the chopper in close-up as she came over, and he'd seen nothing wrong. Everything looked to be in perfect working order. The only obvious thing out of the ordinary was that she was fully armed. Whoever was flying her was using some kind of bogus mayday to get in close. But by now it was too late to try and give the frigate a warning. 7:45 p.m. Perfect timing, Ramirez said, moving down to the weapons station and taking Parrot's place. We're inside 45 seconds. Now, must keep her on the deck. First, we neutralize the forward gun turret, taking airspeed to 50 knots. Salam was praying now. Allahu Akbar, USS Glover. Ramirez had switched on the helmet mic again. We have a confirmed ditch. Oil pressure just went entirely. We'll be taking her by the bow. I repeat, who the hell are you? The TAO voice came back on the radio. We still have no confirm on your IFF. If you make a pass, I'll assume hostile intent. Sorry, no time to play this by the book, he replied. We're ditching. He immediately clicked on the radar. In less than 10 seconds, he'd be in position to lay a swatter directly into the forward gun turret. Command on the Glover knew it. And at that moment, the gun was swiveling, coming around. Suddenly, a blaze streaked past them in the sky as the forward gun fired, and a telltale tracer ripped by. It was intended as a warning, but now the gun glowed on the IR interrogation. And screen, thank you very much, Ramirez thought and flipped a switch, activating the starboard swatter's heat-seeking guidance system. 7:46 p.m. Right. Alfred Conwitz snapped to attention. Yes, sir. He slammed down the phone and whirled around to Jack Mulhoney. Full denial, sir. Israeli control says they have no military aircraft operating anywhere in that sector of the Aegean. They double confirm. That's Class A. Hard. We're in the shit. Some son of a bitch is closing on one of ours, and we don't even know who he is. He picked up the headphones, then switched on the scrambler. Glover, do you read me? I think it's a bogey. I can't tell you that officially, but you'd better alert your TA. Oh, in the next 5 seconds, or it'll be your ass, sailor. This is Bradley, came back a new voice. We just Jesus. Glover, what? Hostile action. Do you copy? We've got a hostile. How many? It's visual ID'd as a rush. In my 2040, with Israeli markings. We're taking fire forward. What are? Sounds behind the radio voice had erupted in turmoil. Something catastrophic was going on. Al, he turned quickly. Get command. I think we've got it. An Israeli ID'd Hind taking hostile action on the Glover. He didn't realize it, but with those words he had played directly into Sabri Ramirez's hands. The scenario was now a lock. When Jack Mulhoney turned back to his radio, he only heard static. 7:47 p.m. Vance watched as the frigate got off a warning tracer, but to no effect. The Hind ignored it, as a stream of 57mm rockets from under the chopper's stubby starboard wing fled down, while the radar-slaved machine gun beneath the nose opened fire. Then the weapons operator on the Hind loosed a starboard-mounted heat-seeking swatter, and an instant later flames erupted on the frigate's bow, an orange and black ball where the forward gun turret had been. As it spiraled upward into the night, the turret and its magazine exploded like a giant, slow-motion cherry bomb. You could see sailors running down the decks. You could hear the sound of a shipboard IR alarm going off, the dull horn used for emergencies. They were calling all hands to station, but their response had come too late. The false flag approach had caught the U.S. Navy off guard, its defenses down. The radio cracker alive with a mayday. Were there any other ships in the area? He wondered. Anybody to take out the bastards in the chopper? Now it was banking coming around, bringing the frigate's stern into its deadly view. Then a blaze of 57mm rockets poured in, engulfing the communications gear and antennas. Next, the weapons operator loosed a second swatter directly into the bridge. Christ! Seconds later, it had transformed the midsection of the frigate into a ball of fire. He watched aghast as the blast flung the men on the bridge outward through the glass partition. He plunged for cover just as the first airborne shock wave ripped Odyssey II's linen sail loose from its lines. When he rose to try and grab the starboard tiller, a second shock wave caught him and flung him savagely against the mast. The next thing he knew, he was clinging to the portside gunwale, one hand still tangled in the lines that had been ripped from the sail. The night sky had turned a blood red, reflecting down off the low-lying clouds. Then he felt a tremor in the hull as a massive wave caught him and the pegs that held the stern together so lovingly installed sheared. The aft section of Odyssey II instantaneously began to come apart. The light woods would float, she was, after all, hardly more than a raft with sides, but she would be helpless. His handmade marvel had been reduced to a bundle of planks, barely holding together, sail in shreds. His twin rudders demolished. For a moment he counted himself lucky. His body unscathed, he probably could weather the storm by just hanging on. Then it happened. Whether through luck or skill, the chopper's weapons operator laid another one of this water missiles into the frigate's stern section, causing a massive secondary explosion, a billowing ball of fire that punched out near the waterline. This time, he knew, a wall of water would come bearing down on him, sending a terminal shock. Wave through what was left of Odyssey II, you've got to try and keep her aright, he told himself. Try and lash yourself down with one of the lines the wall of water hit, hurtling him over the side. He grasped for a section of gunwale, but it was too late. The wave obliterated everything. Now the swell was churning against his face as he tried to stroke back, his lungs filling with water. His arms were flailing, hands trying desperately to grasp the slippery Ypres planking. The Switlik vest was holding, so he was in no danger of drowning. Yet, fighting the swell with his left hand, spitting water, he reached out with his right, trying to catch any piece of wreckage floating by. Finally, he succeeded in wrapping a line around his wrist. He gasped, choking, and caught his breath. Then, still grasping the line, he draped his left arm across Odyssey II's shattered side and used the line to pull himself over, into what was left of the hold. If he could stay with her, he figured he might still have a chance. Just as he tried to rise to his feet, however, he looked up to see the mast slowly heeling over, coming straight down. He toppled backward, hoping to dodge, but it slammed him just across the chest. The world swirled into blackness, as even the light from the blazing ship behind him seemed to flicker. Stay conscious, he told himself. Stay alive. Holding onto the toppled mast, using it as a brace, he managed to rise. And now the hind had completed its gruesome handiwork and was banking. Again, it was going to pass directly overhead. By God, he thought, this thing isn't over. Those bastards are not going to get off. Scot-free, 7:50 p.m. You used the swatters? Salim was shoving the throttle levers forward as he banked. His voice was incredulous. You said we were just going to disable the TRS-com system and the radars with Ockets? TRS-com was short for Technical Research Ship Special Communications. The frigate was equipped with batteries of listening antennas, an elaborate system of sensors and sophisticated computers, and various hydraulic systems. On the stern needed to twist and turn the various dishes, but it also was manned. What was the point of mass murder? Ramirez had explained that the Glover was a spy ship that worked for the U.S. National Security Agency, the NSA. Norma. Lee had operated within a small region, in a special hearability area just off Crete where a fluke in the weather allowed it to eavesdrop on all the Middle East. The crew could even watch Cairo television. Salim was stunned. Ramirez, he had suddenly realized, was a madman. It was one thing to require an occasional killing in an operation this complex after all. He had had to shoot his weapons operator in order to steal the hind, but an all-out attack on a U.S. frigate was pointless. The stakes had just gone through the roof. However, Salim's younger brother, Jamal, had exactly the opposite reaction. With a surge of pride, he exclaimed, "Praise be to God," and fell to his knees on the rear litter. This was a leader he would follow anywhere. The others did not share Jamal's joy. They considered themselves professionals, and overkill was not businesslike. However, they merely glanced at each other and kept silent. Squabbling with Ramirez served no purpose. "We were only going to take out their tracking capability," Salim said again, his anger growing. "It's time you understood something." Ramirez handed his headset to the Israeli door parrots and stepped up from the weapons station, his voice sounding above the roar of the engines. "I am in charge of this operation. If I think an action is necessary, I will take it. Does anyone here want to disagree?" The question was answered with silence. He had just killed dozens of men. They all knew one more would hardly matter. 7:52 p.m. Vance pulled himself across the planking and stretched for a box of gear stowed beneath the stern platform. In it was a constant traveling companion, his chrome-handled Einem Walther. Although the concept of downing a hind gunship with small arms fire had been tested in Afghanistan and found wanting, he was so angry his better judgment was not fully in play. The pistol remained in its waterproof case. Quickly he took it out, unwrapped it, and clicked around into the chamber. Then he tried to steady himself against the fallen mast. The hind was about 100 meters away now, coming in low. Were they going to strafe? No, they probably didn't realize he was there. They were about to be in for a surprise. He could see the weapons system operator inside the lower bulletproof bubble. Forget it. And the pilot seated just above him was similarly invulnerable. No way. Furthermore, the dual rocket pods beneath each short wing were probably armored. Again, no vulnerability. Aside from the poorly protected gas tanks, there was only one point worth the trouble. If it was about to pass directly over head, and he saw that he was going to be lucky. One swatter missile remained, secured on the hardpoint tip of the stubby starboard wing. It was the only shot he had, but if he didn't get it, they would get him. One touch of the red firing button by the weapons operator and Odyssey II would be evaporated. He took careful aim at the small white tube on the wing, still nestled on its launcher, and squeezed off a round. But at that instant, Odyssey II dipped in the swell, and he saw sparks fly off the fuselage instead. The chopper passed blissfully overhead, its engine a dull roar above the howl of the sea. 7:54 p.m. "We're taking fire," parrots shouted from the weapons station down below. "What? That's impossible." Ramirez whirled, then stepped in behind him to look. Lights from the control panel winked over his shoulders, while below them the Aegean was dark and gray. "Check the look-down radar." Parrots flipped a switch on his left and scanned the screen. "There's something down there. Maybe a fishing idiot. Nobody's fishing here now, not with this weather." He looked up and shouted to the cockpit. "Salim, take her about 180 and we'll strafe the son of a bitch." The 12.7 mm nose cannon was slaved to the radar, another of the hind's many well-designed and lethal features. While Ramirez watched, he would have moved back into the gunnery seat himself, but there was no time. Door para switched on the nose cannon. When the target locked on the radar, he pushed the fire control under his right hand. 7:55 p.m. A flare of machine gun fire hopping across the churning sea caught the side of Odyssey II and sprayed flecks of wood around him. But the swell was making him an elusive target. The line of fire had not really done any damage, not this time. They knew he was there, though. Now the chopper was banking and returning for another. Maybe he thought they're going to stick with the nose cannon. They won't bother wasting rockets or a multi-$1,000 swatter missile on the wreckage of a raft. The bastards are just having some target practice, a little fun and games. He saw the flames from the nose cannon begin as the massive hind started its second pass. This was it. Odyssey II was about to be history, but not before he gave her one last blaze of glory. Holding to the gunwale and readying himself, he took careful aim at the starboard swatter. still perched like a thin white bird on the stubby wingtip. He steadied the Walther on semi-automatic and began firing, oblivious to the line of strafing coming his way. He saw the rounds. Glancing off the armored wing, and the sparks guided his aim. The clip was going fast, but then... bingo! A flare erupted, then an orange fireball, neatly severing the starboard wingtip. The missile had detonated, but just as it did, the hind strafing caught Odyssey II right down the middle, shearing her in half. 7:56 p.m. Stabilize her. Peretz felt himself flung against the bulletproof bubble that shielded the weapon's station. A blinding explosion jolted the hind, and the accompanying shock wave from the detonating swatter spun it around 30 degrees. Several gauges in the instrument panel had veered off scale. Salim reached up and cut the power to the main rotor, then eased the column and grabbed the collective pitch lever with his left hand. In less than a second, the hind had righted herself. Slowly, the instruments began coming back as the electrical system recovered from the impact. Tail rotor's okay, he reported, checking the panel. Altimeter reads 500 meters. He looked up. What in the name of God happened? Our last swatter detonated. The question is, why? Ramirez answered. He was staring angrily out the high-impact plastic, his bubble at the wreckage of the starboard wing. Or Peretz, now in the weapons station in the nose, was talking to himself. I got the bastard. 7:57 p.m. He shoved the Walther into his belt and dove into the swell, the cold otters crashing against his face. The Odyssey II was reduced to debris. His labor of love, half a year's work, all evaporated in an instant. The Zen masters were right. Never get attached to physical things. He avoided the deadly char of wood, then seized onto a section of the mast that had blown in his direction. The hind was banking and turning now, assuming a heading due south. That, he realized, was the direction of Andikithura, site of Satcom's new complex. Was it their next target? That didn't make any sense. Bill's project was commercial. It had no military value, or at least none he could imagine. But now he had only one thing on his mind. He secured his life vest tighter and held on to the mast, the salty Aegean in his face. The current was taking him due south, the same direction the chopper had headed. Chapter 2, 7:58 p.m. Damn it. Ramirez looked down at the weapons readouts. Did you have the swatter armed? The system should have been off. If it was on, he could have detonated it by impact. Peretz stared a second longer at the wreckage of the vessel below, then glanced back at his instruments and paled. I thought it was. It must have malfunctioned. No fucking way, carelessness. Stupid carelessness. Ramirez bent his head and examined the wing, then checked the stat. Readouts on the weapons system. We lost the starboard rocket pod, too. Peretz took one look and realized it was true. The rocket pod had been shorn away, leaving the tangled metal of the wing completely bare. But the hind did not. Eat its wings for stability. They were merely for armaments. Well, so what? I wasted the fucker, whoever he was. He tried a smile, sending a web of lines through his tan as the lights of the weapons panel played across his face. It was he always disguised nervousness. Damn you, Ramirez was thinking. An Israeli cowboy. I would kill you on the spot, except that I need you. It was an arrogant mistake, and I can't let it happen again. It won't happen again. He turned and moved back up to the cockpit. What's our status? Sideslip is nominal, Salim reported grimly, his dark eyes glancing down at the churning sea only a couple of 100 meters below them. I think we're going to be all right. We have just had an example of how an oversight can destroy an operation, Ramirez declared, turning back to the main cabin. We will not succeed if we get careless, lose discipline. I have planned this operation down to the last small detail. Ale, you have all been briefed over and over. He paused and examined the men. Sometimes he felt as if he were lecturing children, but these were no children. Each of you knows what his job is. I expect you to do it with exactness and precision. The next oversight anyone here makes will be his last. Am I understood? There was silence. Then finally a voice came from the litters in the darkened cabin aft, barely audible above the roar of the twin engines. It was Jean. Almorau, the Frenchman. He hated flying, and he particularly hated flying with an Iranian at the controls. What the hell happened? Some went on. Presumably a raft of some kind. We took a couple of rounds of small arms fire. He glanced back, making sure his voice reached Peretz in the weapons station. The last swatter was left turned on, armed, and it must have been hit. Probably the detonator. A stupid oversight. Looks like the mistake was mine, came. A voice of Peretz trying unsuccessfully to sound contrite. Can't win them all, baby. Back to his smart-ass self, Ramirez thought, still gritting his teeth in anger, but he pushed it aside. Forget it. In this business you only look back, eh? You can profit from your mistakes. We just learned what happens when we forget our mission. The matter is closed. Now he returned his attention to the main cabin. When we set down at the facility, I expect total discipline. Nothing left. This will be tolerated. Is that understood? He motioned Peretz out of the weapons station and took his place there. Would these men hold together the way he required? As he looked them over, he felt confident. He had had enough experience. A smell success. Sabri Ramirez had definitely been around the track. Born in Venezuela almost half a century earlier, the son of a prominent Marxist lawyer, he had become an ardent revolutionary by age 20. At 25, he went off to Cuba, but it was only later, while attending Patrice Lumumba University in the Soviet Union, that he discovered his true ideological core. It turned out he actually despised the oppressed of the earth, along with Erfew's books and lectures. No, what he really wanted to join was not the party, but the party good living, women fame. And he wanted the last most of all. After 9 months, his lack of ideological fervor got him summarily expelled. He actually felt relief. With an eye to where the action was, he immigrated to Beirut and prudently became a Muslim by conversion. Then he started making contacts. Beirut had always been a good place to make contacts. The payoff was quick. He was young, obviously brilliant, and he would do anything. In the early 1970s, he was recruited by the terrorist group known as the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and assigned leadership of its European unit. Off he went to Paris, the posting of his dreams. He had long fantasized about making himself a legend as one of the world's leading terrorists, and he was soon succeeding beyond his fondest imaginings. In 1974, he graduated from the PFLP and formed his own group. A Middle Eastern gun for hire, it was known as the Organization of the Armed Arab Struggle. The designation, he thought, had a nice revolutionary ring, which he had long since learned mattered. His new enterprise, Terrorism to Go, soon attracted such major clients as Libya and Iraq. Among his more celebrated achievements were the bombing of a French cultural center in West Berlin, exploding a suitcase bomb at a Marseille railroad station, and placing an incendiary device aboard the French bullet train. Although he never had cared about ideology, he appreciated the importance of a correct political stance. In the Islamic world, and therefore he frequently posed as the leader of an armed struggle against the Zionist enemy. But always, however, at a profit. He had, in fact, perfected the fine art of extortion, pressing the reactionary regimes of Egypt, Jordan, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf sheikdoms into paying protection money disguised as revolutionary donations. After he engineered the 1975 OPEC incident in Vienna, in which 11 oil ministers were taken hostage and then blew up a seaside resort, killing a Kuwaiti official, he began receiving regular payoffs from all the Gulf states. Finally, in 1984, he closed out operations under the OA's name, moved to Damascus, and began training Syrian intelligence agents. By that time, he had become a chimera, a legend whose nickname, the hyena, was linked to every car bomb in Europe. And by that time also, the hyena, a name he despised, had become the stuff of popular fiction, as well as of dossiers on 3 continents. Having reduced terrorism to a science, a boring science, he then temporarily retired. But now, after the American invasion of A Middle East, he had decided to come back for one last score, to do what he had been dreaming about for years. The Americans had unwittingly provided the perfect opportunity. Why not seize it? This time, however, he wanted to do it. Himself, not with an army of half-crazed radical Muslims, he stepped up to the cockpit and examined the rows of gauges. Hold the airspeed under 100 knots, and make sure you keep her on the deck. Then he checked down below. Eretz, this time make sure all the weapon stations are switched off. That's off. The Israeli nodded, this time without his usual grin. Now the Hind had begun its final approach. The low-light TV showed a small landing pad approximately 30 meters on each side, with a private helicopter parked in the middle of a black and white bullseye in the center. He knew that ARM, a group he had long hated, had ringed the island with a first-class industrial security cyst. 5 years ago, he recalled, they had killed 3 of his operatives in Beirut in a futile attempt to kill him. What's more, it never made the papers. Typical. The security system they had developed for the island was good, but it had no provision for this kind of penetration. It pleased him to at last make fools of them. "We're coming in," Salam announced. He touched the rudder pedal with his left foot to hold their heading and grasped the collective pitch lever as he eased the engines toward idle. "There's already a helo on the pad. Looks like a new Augusta. I know about it. Just set down next to it inside the landing perimeter. I want this to be simple." Tonight he knew they had scheduled the first full power-up of the Cyclops. Everything depended on how that test went, but he couldn't postpone the takeover any longer. This was it. Abruptly he wondered if the damaged wing would affect stability on touchdown. They would soon find out. 8:10 p.m. The current swept him inexorably southward, while behind him the bundle of planks that remained of Odyssey II was dispersing rapidly. He cursed himself for having lost the Ross DSC radio. On the other hand, he considered himself lucky just to be in one piece. Luckier than the crewmen of the USS Glover. It was heartrending. Seeing a tragedy coming and not being able to stop it. That was the worst possible nightmare. He wanted to go back to try and help. The sea made it impossible. He pulled himself over the bobbing, drifting mast, feeling it slam against his face as the sea tossed it like a matchstick. All around him, lethal splinters of Odyssey II slap through the water, jagged spears driven by the swell. The dark engulfed him, lightened only by the billowing remains of the Navy frigate now some 1,000 yards away. Somewhere, dear God, it's got to be somewhere. Let it still be strapped to a mast. The idea seemed stupid at the time, but now he felt his way down until his fingers touched a slippery nylon cord. Was it? Yes, maybe there is a God. The straps were tangled, which was not supposed to happen, and fragments of cypress planking from the sides of the ship had punctured the nylon cover. But his Switlik search and rescue raft was still dangling from the remains of the mast. Now for one more minor miracle. Could he manage to pull it free before or everything disappeared into the dark and the swell? He flailed with one hand to keep his head afloat, while his fingers grappled with the bowline knot. Finally the knot loosened, and he wrenched it loose. Jesus, is there going to be anything left? Would it still inflate? He grappled with the fiberglass canister that contained the raft, then popped it open. With his last remaining strength, he pulled on the tether, discharging the bottled carbon dioxide that caused the Switlik to hiss tool. Part of it. He realized the lower buoyancy tube had been ripped to shreds by the 12.7 mm machine gun of the Hind that had destroyed the mast, but the upper one had somehow escaped intact, so he was half lucky. It was yellow, hexagonal, and it looked like heaven. He had never used one before, and he had never realized how it felt. Like an oversized inner tube. With a surge of relief, he pulled himself aboard, inching in as he felt the swell pound over him, and then he drew out the folding oars and extended them. With his new course, he knew he would miss the harbor at Kythera, recommended by Bates. No way could he battle the current and make it. The vagaries of wind and sea were driving him almost due south. It was the direction the chopper had taken, straight for the little island of Antikythera. Could they breach SATCOM security and get in? Probably. The setup installed by ARM was industrial level awe. Only, he had cautioned Bill about that. He grimaced and plied his strength to the two small aluminum oars. The way the wind and seas were taking him, he would find out soon enough. Again, he lamented the loss of the radio with it he could get. Out a mayday alerting any ships around that might mount a rescue of the frigate's survivors. He also could try warning the SATCOM facility that trouble was headed their way. The problem was, the Hind had a top speed of over 100. Id and 50 knots. If Andakithura was its destination, it probably was already there. The cold sea stung his face and the tossing waves were making him slightly seasick, but he felt alive again. Almost by instinct, he looked up to try to find the stars, loving how crisp and striking they could be over the Aegean. Nothing yet, but there were glimmers in the north, a good sign. The storm was blowing over now, the clouds starting to open up again. If Bill tries the ray, Dio, he'll probably figure I've just vanished from the earth. He half felt like it. As the cold autumn waters of the Aegean surged around him, its 6-foot waves washing over his partially inflated Switlik, he thought about Bill Bates. He was a friend, a very good friend. Was he about to be in trouble? Although Bates was a world-class executive, he also was a dedicated family man. He had a model wife back in Arlington and 2 model sons, both deposited in Otto private academies. His wife, a blonde wasp old-fashioned enough to have the same family name as a prominent Philadelphia bank, never seemed to tire of her charity obligations. So it was his sons he took with him sailing in the Ummers. That was how Vance had met him, sailing with the boys in the Bahamas. Bill was highly regarded in industry circles as the CEO, and not without reason. For one thing, less inconsequential than most would think, he looked the part. His steel-gray hair was always trimmed to the precise millimeter. His tanned cheeks were forever sleek from a workout at his club, or whatever club was handy on his perpetual travels. He had once claimed he knew the location of more health clubs than any man in America. Best of all, though, he knew how to raise money. When he described a pending enterprise, he did it with the gleaming eye of the true believer. Even in a dicey investment environment, he always generated the enthusiasm sufficient to ensure that a new stock issue sold out and closed higher than the offering price on the day it was floated. The man could sell sun lamps in the Sahara. He competed hard in everything he did. When he decided, some years after he and Vance had become acquainted, that he wanted to spend summers racing, he did not bother buying his own yacht. Instead, he flew to Nassau and leased the fastest boat he knew. At that moment, the vessel filling that description was the Argonaut, owned by Windstalker, Limited. It was a 44-foot sloop, highly regarded throughout the racing fraternity. Its owner, however, never let any of his 3 yachts out of the harbor without first aching a personal checkout of the new skipper, even if it was an old friend. Vance remembered it well. Bill manned the helm, a mahogany wheel always kept well polished, and they were making a solid 8 knots on the speedo. It was one of those mornings in the islands when everything seemed as clear as a desert sky. No cruise ships were scheduled into the harbor, and the stinkpot powerboats were mercifully in limited supply. The wind was perfect, and the water as smooth as a glittery mirror. Best of all, Bates was handling the helm as though he had been there all his life. "Think we can get her up to 10 knots?" he'd asked, shielding his eyes as he studied the Genoa, a gleaming triangle of white above the bow. Vance had leaned back and tested the wind. "Give her a little touch on the helm to starboard, and I think she might come through for you." He was proud of his recent refurbishing of the boat, the latest North Star digital sat-nav gear. Brand new sails. That cost a fortune, a complete renovation of the instrument station down below. Bates tapped the wheel and the Genoa bellowed even more. "I like this fucking boat a lot, Mike," he declared. "So here's the deal. I want to lease her for 3 months, take her to Norfolk, get a crew together, and get everybody comfortable with her. I think we can talk." Vance had to smile. The yacht would be in good hands, and a 3-month charter was a dream come true for a guy in his business. Matter of fact, I wanted to ask you to help me out with something else too, some security work. Hey, I'm just a simple charter boat operator, not my line. Don't bullshit me, pal, he laughed. You know SATCOM is big. Building a new industrial facility in the Aegean. A private space facility. I think American technology is getting a bum rap, Michael, he said with sudden seriousness. I plan to change that. The journal says you want to try and give the Europeans a run for the roses. He looked over, the wind whipping his glistening hair. You keep in touch pretty damned good for a simple sailor. But I tell you, if we succeed, we'll literally change the way space is used. I'll be able to put a satellite into orbit for a song. Just between us, I'm building the biggest private spaceport anywhere. The French operation in Guyana won't hold a candle to it. I've already got 10 geostationary orbital slots, Icked up with the World Administrative Radio Conference. Even NASA better keep a grip on their jockstrap. Where's the money coming from? The usual suspects? Who else? He laughed, then tapped the helm slightly more to starboard. The stock was over the counter, and it was hell and gone in 3 fucking hours. Bang, out the door. Matter of fact, it's now trading almost 15% above the original offering price. He shrugged. I should have issued more, but like a stupid son of a bitch, I had a failure of nerve, didn't go with my instincts. Next time, how about letting me in on the action? You're a goddamn piece of work, Michael, and so's this boat. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. I figure you're expecting about 4 thou a week for this baby, correct? Anything for a friend? Right, he laughed. I want her for 12 weeks, so what if I paid you with some of my personal SATCOM stock, 50 thou worth at the current price? How? That sound? Deal, Vance said without hesitation. He'd heard a lot of big-time bull in the charter business, but Bates was a straight shooter. The temporary gap in cash flow was going to make meeting the 3 mortgages, one for each. Oh, tough, but he liked the sound of the project. This isn't going to leave you strapped, is it? Bates looked a trifle worried. I'll manage. As I always say, 2 in the bush is worth 1 in the hand. Michael, half the time you don't have a pot to piss in. I know that. You're the lousiest personal finance manager I know. He laughed out loud and tapped the helm, bringing her to port a notch, which is one of the world's great ironies, considering what you do for ARM. You hear things, too. He had never really discussed his ARM work with Bates. You're good. I know that. Word gets around. He paused. Matter of fact, I wanted to ask you a favor. I was hoping you could work up a contract for me. With your people. As I said, I need some security for that facility in Greece. What kind? That's for your guys to say. It just has to be good. We're going to be installing some proprietary technology that's light years beyond anything that's ever been seen before. And we're going to rock a lot of boats in the business. There are a hell of a lot of Europeans who'd love to know what we're up to. There's a real chance of industrial espionage. So, what's the program? Perimeter survey. Lens security guards. We could probably arrange the subcontracting. I'd appreciate it. Your guys know Europe, the local scene. I've got a feeling that's going to be important. No problem. The truth was, this was exactly the kind. No risk work the boys at ARM liked. Nobody's shooting at you. I'll put in a call to Paris if you like. Something probably can be arranged. Good. Bates nodded, as though a handshake were already involved. One more thing off, Checklist. Mainly I want some physical security stuff. You know, fences, alarms, that kind of crap. We've got a guy in Athens who specializes in that. He won't give estimates over the phone, but if you'll let him look over the side, he'll price the job for you right down to the drachma, with various options. But you'd be smart to go with his top-of-the-line recommendation. Try to nickel and dime him and he'll walk. I've seen him do it. So, what's this so-called top-of-the-line likely to run me? Bates had asked. Well, there are the systems you can see and the ones you can't. He'd laughed. The ones you can't see cost more. I already told you I need the best. Then you probably want to go. MAD, Vance said, his eyes hiding a twinkle. What the hell are you talking about? He looked over, annoyed and puzzled. Magnetic anomaly detectors. You bury special transmitting cables beneath the ground, outside the perimeter, so that they build an invisible electromagnetic field around and above their location. Anything doesn't even have to be metal that enters the field will distort it. if you go with the Centrax system, made by an outfit in Switzerland called Cerber. You can have the whole thing linked to a central console that displays the layout of the perimeter on computer screens. Sounds good. We're practically going to have computers in the bathrooms. Won't come cheap. Bates shrugged into the wind. As long as you guys don't ask for the store, I see no problem. I've budgeted for security, and there's always contingency money. I'll see what I can do. He had glanced up and ascertained that the sun had passed the yard arm. But Eva. If it had not, what the hell? He saw the prospects for a fat commission looming. How about a Heineken? He was reaching into the cooler in the well. You read my mind. By the way, want to tell me the location of the site? You've managed to keep that out of the papers so far. I'd guess it's probably an uninhabited island, right? Good guess. It's north of Crete, about 20 square kilometers. It's privately owned, but I've just signed a long-term lease. Vance tried to envision the place. Most of the Greek islands tended to be granite, with nothing growing on them but scrub cedar. What's the terrain like? That's actually what makes it so attractive. Cliffs all around the shoreline you couldn't put in with much as a dinghy, and then one really marvelous deep-water inlet. But the best part is, the interior is mostly level and perfect for what we need. And there's a granite mountain at one end that's ideal for our telemetry. A protect to docking location and a natural telemetry base. Right. All the electronics will be set up high above the launch facility, and we can use the inlet for bringing in materials. We should only have to dredge it a bit and sink some Eilings, it's well along. I've already signed off on a lot of the prime contracts. He stared at the blue horizon and adjusted the wheel again. And I'll let you in on another secret, Michael. I've bet the ranch on this one. The stock offering wasn't nearly enough to capitalize the enterprise. I've had to raise money from everybody in town, junk bonds, the fucking banks, you name it. Just the hardware ran close to 300 million. I've even put up my stock in Alma. The other companies. If this project doesn't fly, he laughed literally, I'm going to be joining America's homeless. I even put up my house in Arlington. Worth $2 million, and I own the goddamn thing free and clear. I'll just have to hand over the keys. Dorothy'll kill me. Then we'll make sure nobody snoops. He popped open an ice-cold beer for Bates, then one for himself. From land or sea? Land or sea? Bates hoisted his icy green bottle, which actual. He raises an interesting question. He took a sip, cold and bracing. How about security from the air, flyovers, that kind of action? Let them come. There'll be nothing to see. Except for the launch pad and telemetry, everything's going to be underground. There are a lot of caves on the island, like that famous one on Antiparos. We're going to use those for the computers and assembly areas. And what we can't find in place, we'll just excavate. It's beginning to sound a little too pat. Vance found himself thinking. But that's what security experts were for. They were the guys who got paid to find holes in a project like this. The thing that kept gnawing at his mind, however, was the phrase, by land or sea. All along he'd worried about penetration from the air. Had he been right after all? Chapter 3, 7:48 p.m., sitting at main control, the central desk facing the large display screen, Collie Andros had just reached a conclusion. She was getting old. 2 more weeks to her 35th birthday, then a measly 5 years till the big 4-0. After that, she could only look forward to a holding action, fighting sags and crow's feet, building dikes to hold back the deluge of time. It was depressing. She sipped at a cup of black coffee emblazoned with the SATCOM logo, the laser eye of the Cyclops, and impatiently drummed her fingers on the workstation keyboard, trying not to be distracted by meditations on mortality. Tonight, for the first time, they would nin up the superconducting coil all the way, in their most important test yet. The tech crews at the other end of the island predicted it would reach peak power, and she glanced at the huge digital clock on the blue wall next to the screen. 27 minutes. What was wrong with her? She had thought that one over a lot and decided the answer was nothing. She had dark Greek eyes, olive skin, and a figure that would stop a clock a perfect size 8. But it got better. She had the best legs in the world. The absolute very best. If they wouldn't necessarily stop a timepiece, they'd sure as heck slowed a lot of traffic over the years. No, her problem was opportunity. Whereas on paper this island was every single girl's dream males trapped here. Or by the carload, all the attractive/interesting men were either too young or too old or too dumb or too married. Moreover, those in the control room, mostly PhD.s in their late 20s, saw her only as Dr. C.A. Andros, director in charge. There seemed to be an unspoken rule around control that you didn't make a move on the boss lady. Anybody who could run this project had to be treated with the distance befitting authority. Especially since they believed all she really cared about was work. Thanks a lot, whoever dreamed that one up. The sickest part of all, though, was they were half right. She did not wish herself anywhere else in the world right now, men or no men. She occupied a center of the universe, was poised for the winner-take-all shot she could only have dreamed about 5 years ago, back when she was still fighting the mindless bureaucrats at NASA. With Project Cyclops, she was running a $500 million gamble for the last big prize of the 20th century. If she lived to be 100, she would never be handed anything this terrific ever again. Born Calypso Andropoulos 34 years ago, daughter of strong-minded Greek farmers, she had learned to believe in herself with a fierce, unshakable conviction. Until now, though, she had never really had the opportunity to test that faith. Until now, it had not been an easy journey. After getting her doctorate in aerospace engineering from Caltech, she had struggled up through NASA's Kennedy Center bureaucracy to the position of chief analyst. But she had never achieved more than a desk job. She had wanted more, a lot more. Now, thanks to SATCOM in 3D, she would have it. Using a 15-gigawatt microwave laser, nicknamed Cyclops, she was about to put SATCOM in the forefront of the private race for space. Ironically, the company had built its spaceport barely 300 kilometers from her birthplace on the island of Naxos. She often thought about life's ironies. Sometimes you had to return home to change the future. She barely remembered that rugged little island now. The images were faint and overly romantic. Those times dated back to when the junta of right-wing colonels had seized power in Greece. Soon thereafter, her parents had emigrated, they and their 9-year-old daughter joining a large exodus of freedom-minded Greeks to New York. They had been there only 3 months when her father died. The hospital said it was pneumonia. She knew it was mourning for Greece and all he had lost. He had loved it more than life. She was afraid, down inside in a place where she didn't visit much anymore, that he loved it more than he had loved her. So along the way she tried to forget all of it, to bury her memories of Greece. And now here she was back again. In New York, Collie Andropoulos had, in spite of herself, thought incessantly of Greece. Back here now, all she could think about was New York. The strongest recollection was the 3rd floor of a walk-up tenement on 10th Avenue and 49th Street, a section of town widely known as Hell's Kitchen, and for good reason. The schools were designed to make sociopaths of all those trapped inside. Only New York's famous Bronx High School of Science, one of the finest and most competitive public institutions in the nation, offered an escape from their horror. Accepted when she was 13, Calypso Andropoulos graduated 3rd in her class. For her senior science project, she created a solid fuel rocket, using, as the phrase goes, ordinary household chemicals. And she did it all by herself, with a little help from a skinny French-Canadian boy named Georges Lafarge, who lived with his mother in Soho. By that time, she knew exactly what she wanted. Her ambition was to be the first woman in space. Nobody said it would be easy. But after the rocket, she and Georges had launched it from the Morton Street Pier in Greenwich Village, she felt she was on her way. She had blossomed in every way, much to her frustration, a lot quicker than Georges did. At age 17, his idea of sex was still to swap chemical formulas, so she finally gave up on him as a lover and decided to wait till college. She chose Cal-Tech, selected after turning down acceptances from half a dozen prestigious universities in the East. By then, Calypso Andropolis had decided she wanted to get as far away from West 49th Street as possible, and she never wanted to see another eggplant moussaka. As long as she lived, she also wanted a shorter name, and thus it was that her long Greek surname became merely Andros. That simple change had a liberating effect on her far beyond what she had expected. At last, she felt truly American, and able to admit to loving nothing better than living off Whoppers and fries. Junk food was, in fact, the thing she missed most here. No, what she missed most was Alan. Still, Georges had picked MIT, and she did not see him again until he came to Cal-Tech for grad school. By that time, she was deeply in love with Alan Harris, who was 20 years her senior. She was discovering things about herself she didn't want to know. Harris was a biochemistry professor, tall and darkly handsome, and she wanted desperately to live with him. She knew he was a notorious womanizer, but that didn't matter. She was looking for a missing father, and she didn't care. It was what she wanted when he broke it all. She thought she wanted to die. The only one she had left to turn to was George's, and they restarted a friendship as platonic as it had been back at Bronx Science, though it was deeper this time. George's told her to forget about Harry and just concentrate on a first-rate dissertation. It was not easy, but she did. Her project involved compressing a big computer program that calculated spacecraft trajectories into a small one that could be operated on a Hewlett-Packard hand calculator. She then devised a way to create voice commands that could free up an astronaut's hands while he soon, she told herself, it would be she handled other controls. After reading every NASA report that Intis had released on microfiche, she knew no one there had created anything like it. She also figured out that NASA was a hotbed of careerists, all protecting their own turf. The only obstacle to their accepting her new computer program would be the NIH syndrome, not invented here. It turned out she was right, and wrong, by happy chance. Her dissertation came to the attention of Dr. Edward Alberg, a deputy director of trajectory control at the Kennedy Space Center, who hired her a week later with a GS rating a full 2 grades higher than customary. He knew a good thing when he saw it. And now Dr. Cauley Andros' computer work was the creation of a NASA employee. End of problem. She still wanted to be in the astronaut program, but she figured she had made a good start. She was wrong. It turned out that she was far too valuable in the guidance section to let go. She published a lot of papers, grew very disillusioned, and was on the verge of telling them to stuff it when an executive unknown to her named William Bates called one May morning 3 years ago, said he had read all her papers, and then offered her a job that caused her to postpone her dreams of space flight. He wanted her to head up a private space program. She was, he told her, too good to work for the government. She should be out in the real world, where things happened. When she recovered from the shock, she felt an emotion she had not known since her first day at Bronx Science. She was scared. In the business world, the responsibilities were clear-cut and fatal. You were not blowing some anonymous taxpayers' money. It was real cash for. Or more, your responsibilities doubled. Not only did you have to make it work, you had to make a profit. She loved the challenge, but she quaked at the enormous risk. Finally, she made a deal. Yes, she would give up a sure career for a risk. He long shot, but on 2 conditions. First, she got to pick her staff, and second, someday she would get to go into space herself. Though he clearly thought the second demand rather far-fetched for SATCOM, he assented to both. How's it looking, Cauley? Bates was striding into command, having just emerged from his office at the far end of the cavernous room. 50s, gray-templed but trim, he wore a trademark open-necked white shirt and blue trousers, a touch of the yacht. Even ashore. A former Vietnam fighter pilot. He had flown over from the company's head office in Arlington, Virginia, 2 days ago, setting down the company's Gulfstream Roman 4 at Athens to be on hand when the first vehicle, VX-1, went up. As he stalked up, he was his usual crabby self, seemingly never satisfied with anything that was going on. She looked him over and stifled the horrible impulse she had sometimes to call him Alan. He was Shaw, tempered the way Alan Harris was, and he had the same curt voice. Otherwise, though, they were nothing alike. The mind works in strange ways. Cyclops' countdown is right on the money, Bill, to the second. Big Benny is humming, and coil temps are nominal. Georges says it's a go for sure this time. We're going to achieve the power levels needed to laze. They had tried 2 preliminary power-ups previously, but the supercomputer had shut them down in the last hour of the cow. Down both times. Looks like tonight is the night we get lucky. Georges Lafarge had served as her personal assistant throughout the project, even though he formally headed up the computer section. These days he was still slim, most emaciated. With a scraggly beard he seemed to leave deliberately unkempt, just as he had at Caltech. Bates had bestowed on him the title of Director of Computer Systems, which did not sit well with his leftist politics. His conscience wanted him to be a slave to the exploiting capitalists, not one of them. However, he always managed to cash his bonus checks. He had carried on a flirtation with Kali, sending messages back and forth on the Fujitsus. Stations for the last 2 years. She had finally taken him up on it, and it was a bust all around. C'est la vie. At this moment he was blended into a sea of shirt-sleeve technicians glued to the computer screens in Command Centra, the nerve center of the entire operation. The young Americans all worked in a room slightly smaller than 3 tennis courts, with rows of light beige workstations for the staff, and 3 giant master screens that faced out from the far wall. The soft fluorescence, cheerful pale blue walls spotted with posters, and the large SAT-COM laser eye logo. Muted strains of Pink Floyd emanating from speakers somewhere in the corner, and circulated air carrying a hint of the sea. He all made the perfect environment for the 19 young workers spaced comfortably apart at the lines of desks this evening shift. As they watched, the superconducting coil ratcheted increasingly larger bursts of energy into the accelerator, pumping it up. At 12 gigawatts, the Cyclops should, if all went well, begin to laze. The coil, a revolutionary new concept for storing electrical energy, was situated deep in the island's core. It was a near-perfect storage system, permitting a huge current of electricity to circulate indefinitely without resistance, ready to produce the massive, microsecond pulses of power. The heart of the system was an electromagnetic induction coil 350 feet in diameter and 50 feet high, embedded in a natural cave in the island's bedrock. The coil itself was a new niobium titanium alloy that became superconducting, storing electricity without resistance losses at the temperature of liquid nitrogen. A vacuum vessel almost like a giant thermos bottle surrounded the coil and its cryogenic bath. The coil fed power into a particle accelerator that drove the complex's centerpiece, the Cyclops, a free electron laser designed to convert the energy stored in the coil into powerful pulses of coherent microwaves. The supercomputer would then focus these with the phased array antennas into the propulsion unit of the space vehicle. That unit contained simple dry ice, the only thing simple about the entire system, which would be converted to plasma by the energy and expand, providing thrust for the vehicle. Kali, we have 10.3 gigs, Lafarge announced confidently. He was absently stroking his wisp of beard. Power is still stable. Good. She watched the readout on the computer screen in front of her as the numbers continued to scroll. If the Cyclops performed the way the engineers were all predicting, the world's most powerful laser was about to go critical. A thrill coursed through her. The idea was brilliant. By directing the energy to a space vehicle, you kept the power plant for its rockets on the ground. Unlike conventional rockets, the vehicle's weight would be virtually all payload, instead of almost all fuel. It would cut the cost of launching anything by a factor of at least 100 now. A green oscilloscope next to the computer screens was reading out the build-up, a sine curve slowly increasing in frequency. 11.1, George's announced, barely containing a boyish grin. We're still nominal. Colley glanced at the screen. Let's keep our fingers crossed, almost there. By the way, Bates interjected, assuming everything goes well here tonight and the storm lets up, I've scheduled myself on the Augusta over to Kythera in the morning. A friend of mine was sailing near there, and I'm a little worried. I just tried to reach him on the radio and got no answer. Maybe his radio got swamped, but I want to find out. He was turning to head back to his office. Now, though, I've got some calls in to Tokyo, so keep me informed on the countdown. And your feelings on the weather. More investors, she caught herself thinking. Begging, which must mean the money's getting tight again. But hang in there just a couple more days, Bill, and we're gonna show the world a thing or two. They'll be begging you to let them invest. I just came in to give you some moral support, Bates continued, pausing, and to tell you I think you're doing a terrific job. Bullshitting the help again? She laughed, not quite sure she believed his tone. Wine. It's free. A scowl. But just keep up the good work. He had extracted a leather tobacco pouch from his blue blazer and begun to fiddle with his heavy briar pipe. She started to ask him to please not smoke here with all this sensitive Fujitsu workstations, but then decided they were his workstations. If this thing flies, literally, I'm going to give you a vulgar stock option. Another one for putting up with me. How about a bottle of aspirin? She made a mock face. I don't have any time to spend the money. I'm going to take care of that, too. After this is over, I'm going to have you kidnapped by a Greek beach boy and taken to some deserted island where there's only one way to pass. A time. He frowned back, a wry crinkle passing through the tan at the corner of his eyes. 20 years ago, I might have tried to do it myself. Still hoping to get me laid? She gave him her best look of shock, and they both had to live. The sexual electricity was there, whether either of them wanted to admit it or not. There's a time and place for everything, he went on, showing he could hint and not hint at the same time. You're definitely working too hard. I can take all the credit. She knew when to be self-effacing and when to change the subject fast. We owe all this to the Bed Sox's oldest living fan, by which she meant Isaac Mannheim, the retired MIT professor whose revolutionary propulsion idea had made the whole project possible. In 1969, he had demonstrated his ground-based laser concept to NASA, but they had backed away, claiming they had too much invested in conventional chemical rockets. But he knew it would work, knew it would change the way space was used, so he had taken the idea to entrepreneur William Bates and offered to sign over the patents for a piece of the profits. Bates was impressed. He took him up on the offer, raised the money, and then hired the best aerospace engineer he could find to head up the project. Together they were a perfect team. Mannheim, with flowing white hair and tweedy suits, was now in his 70s and lived in retirement. And in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He was due in tomorrow, just in time to watch the first liftoff of a full-scale vehicle. When he arrived in Athens, Colley always dispatched the company Augusta to pick him up. A first-class corporation. She figured ought to behave like one. If the Cyclops power-up goes off without a hitch tonight, then we should have plenty of good news for him this trip, Bates said. I'll let you be the one to brief him. Oh, he'll know it all before he gets here. He calls me every day at 1700 hours our time to check things out. I could use him to set my watch. Isaac's like the voice of our conscience, always telling us to work harder and better. Well, good for him. He smiled and flicked a gold lighter. The young technicians around the room gave him a disapproving glance, but kept their silence. The boss was the boss. Besides, everybody in command, poised in front of their screens, had other things to worry about. 8:22 p.m. Eric Hamblin, formerly of Sweetwater, Texas, had worked as a guard for SATCOM for the past 2.5 years, and he loved the job. He was 24, a college dropout casualty of the go-go 80s who got to spend his afternoons hanging out on one of Greece's most beautiful islands. He was tall, thin, and bronzed to perfection. During his weekends on Crete, he could almost pass for French as he cruised the German frauleins who lined the sands in their string bikinis. Tonight, he had come on duty at 7 o'clock, actually, a couple of minutes later than that, since he'd been on the phone to a girl from Dresden to whom he had made some pretty itching promises. She wanted to come back to Crete this weekend and do it all over again. He grinned with satisfaction, kiddingly asking himself if he had the stamina. He sighed, then strolled on down the east perimeter. The security here at this end of the island was good, as it was everywhere. The tall hurricane fence was topped with razor wire and rigged with electronic alarms. Of course, you couldn't see all the security, which meant the place did not feel confining or airy, which suited him fine. He was wearing a .38, but it was mainly for show. He wasn't sure he could hit anything if, God forbid, he should ever have to draw it. Besides, the island was surrounded by miles and miles of water. The deep blue Aegean. The whole scene was a fucking hoot, and he gloried in it. Sea, sand, and on weekends hot and cold running German snatch. Who could ask for more? Andakithura was, indeed, a travel poster come to life, though it still was owned by the Greek shipbuilder Telemachus Vianos. As part of his major investment in the company, Bates had negotiated a long-term lease for Satcom, and by the time the technical staff started arriving, the few Greek shepherds on the island had been comfortably relocated to Paros. Construction began almost immediately after Bates took over, and soon it was almost like one giant Caltech laboratory. Everything from Big Benny, Satcom's Fuji, supercomputer, to the phased array microwave installation was state-of-the-art. Here Satcom had created a launch facility that was within 10 degrees latitude of Cape Canaveral, totally secure from industrial espionage, and perfectly situated to send up a major network of communication satellites. Even now, though, the island remained unbelievably picturesque, its sharp white cliffs abutting the deep blue sea, then rising up in craggy granite, too. A single peak at one end, where the phased array transmission antennas were now. Its flawless air sparkled in the mornings, then ripened to a rosy hue at sunset. For security and safety as much as for aesthetics, the major high-tech installations had been secured deep in the island's core. Command was at one end, situated behind sealed security doors, and a tunnel from there led down to the power plant, installed 150 meters below sea level. Guarding this small piece of paradise had been a snap. Hamblin scratched at his neck and moved on through the sand. He despised the shoes they made him wear and wished he could be barefoot, untie his ponytail, and let his sandy hair flow. Around. What was that? The east perimeter was totally dark, but he caught a sound that almost could be. What? A chopper approaching. But there were no lights anywhere on the eastern horizon, and the pad was dark. Nobody flew. Mr. Bates' fancy new Augusta 109 Mark Roman II at night, especially with no lights. No mistaking it now, though. A whirlybird was coming in. He could clearly make out the heavy drumbeat of the main rotor. 8:20 or p.m. Salim altered the throttles when they were about 10 meters above the pad, and they started drifting sideways. For a second, it looked as though they might ram the Augusta, but then he applied the clutch, stop-cocked the engines, and hit a rotor brake. The hind safely touched down, tires skidding. They were in. Best of all, there'd been no radar warning alert from the instrument panel. Around them, the facility was dark, and as he shut down the engines, deathly quiet. The wheels of the retractable landing gear had barely settled onto the asphalt before the main hatch was open, and the men were piling out. Black Uzis ready, the first rounds already chambered. 8:25 p.m. Hamblin thought briefly about raising guard command at the front desk on his walkie-talkie and inquiring what in hell was going on. But then he knew how they hated false alarms, particularly when the top brass was busy, like tonight. He turned and studied the blinding white glow surrounding the two launch vehicles, VX-1 and VX-2, down by the superstructure on the western end of the island. They were basking in glory, as though anticipating tonight's power-up of the Cyclops. He automatically glanced at his watch. The big test was scheduled for about 20 minutes from now. No, Instead of running the risk of looking like a jerk by reporting the expected arrival of SATCOM execs he should have known about, he'd check this out himself. Jesus, why didn't anybody tell him anything? He mused that security precautions here had been intended to guard against infiltration through the fences, not to prevent a chopper from coming in. Guess they figured no. Adi would be crazy enough to try and sneak in using a helicopter. As he moved toward the landing pad, just over 100 yards farther on down the fence line, he searched his memory for something he might have forgotten. No, It glanced over the schedule for the pad this afternoon, and nothing was listed. Dr. Andros, what a fox she was, made those plump German broads look like leftover hamburger, always had been good about keeping the schedule up to date. He liked that and counted on it. But then maybe this was some kind of unscheduled situation connected with the test. Who the hell knew? He was about to find out. 50 yards to go. He could see the chopper now, and it was huge, much bigger than anything he'd ever known the company to use. Maybe it was a last-minute delivery, an emergency. They had touched down, but still no landing lights. That didn't make any sense. Suddenly, nothing made any sense. Another 10-second. Though, and he'd zapped them with his big flashlight. He flipped the securing strap on his .38 and tested the feel of the grip. Just to be ready. He was 30 yards away, and he could hear them talking now, though he still did not recognize all the languages. He realized right away, however, that these clowns weren't connected with SATCOM. He'd had an uneasy feeling all along, and now he was sure. Were they industrial spies trying to pull a fast one? Maybe sneak in and take some photos. He had no time now to radio for help. He was on his own. He drew out the .38 and cocked it. Suddenly it felt very heavy. Then in his left hand he rotated the long flashlight till his thumb felt the switch. Now he flicked on the light, beaming it through the wire security fence and catching the side of the chopper god. It was huge, just in time to see several men stepping down. They were wearing black commando outfits, and they most definitely were not anybody from the company. You, he yelled, his courage growing. Stop right where you are and identi. One of the intruders whirled in his direction, and before he could finish, he felt a deep burning sensation in his chest that slammed him backward. Next, a piercing pain erupted in his neck and his head dropped sideways. The asphalt of the pavement came up, crashing against his nose. He heard the dull thunk of silencers just as the world went forever black. At 26 p.m. Pad perimeter secure, Jamal Khan, Salim's intense younger brother said in Farsi, his voice matter-of-fact. He'd just wasted some stranger, no big deal. Then he slipped the Uzi's strap over his shoulder and turned back. Come to think of it, this was the 13th man he'd killed with an Uzi. Maybe the number would be lucky. Ramirez looked out over the facility, confident. Posing as an electronics supplier, he had fully reconnoitered the site. Months earlier, meticulously memorizing the location of everything they needed. Once again, he reflected on how fortuitous its geometry was. The facility was made to be penetrated from the air. Stelios Tritsis, their Greek, was biz. He's scanning the walkie-talkie channels, but he heard no alerts from any of the guards, which meant no more surprises in this remote corner. For reasons of safety, SATCOM deliberately had located the helicopter pad as far as possible from the Cyclops and the launch installation. All staff were engaged down at the other end. This guard had been a loner, and he had paid for his stupidity. Phase 2 complete, Ramirez announced quietly as he looked back at the hind. Now, remember, no heroics, everybody on semi-auto. The only obvious security out here was at the entry gate to the chopper pad. After Peretz quickly aborted its alarm by short-circuiting the copper contacts, they moved through single file. Ramirez stood at the opening, studying each man one last time and hoping he could keep them together as a team. So far, almost everything had gone according to plan. He had hand-picked, assembled, and trained them 4 months in Libya, rehearsing them for all the standard anti-terrorist techniques that might be used against them, from stun grenades to thunder strips. then afterward had rendezvoused with them in Yemen to pick up the Hind, the other helicopter, and the two packages. He had made cash arrangements with enough officials in both countries to ensure that no questions would be asked. The most unreliable team member was Salim Khan, tonight's pilot. Ramirez watched him pat a .22 round, clip into his Uzi and draw back the gnarled walnut cocking knob on the top as he stepped through the gate. He looked trustworthy, but he really wasn't. Ramirez suspected Salim was too bitter, was too strongly of the opinion life had given him a screwing, which meant he was now devoted to settling the score. He liked to live on the edge, push the rules. On the other hand, this mission was all about that, and thus far Ramirez had exploited the Iranian to the hilt. It also meant, however, that he had to be watched. He was a cynical realist who held nothing but contempt for the militant codders of young firebrands who marched through the streets of Tehran, with photos of some Ayatollah attached defiantly to their chest, chanting slogans against the great Satan, while wearing jeans whose back pockets read, "Made in USA." Because Salim didn't believe in anything anymore, he was difficult to control, always dicey. Following close behind him, also carrying a black Uzi, was Jamal, his younger brother. Jamal, with crazy eyes and a coal black beard, was the exact opposite. He only fought for a cause. Jamal had come to Lebanon years ago to join Hezbollah, a radical organization headquartered in West Beirut and the Bekaa Valley. Since he joined, as many as 500 Hezbollah had been directly involved in terrorist acts in the Middle East and Europe. He believed God wanted him to carry out a jihad, a holy crusade, against the Americans and Zionists who had surrounded and were choking the Muslim peoples. To prove his faith, he had been part of the team that commandeered a Libyan Arab Airlines 727 in light between Zurich and Tripoli, leading to the longest hijacking in history. The plane had traveled 6,000 miles, bouncing from Beirut to Athens, then Rome, again Beirut, and even Tehran before ending on its third stop in Lebanon 3 days later. Miraculously, Jamal had walked free. He was a hothead, but he also was a survivor. Jamal prayed 5 times a day, neither drank nor smoked, and had been one of the explosives experts on the U.S.M. A job in Beirut that killed 218 Marines. He was truly a living contradiction. That was fine with Ramirez. He could care less about Hezbollah's radical politics. On the other hand, he'd always made good use of them. After Jamal's famous hijacking, Ramirez had gone to the Bekaa Valley and found him, and through him Salim, who, by stealing the Hind, had turned out to be much more valuable than his rabid younger brother. All the same, he had problems with them. Iranians sometimes had difficulty discerning the difference between fact and fantasy. As with most Muslims, they thought that saying something was so made it happen. The tall man striding through after Jamal, nursing a slight limp, was Leos Tritsis, their only Greek. In 1975, as a young firebrand, he had been a founding member of the famous terrorist organization Epanastaki Organosi 17 Nomvri. In his heart, he was still a radical dedicated to forcing Greece out of NATO and ending the U.S. military domination of his country. The new American imperialism in the Persian Gulf had only proved he was right all along. Because of an incident long ago in his youth, a torture episode at the hands of the infamous Colonel Stelios, his eyes never seemed entirely focused. He had become addicted to the morphine given to relieve the pain and never kicked it. Even so, he was their most lethal marksman, and he considered this operation his final revenge against America and her lackeys. The man didn't care, honestly didn't care, about his share of the money. Even Ramirez had to admire that. Following him was Jean-Paul Moreau, head of the famous Action Direct, whose international wing was headquartered in Paris. Jean-Paul was tall, had long, flowing blonde hair and determined eyes. He also had a famous bullet scar across his cheek from an attempt in the early 80s to assassinate former Justice Minister Elaine Parafit with a bomb attached to his car. He merely killed the chauffeur and was wounded by the security guards. But in November 1986, he got his revenge, masterminding the murder of George Bess, the chairman of Renault. He wanted nothing more than for Europe to rid herself of Americans and Zionists, toward which end Action Direct had cooperated with the Lebanese armed revolutionary faction on several attacks carried out in France, which was how Ramirez had first met him. In the past, Action Direct had financed its operations primarily through bank robberies. After this, Morau was told their money problems would be over. The next man was Wolfgang Elling, the lanky, balding leader of Germany's revolutionary zealot. Ramirez suspected his real goal in life was to look as Aryan as possible. Politically, he was an anarchist who had, in 1984, bombed a NATO FUA, a pipeline near Lorch in Baden-Württemberg. RZ's official aim was to pressure the U.S. out of Germany through terrorist attacks, and to destroy the West German system by conducting guerrilla terrorism against Zionists and militarists. RZ had long-standing ties to Palestinian terrorist organizations, which was again how Ramirez had met him. How ironic for Helling, just when he had lived to see the Zionist American military begin to depart Europe. It had become the de facto ruler of the Middle East. He wanted to teach America one final lesson: the propertied classes of the world could never be secure. Following behind him were three beefy former members of East Germany's Stasi, how being sought by authorities in the new unified Germany for torture and other crimes of the past. With few friends left, they had thrown in their lot with RZ. They had always reminded Ramirez of the three monkeys of folklore. Rudolf Schindler, with his dark sunglasses, could see no evil. Peter Mayer remained such a rabid ideologue he still could hear no evil of communism. And Heinz Sommer spoke nothing but evil against everyone. They were sullen and bitter, but they were perfect goons for auxiliary firepower, or should be. They were men without a country, guns for hire who already had lost everything. Dor Peretz, their renegade Israeli, walked through last, closing the wire gate behind. And him, he had fixed his steady dark eyes on only one outcome. He had come for the money only. No politics or mock heroics for him. He already had selected a seaside villa in Hadera, despite his annoying tendency to shoot off his mouth, to make jokes at the wrong time. His contribution would be crucial. Ramirez did not wholly trust him, but he needed his computer and weapons expertise. He asked himself what Peretz would do if the chips were really down. With luck, however, that question would never have to be answered. Ramirez almost liked him. He was not sure why, and would hate to have to kill the smart-ass fucker they were in. Command lay at one end of SATCOM's setup, the two vehicles at the other, and in between was the living quarters known as the Bates Motel, as well as rows of small warehouses that contained supplies for personnel and equipment maintenance, used for storage, but now darkened and locked. As they moved along the walkway, carefully staying out of the circles of light that illuminated the doorways of the warehouses, their black slipovers blended into the Aegean night. The minimal lighting in this area caused him no hesitation. He had thoroughly memorized the site. He knew they would find the control center with the computers just below their present location. Now they were approaching the entry point to command, the high-security lobby. Just inside the glass-doored space, a formed Greek guard occupied a teakwood desk, attentively studying the sports section of an Athens newspaper. They paused in the last shadows before the open space fronting the entryway, giving Stelios Tritzis time to shuck his black pull. Underneath, he was wearing the brown uniform of a SATCOM guard, complete with epaulettes, and the regulation .38. He also had what, upon casual inspection, looked like a SATCOM photo ID, while the others holding their breath. He stepped through the glass entry doors, feigning a jaunty pace and flipping the pass impatiently against the leg of his uniform. When the SATCOM guard looked up, puzzled, and started to challenge him, Tritzis was only 5 feet away. He sang out a hello in Greek, then reached to scratch an itch in the small of his back. When his hand came away, it was holding a small Glock 17 automatic. The shot was directly in the forehead, a dull thud. And the guard tumbled backward in his chair, his eyes disbelieving, his .38 still holstered. It took only seconds. Without a word, the rest of them moved in. "What's next?" Ramirez said quietly to Peretz. "The code for the DAW. There's has to be punched in there," he pointed. Behind the desk was a computer terminal that reported the security status of all the sectors. Its green screen remained blank, flashing no alerts. "Disable them," Ramirez ordered, the first est of the Israelis' technical skills. In the hours to come, he would prove indispensable, or so he claimed. "Then deactivate the access code, and we ought to be able to just walk in." While Jamal was rearranging the guard's body, leaving him slumped over the desk as though asleep, Ramirez locked the entry doors behind them, then stepped behind the desk and dimmed the lobby lights. Finally, he slipped off his flight suit and tossed it behind the desk. Right on schedule. They headed toward command. He knew that if you control the brain, you are master of the body, and now they had to seize that brain. So far, their smooth progress surpassed his hopes, but the next phase was crucial, allowed for no foul-ups. He still feared his ad hoc troops might get trigger-happy and destroy some of the critical equipment. He had even considered making them use blanks, but that was taking too big a risk. "The gates of paradise are about to be opened," Jamal declared through his black beard, his crazed eyes reflecting back the lights on the security door as they changed from red to green, and a muted buzzer sounded. "Allah has given this to us." Ramirez said nothing, merely straightened the hand-tailored cuffs of his charcoal brioni. Then he stepped back to watch as the door to Command Central slowly began sliding to the left. 8:39 p.m. Callie was thinking about how much she would love a pizza, heavy on the cheese and Italian sausage. No, just heavy on the cholesterol. Why was it that the only things that tasted good were all supposed to be bad for you? She had long ago determined never to let it bother her. Like Scarlett, she'd think about it tomorrow. The heck with it. Everybody needed a secret sin. And that was the worst part of being here on Andikithera. You couldn't just pick up a phone. She stared across the cavernous room, her stomach grumbling, and looked at the large overhead screen intended to track the space vehicle after liftoff. Then she glanced around at the rows of desks with computer workstations that lined the floor. It was almost as though she had a small army under her command. All this power, and she still couldn't order up a pizza. What was wrong with this picture? She was so preoccupied with her thoughts that she completely failed to notice the new arrivals. 8:40 p.m. As Ramirez took position, he quickly noticed everything. At the far end, beneath the huge master screens, a wide desk commanded the room, and behind it sat a dark-haired woman whose history he had committed to memory. She was the one that counted. Odd that a woman should be in charge. But then, a woman had even been elected president of a major Muslim country. Once. All things were possible now and then. It did not matter to him, not the way he knew it mattered to these two Iranians. He lived in the real world. They lived in a world that did not exist. They he knew would say it did not exist yet. Well, that was their problem, not his. Gradually, as one technician after another became aware of them standing in the doorway, all activity ceased. 10 men dressed in black, all armed with Uzis. Their image triggered a reflexive response of fear throughout the room, nurtured by decades of terrorism in the news. Ramirez surveyed the room. None of the American technicians had any weapons. As anticipated, he had caught the prey unprepared. Indeed, he had hoped to avoid gunfire. Keep the staff calm. They would be needed. You will continue, please, as you were. His voice sounded over the room, English with only a trace of accent, but that trace of accent was bloodless. The authority with which he spoke let everybody know that the command chain had just changed. Callie turned to stare at the intruders, puzzled. They were strangers. Now, the sight of their automatic weapons registered, and they were armed. They sure didn't work for SATCOM. How the hell did they get through facility security? Their leader, she noted that he was wearing a sharp Italian suit, not commando mufti, and he was doing the talking was scanning the room as though he already owned it. And in truth, he did. Like the American embassy in Tehran, SATCOM had been caught sleeping. but there was no gesturing of weapons. He seemed to want to maintain normality. They're terrorist? Her intuition was screaming, but no, her rational mind answered back. It couldn't be true. Terrorism operated a universe away from Antikythera. It wasn't supposed to touch the lives of anybody outside the hot spots. Now. Her spokesman was strolling down the aisle between the computer terminals, headed her way. She figured him for late 40s, educated, subject to reason. He seemed rational, or at least businesslike. He could have been a SATCOM P from Arlington dropping by for a surprise inspection. The rest, except for a couple of Arabs with beards, looked like Eurotrash hoods. Miss Andros, I presume, the man said, then laughed. It is a pleasure to meet you at last. What are you doing here? Her disorientation was being rapidly replaced by anger. This is a restricted area. The man smiled, almost politely, and seemed to ignore the question. You are absolutely correct, very reasonable and proper, but please, you and your staff must just continue on and pay no attention to us. Your head office check-in is scheduled for 2200 hours. You will, of course, report nothing amiss, which will be true. He bowed lightly. I'm sure they will want to know how the Cyclops power-up went. In fact, we are all anxious for the answer to that. His words echoed off the hard, neon-lit surfaces. Command Central, its pale blue walls notwithstanding, had never seemed or stark. I'd appreciate it very much if you would leave, she said, holding her voice quiet. This is private property. You are trespassing. The man just smiled again and walked over to examine the big screens. These things have always intrigued me, like something in the movies, Buck Rogers. He turned back. Please don't let my layman's curiosity interfere with your work. Bill. She thought of SATCOM CEO in his office, just beyond the doors at the far end of the room. You've got a radio, and you can see this room on a security monitor. Can't you? The door at the far end opened, and there stood William Bates. Who the hell are you? His voice boomed over the room. My name need not concern you, the terrorist in the suit answered. Just call me number one, but I will favor you by returning your question. And I'll give you the same answer, number one, or whoever the hell you are, Bates replied, not moving. Whatever you're thinking, there's nothing here to steal. You're wasting your time. What's more, you're trespassing on American property. So take those goons with you and get the hell out the same way you came in. American property? Americans seem to think the whole world is their property. He smiled once more. But let me put your mind at ease. We are not here to steal, and if you cooperate, no one in this room will be harmed. Collie looked him over, asking herself whether she believed him. Not for a minute. She suddenly realized this man would kill anyone who got in his way. It was etched into his eyes. Now, Miss Andros, you should order your people to proceed with the countdown. My understanding is that the first vehicle is scheduled to be launched in less than 65 hours. We certainly want nothing to disrupt your timetable. She stared at him more closely, puzzled. If he and these creeps weren't here for blackmail, threatening to destroy the facility against a payoff, then what could they possibly want? You don't give the orders here. Bates moved toward the man. I do. He dropped his voice as he passed Collie. Don't do a goddamn thing. Then he looked up. You will leave right now, or I'll call my security staff. That would be most unwise. At least two of them would be unable to respond. He nodded toward the door. You are welcome to check outside, but come, we're all wasting precious time. You son of a bitch. I won't. Well, the man interrupted. Could it be I am luckier than I dreamed possible? Could it be that I have the honor to be speaking to none other than William Bates? Have we snared the CEO? No, that would be too much good luck. Rude, Collie thought. He knows. Now they'll hold Bill for ransom. He's pure gold, rich and famous. You will kindly take a seat, Mr. Bates, the man went on. The Hell-Eye, one of the bearded men carrying an automatic weapon, stepped forward and slammed the metal butt into Bates' stomach, sending him staggering backward. He tried to catch his balance, but failed and collapsed ignominiously onto the gray linoleum. Again, we're squandering time, the spokesman, the one in charge, continued calmly. Where were we? Oh yes, the power-up. He turned around. Now, Miss Andros, none of us wants that report to be late, do we? It would look bad for everybody. Chapter 4. 7:02 a.m. When Vance caught his first clear sight of Antikythera's sheltered inlet, the storm had passed over in the night and Homer's rosy-fingered dawn was displaying all her splendid glory, with only a slight for he had altered his course and reached the island. Now, as he rowed in through the still, turquoise waters, only light surface ripples lapped against his switlick. As quickly as it had come, the turmoil in the seas had vanished. He hoped it was a good omen. He looked down and realized the water was so crystalline he could see the bottom, now at least 10 meters below. Although he had visited many islands, he had never seen anything more perfect than Antikythera, despite being bone-tired and soaked to the skin, conditions that exacerbated his anger. The sight of the island momentarily buoyed his spirits. It reminded him of 1,000 Caribbean mornings, the feeling of rebirth and renewal. Antikythera had always been private, and never more so than now. It was an industrial site these days, pure and simple. No ferries deposited tourists here, no fishing boats docked in the mornings. Nothing but granite cliffs surrounded the secrets held inside. The heavy construction equipment, the prefabricated buildings, the facility's high-tech components, all had come through this harbor. Now, however, the dock was deserted, the offloading cranes and giant mechanical arms highlighted against. The morning sky stood idle. Everything had been delivered, was in place, and was humming. The only vessel now tied up was a sailing yacht, Bill's 28-foot Morgan, leased specially so he could keep his hand in while here. Great boat Uply he stopped rowing. Think a minute, he told himself. You can't risk using the inlet. No way. On the right and left sides of the harbor, steep crags of white granite speckled with scrub cypress guarded the shore, while the towering cliffs of the north mirrored the coastline of 1,000 Greek islands. Unlike the postcard photos for sale everywhere on the tourist islands featuring topless Swedish blondes and trim Italian playboys, gold chains glinting, this was the real Greece, harsh and severe. Only a few seabirds swirling over the near shore, adding their plaintive calls to the silence-breaking churn of surf pounding over the rocks, broke the silence. He studied the island, trying to get his bearings. Just as Bill had said, it appeared to be about 3 miles long, maybe a couple of miles wide. As though balancing the radar-controlled mountain at one end, at the opposite terminus stood the launch vehicles, now just visible as the tip of 2 giant spires, gleaming in the early sunshine like huge silver bullets. And somewhere beneath this granite island, he knew, was the heart of the Cyclops. Satcom's computer-guided 20-gigawatt laser, there was no sign of anybody monitoring his approach. The early light showed only pristine cliffs, cold and empty. Careful now. First things first. He rode under a near cliff, then slipped off the yellow raft and into the knee-deep waters of the near shore, still dazzlingly clear. It reminded him again of the Caribbean. Maybe Bill unconsciously had an island there in mind when he decided to move everything here. The water was cold, refreshing as he moved in. He collected what he needed from the raft and stood a minute wondering what to do with it. Then inspiration struck. It only weighed 65 pounds, so why not use it? It was a standard switlick, which meant inflation had been automatic. The deflation would take a while, so he started it going as he hefted the heavy yellow hulk and headed up the hill. He wanted it empty, but not entirely. The security Dmitri Spiros had installed was high-tech and good. He had not gone to the trouble of burying cables all around the place with magnetic anomaly detectors. That would have required blasting through a lot of granite and did not really seem worth the tab. Instead, he had surrounded the place with a chain-link fence and topped that with free spinning wheels of razor iron known as rotobarb, which prevented an intruder from smothering the cutting edges with cloth. Then, Just to make sure, across the top and at several levels below, he had added lines of sabritape with an enclosed fiber optic strand. A pulse of light was transmitted through the length of the tape, and if it was disturbed, detectors at a central guard location would know immediately when and where. Now, Vance had to try to penetrate a system he had actually been involved in, directly in setting up. The ultimate irony, the jagged granite tore at his hands as he struggled up, picking his way through the clusters of scrub cedar that clung to the steep ascent and dragging the switlick by its nylon straps. The cliff rose a good 200 feet and was almost sheer, but he located enough niches to haul himself forward. Finally, exhausted and hands bleeding, he pulled himself over the top. Then he dragged up the remains of the raft, ahead just in front of the towering communications mountain. He discerned Arm's industrial security installation, a 10-foot-high chain-link fence interwoven with fiber optics. Beyond it, on a helicopter pad, sat Bill's new Augusta, a Hot 109 Mark Roman II with all the latest modifications, including two 450 HP Allison engines. It sat there, its blue trim like ice, a ghostly apparition against the lightening sky. Poised alongside was a brooding hulk that dwarfed the Augusta, a Soviet Mi-24D, one of its stubby wings a tangled mass of metal, so the bastards were here. He'd guessed right. He saw no guards around it, but who knew? He would find out soon but one thing was sure, it must have a radio on board. The U.S. Navy would be very interested in identifying the location of its hostile. Maybe he should just switch on the Heinz cockpit IFF, let it start broadcasting. If the ship that was attacked had been interrogating the Hind, there'd probably be knowledge somewhere of the codes it was transmitting. Easy. Just take it easy. Go in behind the chopper, handle the fence, and then rush the thing from the back. If anybody's guarding it, you'll be taking them from their blind side. Grasping the switlick with the walther tucked firmly into the waist of his soaked trousers, he dashed for the corner of the fence behind the Hind. He was barefoot, the way he always sailed. And the granite felt sharp and cutting under his feet, but being barefoot was going to help him take the fence. Okay, he thought, the fiber optic alarm system is going to blow no matter what. Just get in and get on the radio quick. Then worry about what comes next. He knew the only way to defeat a rotobarb system was at the corners, where the spinning rolls of wire intersected at a right angle. As he approached the corner, he looked up and checked out his chances. Yep, with the switlick to smother the barbs, it might just be possible. He looped one of the nylon straps, then leaned back and heaved the raft up onto the top of the fence. It caught and was hanging there, but just as he had hoped, the strap passed over and down the other side. Next he reached through, seized it, and tied it securely to the heavy chain links of the fence. Now it would hold the raft in place as he climbed from the outside. Holding the hand straps of the raft, he clambered up and made it to the top. Then he rolled himself into the rubber and pushed over. A second later he dropped shoulder first onto the asphalt of the landing pad. Home. The razor wire had shredded the raft, and the fiber optic security system would have detected the entry, but he was in. If any guards were left alive, they probably had other things to worry about, or so he hoped. At that instant he thought he heard a sound and whirled back. No, he had only caught the chirp of a morning bird, somewhere in the cluster of trees down toward the shore. The island again seemed as serene as a paradise. He crouched a moment, grasping the walther, then shoved a round into the chamber. The early morning light showed the and in all its glory. It was dark green, with a heavy, retractable landing gear, a magnificent machine, and a lethal one. Originally intended as an anti-tank weapon, the Mi-24 had quickly become a high-speed tool for air-to-ground and combat. To reduce vulnerability to ground fire, its makers substituted steel and titanium for aluminum in critical components, and replaced the original blade pocket design with glass fiber-skinned rotors, the only defect of this particular example was the absence of the starboard auxiliary wing, including the rocket pod. Its arrival and accurate landing here spoke volumes for the flying skills of whoever had been at the controls. If the weapons operator had Est comparable talent, Vance reflected, he might not be standing here now. But he noted again, it had Israeli markings. Had the Israelis really attacked a U.S. frigate? That made no sense. For one thing, they couldn't have flown a high this far without refueling. Its combat radius was only about 100 miles, and he looked more closely and realized that the Israeli Star of David in a circle of white had merely been papered on. So it was a false flag job. Which more than ever left open the question, who the hell were they? Gripping the Walther, he slid open the door to the cargo bay and examined the darkened interior. It was empty save for a few remnants of packing crates. He climbed in and checked them over. They had been for weapons. He saw some U.S. markings on one. Crate of M79 grenade launchers. Another had contained Czech ZB-26 light machine guns, with spare boxes for CMAG modifications, giving them 100-round capability. Jesus! If these were just the discarded crates, what else did these guys have? He turned and moved up the gray metal steps to the cockpit, a raised bubble above the weapons station. Ice. He settled himself, looking out the bulletproof windscreen at the first tinge of dawn breaking over the island. His first impulse was to crank her up and fly her out. He resisted it. Switching on the IFF would be a chore. He was not even sure he knew how. He could, however, get on the airwaves. The pilot's flight helmet was stashed on the right-hand panel where it had been tossed. He picked it up and slipped it on, then clicked on the electronics. The helicopter's main panel and screens glowed to life, a patchwork of green and red lights and LEDs. He flicked more switches overhead and the infrared and radar systems came online, their displays like Christmas tree lights briskly illuminating one by one in rows. Now for the radio. It was Soviet-made, of course, with heavy metal knobs and a case that looked as though it could withstand World War III. He clicked it on and began scanning through the aviation channels, checking to see if anybody was out there. Maybe. Nothing, except a few routine exchanges of civilian pilots. Well, he thought, could be it takes a while for the news of major world events to get down to the trenches. Word would circulate soon, enough. The military channels, however, would be another matter. The Hind had them all. He clicked over to the frequencies and began scanning. There were a lot of scrambled communications. The radio traffic was sizzling. He figured the 6th Fleet was on full alert, except they didn't know where to look for their hostile. He remembered that the military emergency channel was 121.50 megahertz. He punched it in, then unhooked the black mic and switched to transmit. The green diodes blinked to red. 7:09 a.m. Jean-Paul Moreau, who had perfect command of English, was catching the BBC on a small Sony ICFPR 080 in Command Central, keeping abreast of the news. The World Service was just winding up its morning broadcast, circumspect as always. A reminder of the main story. There are unconfirmed rumors emanating from the southern Aegean that an American naval vessel, the USS Glover, was attacked by a helicopter gunship late last evening, with considerable damage and loss of life. It is said the gunship was Israeli. No confirmation or denial of this report has yet been issued by the government in Tel Aviv, and that's the end of the news from London. Guess we had a hit. He laughed, then switched frequencies and started monitoring the military channels. Ramirez had also heard the broadcast with satisfaction. The attack would soon blossom into a world event with accusations flying. After that had played its course, he would drop his bombshell. Now it was daylight. Time to begin Phase 3 of the operation. It had been a productive night. The first order of business had been to offload their hardware. In addition to the Uzis they had carried in, they had broken out a complement of AK-47s. The Germans had also brought out and limbered up a crate of Mk-760 submachine guns, fully automatic with folding stocks, as well as some Czech mortars and grenade launchers. That was finished by 0300 hours, after which the men caught catnaps, rotating to keep at least 3 on guard at all times. Now that the test had gone off successfully, most of the facility staff was lounging at the blank terminals, dazed. Ramirez, however, had no intention of letting the SATCOM staff become rested. He looked over the room at the young engineers, all of whom were showing the first signs of hostage behavior. They were frightened, stressed, tired already in the early stages of hostile dependency. Soon they would melt, become totally pliable. But to achieve that, they could not be allowed to get in. Of sleep. Food also had to be kept to a minimum. Most importantly, all telephone and computer linkages with the outside world had been cut with the exception of one. The single telephone remaining was on the main desk down at the other end of command. Otherwise, Parrots had methodically shut down everything, including the telemetry equipment located up on the mountain. While they would need to reactivate it later on, for the moment they could keep it on standby. Parrots had proved reliable so far, Ramirez told himself. The man was seasoned and competent, unlike the young Muslims who acted first and thought later. An operation like this required precision, not unbridled impetuosity, which was why he valued the Israeli so highly as he surveyed command. He decided it was time for champagne. He had brought a small bottle, a split of Dom, but what was champagne without the company of a beautiful woman? He turned toward Miss And. Rose murmured. His meditations were interrupted by the startled voice of Morau. There's a mayday on 121.5 megahertz. It's so close, I think someone is transmitting from here on the island. Ramirez cursed while the buzz in command subsided. Then Morau continued in English. He's talking about the Glover and he's giving our location. Probably one of the guards. Ramirez paused, thinking. But how could he know about the Glover? Maybe he's in the monitoring the radio, Helling said, rubbing at his balding skull. You brought backup. Time to use it. Ramirez turned and beckoned for the three ecstasy, Skindler, Mayer, and Sommer. It was time for the three monkeys to start Ernie. Their keep. Go out to the chopper, he barked to them in German, and handle it. You know what to do. They nodded seriously and checked their Uzis. They knew exactly, 7:23 a.m. The transmit seemed to be working, and he was getting out everything he knew: the location of the Hind, the fake nationality, the attack on the frigate. But was anybody picking it up? The heavy Soviet radio was rapidly drawing down its batteries, but he figured it was now or never. Get it out quick and hope, he thought. Pray some Navy ship in this part of the Aegean will scan it and raise the alarm. He was still trying to piece it all together when he spied the figures, approaching from far down the central walkway. 3 men dressed in black, looking just like a hit squad. He had not expected so fast a response, and for a second he was caught off guard. They must have been monitoring the radio. If you had any sense, he told himself, you'd have expected that. You're about to have some really lousy odds. The Hind was armored like a tank, he knew, and even the bubbles over the cockpit and the weapons station were supposedly bulletproof. How bulletproof, he guessed, he was about to lure. And with the 3 men still a distance away, he realized he had only one choice. Although he had never actually flown a Hind, this seemed an ideal time to try and find out how difficult it was, probably harder than he knew. He reached up and flicked on the fuel feeds, then pushed the starter. To his surprise, there came the sound of a long, dull whine that began increasing rapidly in intensity and frequency. The main rotor had kicked on, he could tell from the vibration. And the tail stabilizer, too, if the RPM dials were reporting accurately. All right, he told himself, the dial on the right side of the panel is rotor speed. Keep it in the green. And over to the left is engine speed. Come on. Baby, go for the green. Red line means you crash and burn. Pedals, okay. But this isn't like a regular airplane. The stick is cyclic, controls the angle of your blades. The instruments were now online temperature, fuel gauges. Escher power output. The 2 Isotov turboshafts were rapidly bringing up RPM now, already past 3,000. He grabbed hold of the collective, eased back on the clutch, and felt the massive machine shudder, then begin to lift off. As the 3 men breached the gate leading into the asphalt-paved landing area, A fusillade of automatic weapons fire began spattering off the bubble windscreen, leaving deep dents in the clear, globe-like plastic. So far, so good, he thought. It's holding up to manufacturer's specs. Now for the power. It's controlled by the collective, but when you increase power, you increase torque, so give her some left pedal to compensate. The hind had started to hover, and now he moved the columns to starboard, bringing it around. He could not reach the weapons station, but the 12.7 mm machine gun in the nose had an auxiliary fire control under the command of the pilot. With his hand on the stick, he activated the fire button. He might not be able to hit anything, but he'd definitely get somebody's attention. The machine gun just below him erupted, a deadly spray that knocked sparks off the hurricane fence surrounding the pad as the chopper slowly revolved around. Somewhere now off to his left came a new burst of automatic fire. He found himself in a full-scale firefight, trapped like a tormented bull in a pen, but the hind was up and hovering, and also beginning to slip sideways because of the damaged wing. He grappled with the collective pitch lever in his left hand, trying to regain control, but he didn't have the experience. The chopper was now poised about 10 feet above the ground, its engines bellowing, nosing around, and drifting dangerously. He'd lost control. As it tilted sideways, the fence began coming up at him, aiming directly for the nose bubble. Even more unnerving, though, was the heavy-set terrorist in a black pullover, who was standing directly in front of the bubble and firing his Uzi point-blank. Worse still, he was handling it like second nature. The plastic splintered with a high-pitched shriek as the rounds caught it head-on. The curvature had helped Biff, but now the gunman was able to fire straight into it. The game was about to be up. He ducked for the floor of the cockpit just as the bubble windscreen detonated, spewing shards of plastic both outward and inward. Now the helicopter was coming about and lifting off again, pulling up strands of the wire fence that had gotten tangled in the landing gear. No time to worry about it. He rose up, grasped the collective, and urged more power, trying to compensate for the tour. But the mottled gray behemoth was increasingly unstable, shunting sideways, drifting over the security fence and spiraling upward toward the mountain that bristled with SATCOM's communications gear, the gunner holding the Uzi slick in another clip and raised up to finish him off. But at that instant Vance squeezed the fire button one last time, and the man danced a pirouette, disappearing from view. As he started to spiral in earnest, more automatic fire ricochet ate off the fuselage. Then came a sickening whine. The stabilizer, he thought. They must have hit the damned stabilizer. This is going to be a very short trip. Panic caught him as the hind started into auto-rotation, round and round lie. A bumper car ride at an amusement park. He cut the power, hoping he could bring her down using the energy stored in the blades, then quickly put the right pedal to the floor, held the collective down, and tried to keep rotor speed in the green. He was drifting to the east now, headed for a copse of trees halfway up the mountain. Not a bad place to set down, he thought, and started to flare the blades with the stick, hoping he could bring her in with the collective. The hind was still spinning in auto-rotation, but not yet dangerously. Slowly. He was about 30 feet above the trees when a splatter of automatic fire erupted from the open doorway. He whirled around to see the terrorist he'd bulldozed into the fence, now hanging onto the metal step and trying to pull himself in. What now? The man Vance guessed he was pushing 40. With a face of timeless brutality was covered with blood, and his aim was hampered by trying hold the Uzi as he fired one-handed, the other hand grasping the step. He was cursing in German. At that instant, the hind took a sickening dip, and the Uzi clattered onto the doorway pallet as the terrorist relinquished it to try to hold on with both hands. But he was losing it, his hands slippery with his own blood, and all that held him now was the torn section of his own shirt that had somehow sleeved over the step. Then his grasp gave way entirely, and he dangled a moment by the shirt before it ripped through, and he fell a trailing scream. He landed somewhere in the trees 20 feet below, leaving only the shirt. In the meantime, the hind continued spiraling and drifting down, and Vance looked out to see the gray granite of the side of the mountain moving toward him, with only a bramble of trees in between. But at least the chopper's auto-rotation was bringing him in for a soft crash. He braced himself as a clump of trees slapped against the side of the fuselage. Then the 12-ton helicopter plunged into them, its landing gear collapsing as it crunched to a stop. He felt himself flung forward, accompanied by the metallic splatter of the rotor collapsing against the ground. It shearing and knocking the fuselage sideways in a series of jolts. As the two turboshaft engines automatically shut down, he held onto the seat straps and reflected that this was his first and probably last turn at the stick of a high. And all he'd managed to do was total it. Heck of a way to start a morning. The Uzi was still lying on the floor of the cabin, while the shirt of the man he had shot was wrapped around the metal step and lodged beneath the crushed landing. When he reached back and checked to see that the Walther 9mm was still secured in his belt, he noticed that his arm had been lacerated by the jagged plastic of the shattered canopy. He noticed it, but he didn't feel it. He was feeling nothing, only a surge of adrenaline and the certain knowledge he had to get out fast, with the Uzi. He scooped it up and stumbled through the doorway, to the sound of muted gunfire down the hill, as the other two hoods continued to advance. He had the Germans automatic now, but the last thing he wanted was a shootout. Nonetheless, rounds of fire sang around him as he ripped the black shirt loose from the chopper's step and felt the pockets. One contained what seemed like a all-leather packet. He yanked it out, then plunged in a direction that would bring the hind between him and the other two assailants. But when he tried to catch his footing in the green bramble of brush, he fell on his shoulder and rolled, feeling a spasm of pain. Christ, this was no longer any fun. About 20 feet away was an even denser copse of cypress scrub than the one he had crashed in. If he could make that, he told himself, he'd have some cover. He just had to get there in one piece. Half scrambling, half rolling, he headed for the thicket of trees, occasionally loosing a round of covering fire down the hill. Then he felt the scratchy hardness of the low brush and threw himself into the bramble. Dirt spattered. As rounds of fire, or was it flecks of granite, ricocheted around him, and then he felt a nick across one shoulder, he was not sure from what. A couple more rounds cut past, but now they were going wide. He collapsed into the dense bramble and tried to catch his breath. What next? The Uzi still had a half-full clip. Maybe he could hold them off. He stilled his breathing and listened, but heard nothing. The mountainside was deathly quiet, so much so he could almost hear the crash of waves on the shore below. It was probably only wishful imagination, but the quiet gave hope he might temporarily be out of danger. He turned and looked up the mountain, finally able to see it clearly. The near hillside was covered with brush, the only objects visible above the green being the tip of a high-tech jungle. SATCOM had a hell of a communications installation. Outlined against the blue sky were huge parabolic antennas used for microwave uplinks, a phased array transmission system for powering the space vehicles, a myriad of dishes for satellite uplinks and downlinks, and various other antennas used for conventional radio. It was all set inside a high-secure, hurricane fence with a gray cinderblock control hut at the near corner. Well, he thought, with that battery of antennas, there's surely a way to do what has to be done next. This time he wouldn't waste radio access with maydays. 9:30. 5 a.m. As the landing announcement sounded through British Air Flight 1101 from London to Athens, Isaac Mannheim took off his thick spectacles, wiped them futilely with a greasy handkerchief, settled them back, and stared down. A plane was now on final approach, and he had already taken down his flight bag and stuffed it under the seat in preparation, ready to march off. Mannheim was Professor Emeritus at MIT, Department of Engineering, and he retained the intellectual curiosity of a mischievous schoolboy. He had the flowing white hair of a 19th-century European philosopher, the burning eyes of a Jules Verne visionary, the single-minded enthusiasm of a born inventor, the discursive knowledge of a Renaissance man, and the self-assurance of a true genius which he was. Wearing a tweedy checked suit, a frayed brown overcoat, smudgy horn rims, and a Boston Red Sox baseball cap. He also looked every bit as eccentric as his reputation said. The baseball cap was tribute to another of his eclectic concerns, the statistics of that particular team. Those he kept on a computer file and subjected to daily updates. As Isaac Mannheim saw it, he was the undisputed father of Project Cyclops. Bill Bates was merely in charge of its delivery room down on Antikythera. It was a half-truth, perhaps, but not entirely untrue either. He had dreamed up the idea and proved in his MIT lab that it could work. The rest, he figured, was merely scaling it up, which any dimwit with $500 million could do with ease. He had already seen to the hard part. Mannheim liked to check in on his baby every other week, just to make sure that Bates, who was going to make a fortune off his idea, was doing it right. Although the long flight to Athens and then the helicopter ride down to Antikythera were starting to make him feel his 75 years, he did not really mind. When you're my age, he'd claim, you don't have time to sit around on your butt all day. He always flew British Air from London rather than taking a direct Olympic flight from Boston, mainly because he was an Anglophile, but also because he wasn't quite sure he trusted Greek maintenance. Isaac Mannheim was old school in all things. As the tires screeched onto the asphalt, he glanced out the window again, marveling how small the Athens airport was. But then his mind quickly traveled on to other pressing matters, namely, the day's agenda. He was anxious to go over the power-up data number by number with Georges Lafarge. The young French-Canadian had been his best student in Cambridge 10 years ago, and Isaac Mannheim was secretly pleased, very pleased, that Georges had been given a leading role in the project. Together, years ago, they had ironed out many of the technical problems in the system. The work back then had been done on a lab bench and a shoestring, but Lafarge knew everything that could go wrong. With Georges as director of computer systems here, Mannheim knew the project was in good hands, at least the crucial compute, or part of it. When the doors opened, he was one of the first to step out of the BA 757 and down the steel stairway onto the runway. He reflected that he'd had a good flight this time with only an hour layover in Heathrow's infamously crowded Terminal 4. Now, as the airport bus arrived to carry the bleary-eyed London passengers into the Athens terminal, he anticipated getting an early start on the day. He glanced down toward the far end of the airport, the civilian aviation terminal, expecting to catch sight of Bates' blue and white striped Augusta helicopter. Funny he couldn't see it today. Usually you could. It was odd. They were always here, waiting. Customary promptness was just one more example of how well that young Dr. Andros was handling the project. He chafed to admit it, but she was pretty damned good. Although he had long scoffed at the idea that women could compete successfully with male engineers, he had to admit she was as professional as any male project manager he'd ever worked with. Carrying his overstuffed black briefcase in his left hand and his tattered nylon flight bag in his right, he waited till the airport bus was almost full before stepping on. Airport buses, he noted as an engineer, operated on the old-time LIFO computer storage principle. Last in, first out. No random access, and he was indeed first out as they pulled in to the sheltered awning of the terminal. The Athens morning sun was already burning through the growing layer of brown haze. He thought ruefully how it would look from the south, down around Piraeus, as they flew out. From there, Athens seemed to be in in an ugly brown tomb. World air quality was yet another of the topics weighing on his mind these days. It was, in fact, a frequent subject of the long letters he addressed to another former student, an average IQ Danish boy made during in physics whom he had seen fit to flunk in junior year thermodynamics. Afterward, Mannheim had taken the lad aside and bluntly suggested he might wish to consider a less intellectually demanding career path. The advice had been and these days he was doing reasonably well at his cushy new job, down in Washington. Still, Isaac Mannheim felt it necessary to post the boy-long typewritten letters from time to time concerning various avenues for self-improvement. Yes, he had turned out reasonably well after all, considering, but he still needed to work harder. Don't be a slacker, John. Nobody ever got ahead that way. The 42nd President of the United States, Johann Hansa. Read his old professor's missives, usually written on the back of semi-log graph paper or whatever was handy, and dutifully answered every one of them. Maybe he was afraid he'd get another F and a humiliating lecture. Isaac Mannheim stared around the half-filled terminal, wondering. The SATCOM pilot usually met him right at the gate, but today nobody was there. Incompetent Greeks. This one, in fact, was particularly feckless, just out of the Greek Air Force. With no real grasp of the value of time. Or had Dr. Andros forgotten he was arriving? That was hard to imagine, since he had talked with her just before he left Cambridge. One thing you had to say for her, she never forgot a poem. Strange, no helicopter, no pilot, damned peculiar. He had no alternative but to phone Dr. Andros on her private line. He walked over to the booth near the entrance to the terminal lobby and got some drachmas. Then, he located a pay phone and placed the call. She answered on the first ring. Good. Callie, what in blazes is going on down there? He tried to open the conversation as diplomatically as he knew how. I'm here, sitting on my butt in the Athens airport, as though I had nothing else to do. I don't see Alex anywhere. Or the Augusta. You're going to have to get rid of that boy if this happens again. Where in hell are they? A long, uncomfortable pause ensued, and it sounded as though she was listening to someone else. Finally, she answered in a shaky voice. Dr. Mannheim, it's been a very long night here. Maybe you, how did the power-up go? I need to go over the data with George's right away. Dr. Mannheim, Mabe. The phone seemed to go dead. Then she came back on. The Mark Roman II is temporarily out of service. Can you take the ferry? What? You know perfectly well that damned thing only runs once a week, and that was yesterday. Now what'll be? Out the Augusta? It's just not possible. So tell you what then, I'll just rent one here. It'll cost a few dollars, but I can't wait around all day. Isaac, she never used his first name, at least not to him. But he took no notice. Don't worry about it. It'll just go into project overhead, be a tax write-off for Bates. He laughed, without noticeable humor. He understands all about such things. That's awfully expensive, she said, her voice still sounding strange. Maybe it'd be better to wait, damn it. I'll be there in a couple of hours. Dr. Mannheim? Her voice would have sounded an alarm to most people, but then most people listened. Isaac Mannheim rarely bothered, especially where women were concerned. You simply did what had to be done. It was that simple, but most women seemed unable to fathom matters of such obvious transparency. He slammed down the phone and strode out into the morning sunshine. The private aviation terminal was about a half-mile down an ill-paved road, but he decided the walk would do him good. The breeze would feel refreshing after the smoky, stuffy terminal. The problem was, Athens was already getting hot. That's why he liked the islands. They were always cooler this time of year. Chapter 5, 7:48 a.m., Vance stared up the mountain, puzzled. The silence baffled him, and then he realized why. He was not hearing the usual high-tension hum of transformers. Nothing was operating. They had shut down. A power. He heaved a sigh, then dropped down beside a tree trunk and clicked out the magazine of the Black Uzi. It had about 15 rounds left, so the time had come to start making them count. Here, amid the brush, he had a chance to lie low for a while and figure out what to do next. Besides feeling thirst and fatigue, he had a throbbing sprain in his shoulder, incurred somehow during the crash of the chopper. But the pain was helping to clear his mind. Maybe, he thought, he could find some provisions stowed in the hind, left, or overlooked. A stray canteen or some MRE. But did he want to risk going back down? The answer was yes, because even more important, the radio might still be operating. Ding. It was definitely time to activate the warranty on this job. But first things first. Who are these creeps? Hoping to find out something, he pulled out the leather packet he had retrieved from the terrorist's torn shirt and cracked it open. Crumpled inside was a wad of Yemeni dinars and a crinkled ID card in German. On the back was a phrase scrawled in English. It looked like the resistance front for a free it was smudged, but yes, Europe. Back when he and Bates first talked about the security question, Bill had insisted ARM focus on industrial security. Truthfully, there hadn't been any real thought given to anti-terrorist measures. It had just seemed unimaginable. Looked at another way, though. Bates had been trying to be cost-effective, had gambled on an assumption. Now it was beginning to look as though that had been a bad bet. Although for a ground-based setup, Dimitri's handiwork contracted out of Athens was top-notch. It made no provisions against aerial penetration, from land or sea. That haunting phrase kept coming back. But Bill had laughed it off, and the client was always supposed to be right. Besides, the SATCOM facility already had a nest of radars up on the hill, there as part of the Cyclops, and also to monitor the local weather. Why clutter up the place anymore? The fact was, these guys had probably come in under the facility's electronic eyes anyway, using the Heinz ability to detect an interrogation and keep low enough to avoid a significant radar signature. The background noise from the choppy sea must have been enough to mask their approach. Maybe Spiros should have considered that, but at this point, such meditations amounted to Monday morning quarterbacking. So now the parameters of the job had changed from industrial security to counterterrorism. SATCOM was fortunate in its choice of security services because an ARM job always came with a guarantee. If a problem came up, the boys would be there immediately to solve it, which meant that alerting Paris was now his first priority. Until reinforcements arrived, though, he was arms on-site rep. Lots of problems came to mind. First off, he was operating on the perimeter. He had no map of the facility, no idea where to find the hostages. However, the communications station up the hill represented a redoubt he probably could defend reasonably well, unless they brought up some really heavy artillery. Maybe there would be some way to disrupt the proceedings, provide a diversion. Sooner or later, he figured, there's bound to be some action out of the U.S. Air and Naval base down at Souda Bay on Crete. Hopefully, somebody down at Guerns had picked up his mayday. But even if they had, could they send in a team? This was Greek soil, and Greeks tended to be fussy about their sovereignty. Now that NATO had no idea what its new mission was. America's heavy presence in Europe more and more looked like Yankee imperialism. They might convince the Greeks to let them bring in the Navy SEALs, or even the anti-terrorist Delta Force from Fort Bragg in Fayetteville, North Carolina, but that would require a lot of negotiation, might take days. Time could run out by then. And the Greeks had no capability themselves to do anything but make matters worse. He looked down the hill toward the half-visible wreckage of the Hind. Okay, he thought, time to see about that radio. Slowly he rose, chambered around in the Uzi with a hard click and started through the brush. The Greek scrub tore through his thin shirt and rasped at his skin, while the morning sun, glimmering off the proud silver spires of the vehicles at the other end of the island, beat down. The island remained eerily calm, the sleep of the dead. The takeover was complete, no question about that. Through the brush, the wreckage of the Hind showed its mottled coloring, a mix of grays and tans among the green of the branches. As he approached, he could discern no sign of his attackers, which either meant they were pros and lying in wait for him or they were amateurs and had fled. He looked around the copse of scrub cypress, then gingerly stepped through the open doorway. By some miracle, the electronics were still lined up in rows of readiness, lights and LEDs glowing. A tough and the radio was still operating and on. Dawn had long since ripened the clear blue of the sky, and he could feel the beat of warm sunshine on the shattered bubble of the canopy. Now, he knew, the terrorists would be scanning the military frequencies, so it was time to be circumspect and use some caution for a change. He checked it over. Good, it had sideband. That was perfect, because he figured they probably wouldn't monitor those offbeat marine frequencies. If he could Spiros in Athens, he could then contact Paris. They could put together a team overnight and fly it down. He fiddled with the sideband channels, hoping. He heard some amateur action and a ship-to-shore funny, he thought, that the minute yachtsmen. And put to sea they're anxious to get in contact with someone on dry land. What would Ulysses have done with a shortwave radio? Talked back to the sirens. The broadcasts, however, were mainly about the weather. Sailors did not waste there. I'm on world events. When that news finally trickled down, however, these sideband channels would probably no longer be safe to use. Maybe they weren't now. But he had to take the risk. He tried a few frequencies, and then he got Ucky. It was a Greek ham operator, probably having a second cup of strong native coffee and waiting for the traffic in Athens to subside. As are all amateurs, he was delighted to talk. He sounded youthful and enthusiastic, eager to help. I read you, Ulysses. You're coming in loud and clear on SSB 432.124 MHz. This is SV5 VMS, Athens. What is your call sign? Don't have a handle, Vance replied into them. Ike in Greek. This is a mayday. I copy. The voice suddenly grew serious. What is your location? He paused a second, wondering what to say. No, he couldn't take a chance. Who knew who else was listening in? Don't have that either. What? I need is a phone patch to a number in Athens. Can you set it up? No problem, came the confident response, using the international English phrase. Vance tried to imagine what he looked like. Probably mid-20s with the swagger. Wired by all young Greek men along with their first motor scooter. They wanted to impress you with how wonderful their country was, and they also wanted you to know that they were the biggest stud in all the land. But whoever you want may be. On to work by now. This guy probably won't even be out of bed yet. He's a night owl, Vance replied into the mic. He didn't add that the best thing Dmitri did at night was handle an infrared-mounted H&K MP5. It's Athens city code, and the number is 21,776. He knew that Spiros kept a lovely whitewashed house on the western side of town, just out of the major smog centers. Moments later, the patch was through. And he had Spiros on the radio. The patch was scratchy and hill of static, but not so much he couldn't hear. Michael, you woke me up. I hope the world just ended. It was Spiros's gruff voice, a 30-year veteran of an anti-terrorist unit in Brussels. He was as tough as he sounded. By the way, everybody's heard about that Odyssey stunt of yours. Are you in trouble already? We've got a pool going on you. I have 10,000 drachmas saying you'll never may. I appreciate the confidence. Anyway, you can start spending the money. You'll be relieved to know I blew it. She sank on me. Too bad. He laughed. So what was the problem? Mostly it was some 12 machine gun fire. Took a wind right out of her sails. I took a swim, and then I think a 57 Euclid finished her off. That's Russian. The voice quickly grew serious. Sounds like Vu made the wrong people mad. Who in hell did it? Don't know, buh. They're very meticulous about their work. They used a false flag approach and shelled an American frigate down here north of Crete. Should be making the news any time now. Sounds like somebody's getting hot about inviting the 6th Fleet. Out of the med. Then Spiros's pensive tone turned businesslike. Are you okay? Where are you now? I'm fine, I think. But you've got to get some of the boys down here. What do you mean? Remember that job you did for Bill Bates? AB, he thought, we can talk around the problem. Looks like the security didn't stick. That was a good job, Spiros said with a growl. Need some updating. It's going to be a little more than that. I think maybe a dozen hostiles. Give or take, came in by chopper. A Hind D had all the factory extras. It just met with an accident. And I'll bet you had nothing to do with it, he laughed. So what kind of hardware do they have? Uzis for sure. Probably also some grenade launchers. Also light machine guns, ZB-26. The odds are good they're going to be here for a while. They've dug in and it's a long swim to anywhere. Should we be having this conversation on the phone? Kosh. And was entering his voice. Can we secure up these communications? By now we've got no choice, Vance answered. Nothing where I am is secure, including my skin, he thought. All right then, give it to me fast. He was all business. You have on nationality. It has a Beirut feel about it, but I managed to get some material off one of them, and I think he was a former East German Stasi type. Whoever they are, they're operating under some phony front. Name, I read you. Usual terrorist MO. Best I can tell. Then we have to worry about civilians. That's going to make it tougher. Bill may be among them, and all his staff. Bad news. He's a prize. What do you think their game is? Spiros asked after a pause. Ransom? That'd he my first guess, though it doesn't sync with the attack on the U.S. ship unless it was intended as a deliberate diversion. Maybe they're planning something else, but my hunch is money's involved. Anyway, we'll find out soon enough. You're damned right we will. The line was silent for a moment as static intervened. Well, this will teach us to guarantee our work. It's going to be an expensive insurance policy. Nothing in life is supposed to be easy, so we keep finding out, he seemed to be thinking. You know, I sent the layout to Paris when the job was finished, for the files. He didn't want to mention Pierre Armand, the head of ARM, on an unsecured line. I'll see what the office there can get together for us. Do we have any people left on site? Vance asked. Just contract, Spiros responded. Locals and probably not worth much. Well, whoever they are, chances are good they've been neutralized by now. As a matter of fact, I fear the worst. That's our motto. Assume everything will go to hell and then work around it. Time to get off the air. I'll try to raise you at 1700 hours. On 2150 megahertz. By that time you'd better have the team lined up and ready to move in. I obates this one. A nice clean job. Right. Who do you think we ought to use? Anybody who worked on the security here would be good. That's got to be me, Spiros said ruefully. Okay. Beyond that, we'll need a first-class SWAT team. This one is going to be rough. We need somebody who can handle explosives like a brain surgeon, maybe Marcel, out of Antwerp. Get him if you can find him sober. Also, we probably could use a negotiator, somebody who can keep them busy while we get the real insertion in place. And a good sniper will be essential. Lots of friendlies. Okay, that sounds like Reg. I'll run some names past Paris, but what are you going to do in the meantime? Well, they know I'm here, but they don't know who I am. I'll concentrate on staying alive and try to find out whatever I can about the MO. Catch? Who at 1700? Talk to you then, Dmitri said and hung up. Right, Vance thought. I'd definitely rather be in Philadelphia. 8:39 a.m. It's a go in 5, Caroline Schieffer announced in a stage whisper leaning over his shoulder. A blonde Ohio debutante, she was press secretary, a job she had fought for and loved, and she structured the president's media appearances with the bloodless efficiency of a Nazi drill sergeant. This hastily arranged breakfast speech at New York's Plaza was no different. She had put it together in less than 10 days, and anybody who mattered in New York politics was in attendance, smiling their way Diruf stale, prosciutto con melon, and soggy eggs Bennett. Icked for an awe-inspiring hour of quality time with President Johan Hansen. The head table had the usual crowd. Mayor Jarvis, senators, representatives, state senators, state officials of every stripe, even the borough presidents. Hansen was almost as popular as Ronald Reagan had been in his heyday. The election was coming up in less than 6 weeks, and Johan Hansen held a commanding lead 28 points if you believed the latest Newsweek/Gallup poll. A non-political event in the middle of the campaign allowed everybody to show up for a photo, regardless of party. President Hansen's speech was scheduled to begin at 8:44 a.m. sharp, perfectly timed to let Today and Good Morning America carry the opening remarks live Eastern and Central and not have to look like the networks were trailing CNN, indeed wiping its ass, yet again. In any case, it would definitely make the evening news on awe. Well, 3. Precisely as Hansen intended. Johan Hansen, whose perfect white hair and granite chin made him look every inch a chief of state, had mixed feelings about his trips to the Big Apple. He relished the automatic media attention they received. Caroline claimed that, whereas $2 million-a-year network anchors usually considered themselves above travel, in New York one or two might deign to show up, but chafed at the mechanics, the helicopters, traffic jams. Awesome security. He also despised political food, which was why Caroline had packed his own private breakfast of shredded wheat and skimmed milk, to be downed discreetly while everybody else was busy clogging their arteries. He was eking on worldwide nuclear disarmament, and he intended his address to be a warm-up for one at the United Nations General Assembly 3 weeks hence, which meant another damned trip to New York. Altar opening with his standard Tump remarks, all partisan digs excised. He would then go on to assure his audience that the new world truly was here, which always got everybody in a receptive mood. He would then remind them that 3 years earlier, i.e., when I assumed this office, America was still spending $7 billion a year on new nuclear warheads. He had put an end to that, but now it was time to take the next step. Total nuclear disarmament worldwide. It was a stance they normally received polite applause at best and stony silence at worst. But it never failed to make the news. This morning the broadcast networks and CNN had combined their resources after all. The space was limited to provide coverage. Although the usual ganglia of lights and wires were reduced to an absolute minimum, the back of the room still looked like a makeshift convention bureau. The broadcast correspondents all had their own instant analysis camera set up, and the print people were all next to their own newly installed, dedicated phones. Johan Hansen's acquisition of the Oval Office had come at the end of a hard-fought election battle that saw several firsts in American politics. For one thing, it proved finally that America truly was the land of opportunity. He was a first-generation Danish-American, and he was Jewish, the latter being a part of his heritage that seldom, if ever, got press play. He noticed either. In truth, it was only on his father's side, which in Judaism did not really count. Hansen's father, Joost, had been a young Copenhagen college student in 1943 when the people of Denmark, heroically evacuated all the country's Jews to Sweden out of the looming grasp of the Nazis. Shortly thereafter, he had married Hansen's mother, a Swede named Erika who had helped in the evacuation. And then, after the war, they had emigrated to America. Joost Hansen had finished his doctorate in physics at Princeton. Being a promising physicist was one of the reasons he could so readily get into the United States, and then had gone to work at Los Alamos. On the liner that brought them, the birth of Johan Hansen was due any minute, and 1 hour after it docked on the pier on the west side of New York, he came bawling into the world a brand new citizen and native-born, thereby eligible by him. Matter of minutes to be president someday. Who could have known? Young, Johan remembered little of Princeton, New Jersey, but in Los Alamos he had gloried in the clear air of the mountains, had loved the old White Sands rocket test area where they vacationed, had loved everything about America. He'd gone on to try engineering at MIT, but he had soon realized he didn't have the makings to follow in his father's technical footsteps. He cared too much about human affairs to stay in the bloodless world of formulas and machines. As a result, he shifted to political science, and after graduating, he became an aide to one of Massachusetts's liberal congressmen. Eventually, he ran for the House on his own. The Democratic primary was a model of rough-and-tumble Boston politics, but he won a squeaker and became a full-fledged member at 31. Thus began a career that continued through the Senate and after 2 terms to the presidency. He had achieved his ambitions, and his soaring popularity was all the more amazing for accruing to a man who had restructured the military during the painful transition of the United States to a post-Cold War economy. Turning swords into plowshares was never as easy as it sounded, but America's excess armaments capacity had gone back to reinvigorate her high-tech sectors. If you could make an F-15, he had declared, you could by God make anything. Now retool and get on with it. America had In his most important contribution to history, however, John Hansen had presided over the dismantling of more than half the world's nuclear arsenal. It's easy, he declared to the Russians. We just do nothing, and in so doing, the tritium in all those warheads will simply decay. End of bombs. You monitor our plants at Oak Ridge and Savannah River, we monitor you. And together we watch the nuclear threat to humanity simply tick away. It was working, he often noted with pride. Maybe we're not going to melt the planet after all. Not only would future generations thank him, there would be future generations. But would they know enough history to appreciate what he'd done? He wondered ruefully. Only if the dismal state of American education could be improved. It was now 8:40 a.m., and the television lights had been switched on, turning the fake gold leaf on the ceiling into an intense white. The teleprompter had been readied, and the Secret Service detail was making last-minute checks around the room as unobtrusively as conditions would permit. Correspondents, for their own part, were poring over an advance copy of the tech. That Caroline's aide had just passed out, making notes for the brief question period scheduled to follow. The time was 8:41 when she walked up behind him and laid down a large gray envelope marked Top Secret. It was, she whispered, a couple of pages fresh off the secure fax that had been installed in the room just down the hall. What was it? He wondered. Some 11th-hour revisions by Jordan McCormick, a young new speechwriter from Harvard who lied to tinker till the very last minute. Puzzled, he ripped open the envelope. The first page was a covering memo from his personal secretary, Alicia Winston. Miss Winston, as she insisted on being called, was a spinster 58. Guarded access to Johan Hansen with the ferocity of a pit bull. Get past her, junior members of Congress often declared, and you're home free. It was, however, more often a dream than a realization. Seduction was frequently discussed. Alicia's note was brief and pointed. The second page, it said, was a copy of a fax that had just arrived on her desk from Ed Briggs, head of the Joint Chiefs. Hansen's chief of staff, Morton Davies, had asked her to fax it on to New York immediately. They both knew Morton was not a man to squander time. Hansen glanced over to see a white phone, complete with scrambler, being nestled next to the official text of his speech. When he scanned the second sheet, he knew. Why? He's on the line, Caroline said. He nodded and checked his watch. 8:43. Shit. Caroline, tell them there's been a 5-minute hold and see if you can have them kill those damned lights. You've got it. She signaled to the pool. Producer pointed to the lights and made a slashing motion across her throat. With a puzzled nod, he immediately complied, barking an order to his lighting director. Hansen picked up the phone. Ed, what the hell is this about? I'm looking at the fax. You say this happened over 6 hours ago? Mr. President, that came in about 10 minutes ago from Naval Intel. They've been trying to get the story straight. The BBC was carrying a rumor, but it was soft. We wanted get all the facts before it was in the Med. Hansen impatiently cut him off. Why so long? They claim they took all this time trying to nail down who's responsible, and they still don't know for sure. All they've got that's hard is what I sent you. A frigate under contract to NSA got hit. About 50 known casualties. It could be our friends, the Israelis, up to their old tricks, or it could be somebody who wants us to think it's them. Ed, I'm staring down. Hey. F the press in the country right now as we speak. I can't do anything till I get back. But check with Alicia. I think I'm scheduled in around noon, and I'd like to try and have a statement out by 3 today. All right, Mr. President, we'll do what we can. Let me secure fax Morton everything I've got so far, and he can forward anything he thinks might help. But we've got to talk. This could be a tough call. What are the Israelis saying? Their military int? I told Morton they don't know a damned thing about it, but their embassy here's already on red alert, getting ready to start pushing out smoke. Typical. Hansen had no love for Israel. In his view, their intransigence had caused the lion's share of America's problems in the Middle East. They never told the truth about anything until 3 days later, when it was too late to matter. In the meantime, they just did whatever they wanted. Well, this time I almost think they be straight, Briggs said. It doesn't have any of their trademarks. For one thing, it had their name all over it, not their style. Hansen scanned the facts again, noting the large print top secret across the top, and tried to make it sink in. Concentration was difficult, considering the expectant stirrings in the room, the clank of silverware. But this was nothing short of a major episode. What did it mean? Okay, Ed, I want to see you first thing. And bring Bob with you. Robert Barnes was his assistant, Navy, in case we need to scramble out of Crete. Roger, sir. I'll have Alicia get everything we need set up in the sit room. Good. Hansen hung up the phone and looked around the room. Damn. Who was trying to screw up the med? Already he had a bad feeling it might involve terrorists, but where did they get the Soviet helicopter? Okay, he told himself, time to call in all the heavy guns, all the advisors who get paid. Oh, much to do your thinking. He would face his first problem when the press got hold of the story. He could already see the cartoons. That bastard in the Mooney-owned Washington Times who was always accusing him of being a pansy on defense. They'd want blood, an eye for an eye, while he was trying his best to change that way of thinking. This latest stupidity damned sure wasn't going to make it any easier. With that grim thought, he smiled his widest smile and signaled Carolyn. I'm to alert the pool producer to switch on the television lights. 8:14 a.m. What happened? Ramirez asked. Helling had alerted him by walkie-talkie and summoned him to the lobby. There the Germans were returning, Heinz Sommer covered with blood and being carried by Rudolf Skindler and Peter Mayer. Heinz got caught in a firefight. Then he tried to take the chopper and fell. Skindler was struggling to find the words, thinking that he would have to be the one to tell Heinz's wife in what used to be East Berlin. Heinz Sommer, 45, had joined Ramirez's operation out of idealism, as a step toward driving the Zionist scourge from Europe. Ramirez had made the operation sound so easy. It's even worse, Helling said slowly, addressing his words to Ramirez. He must have been a guard who escaped our notice, but he managed to start the Hind. Then he crashed it against the hillside. Why didn't you go after him and kill him? Ramirez asked quietly, his anger smoldering. There was no need. He's trapped up there. For now, he can rot. An uncomfortable pause ensued before he continued. Besides, he's armed. We probably should wait till nightfall. What can he do? He can do a lot, Ramirez was thinking. This could be trouble. The three Germans had been brought along as a favor to Wolf Helling, and now they had demonstrated just how worthless they actually were. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have shot them all on the spot as an example to the rest of the team. You say the Hind has been crashed, he went on, his eyes hidden behind his shades. We don't need it anymore. What does that matter? Helling shrugged, not sure he believed his own words. In any case, this is what comes of having amateurs involved. Skindler's eyes darkened in resentment. It had never really occurred to him until this moment that his and his friends' lives were at risk. Ramirez was trying hard to mask his own chagrin, telling himself he should never have sent these untried goons out to do a man's work. A good attorney never asked a question in court that he didn't already know the answer to. And you never turned your back on an operation if you weren't already fully certain how it would turn out. That was one mistake he didn't plan to make again. Life is never simple, he said, turning back to the German threesome. The wounded man was wheezing from a hole in his chest. There's only one thing to do with him. He withdrew a Walther from inside his coat and with great precision shot Heinz Sommer directly between the eyes, as calmly as though dispatching a racehorse with a broken leg. The body slumped into the arms of Rudolf Skindler, who looked on in horror. It was merely a minor miscalculation, but now it's been handled. He turned to Helling. Now go back and watch the hill, and try to act like a professional. The German nodded. He dared not tell Ramirez the true extent of their trouble. Not only had the mysterious stranger escaped with Heinz Uzi, he also still might have a radio if the Hind had not been totally wrecked. Helling, their boss, didn't seem yet aware of this problem. If it was still working, what would he do? Now, Ramirez continued, Rather than waste our time on fruitless recriminations, we must proceed. He turned and walked back through the doors leading into and across the room past the rows of computer terminals. Bates sat at the main command desk talking to Dr. Andros. "Problem?" Bates asked, looking up. Although he had not slept all night, his blue blazer remained immaculate. "Having some trouble, you son of a bitch. You will be relieved to know nothing is amiss," Ramirez replied as smoothly as he could manage. "One of your guards, it would seem, decided to make a nuisance of himself, but he has been neutralized." Bates did not believe it. He had overheard the broadcast on the BBC, and now he was starting to put it all together. These thugs had come in by chopper after attacking a U.S. ship. They must have left the attack helicopter out on the pad, but somebody got to it. Now, Miss Andros. Ramirez lifted a clipboard from her desk and examined it. My, today we all have a busy schedule. Review the test data from the power-up, final calibrations of this Cyclops flight prep of the vehicle, he put it down. Yes, it does look like a busy day for us all. All you have to do is cooperate, and no one here will be harmed. The second chopper is on its way now, he was thinking if everything was on schedule. The next item was the launch vehicle. He estimated they would need a day and a half to make the retrofit. The scheduled first test launch had been programmed for 3 days away now. It was 2, so there was ample time. Exactly as he had planned, 9:27 a.m. Vance leaned back against the scrub cypress and listened to the whistle of the light wind through the granite outcroppings. He had perched himself on one of the rugged cliffs from which he could see virtually everything that went on above ground. Around him, ants crawled, oblivious to the heat of the sun, which now seared the bone-colored rocks on all sides, while down below the languorous surf beckoned. How ironic and tragic, all the violence and killing, right here in the middle of paradise. He had managed to remove the battery-powered radio from the hind. It would serve as his lifeline to the rest of the world. The military channels were all scrambled, which told him that plenty was going on out there over the blue horizon. Trouble was, all communications had been secured. He had no idea what was happening, what the hell to do next. He was barefoot with nothing but an Uzi, an MM, and a radio. He felt waves of grogginess ripple over him as the sun continued to climb. He was dead tired, and in spite of himself he sensed his mind drifting in the heat, his body losing its edge, pulling himself together. He snapped alert. This was no time to ease up. He noticed that some of the men had left the command section and gone down to launch control, the flight prep sector. They were carrying AK-47s now. Much better for sniper were. They know I've only got an Uzi, he reminded himself, which is why they realize they're in no danger. From up here it'd be next to useless. But with a scope, those Kalashnikovs are bad news. At that moment he heard a dull roar. Coming in from the south. Was it somebody who'd picked up his radio mayday? He squinted against the sun and tried to see. As he watched, a dark, mottled shape appeared over the blue horizon. It was another helicopter, not a hind this time. As it came in for a landing at the pad down by launch control, Vance checked it over. It was a Sikorsky S-61R, military, the main rotor almost 60 feet across, a retractable tricycle landing gear, and rear cargo ramp. It went back to the 60s. The U.S. had used them to lift astronauts from the sea, but it was a warhorse and reliable as hell. It had an amphibious hull, twin General Electric turboshaft engines located up close to the drive gearbox, an advanced flight control system. Whether or not this one had the latest bells and whistles, he did know its speed was over 160 miles per hour, and its range was over 600 miles. What's that all about? He wondered. Is this the getaway car? Whatever it was, they were not landing on the regular pad. They were putting her down as close as they could to the vehicles. No, he decided. What they're doing is setting up something. Getting ready for the big show. He already had a feeling he knew what it was going to be. The modus was standard operating procedure. But this was going to be a waiting game, at least for a while, and he thought about trying to catch a couple of winks. There was nothing to be done now. He'd have to wait till dark to pass the time. He clicked on the radio again to see if they were using walkie-talkies. After scanning the civilian channels, he finally got a burst of traffic. They were adding "all right" a lot of coded talk in a mixture of German, English, and French. He paused a minute, even picked up the mic, attached by a coiled black cord to the radio, and pushed the red button. But then he thought better of it, and clicked it off. The time would come soon enough to get in on the fun, but not yet. 9:32 a.m. Jamal Khan, the younger brother of Salim, watched as the Sikorsky set down, then pushed the starter button on the white electric cart, urging it to life. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Nothing he had ever done in years past matched up to this, not even the airline hijackings. The only drawback was his comrades. Like, for example, this wise-ass Israeli, Peretz. Dor Peretz, for his own part, waited until the cart, a three-wheel on-site mover, had started, and then he swung onto the back. Neither spoke as they silently motored through the sunshine, the breeze in their hair, headed for the Just Lad. And did Hilo? The sparkling morning did not improve the atmosphere between the two men. Only the sunshine contributed warmth to the moment. Peretz had contempt for the Iranian's arrogance and intensity. The bearded Iranian resented the Israeli's technical skills, his attitude, and the fact that he was Israeli. None of it could easily be forgiven. Jamal further could not forgive the Israeli for having no commitment to driving the Americans from the Middle East, for being here only for the money. When they reached the Sikorsky, now settled on the tarmac, Jamal pulled the cart to a halt, then switched off the motor and stepped down. It would take all hands to manage the offloading. Helling and the two other Germans were all ready, waiting in the sunshine, and as Jamal looked them over, he found himself liking them even less than he did Peretz. The truth was, they were little more than bureaucrats, regardless of whatever they called themselves. They ranted about America being the prisoner of the Zionists, but it was just rhetoric. The door of the Sikorsky was opening now, and Abdallah, the first of the three Pakistani engineers, was emerging, followed by Rise and Shujat. All three had their dark hair swathed in a traditional Palestinian black and white keffiyeh, part of their disguise. Jamal tried not to smile as he watched them grim-faced college boys awkwardly slam clips into their Uzis and look around as though they were about to lead an assault. It was a wonderful joke. Abdallah actually had a PhD in nuclear engineering from Berkeley. While in America, he had developed a taste for the good life cars, designer clothes, and gold jewelry. And then, when he came back and went to work at Kahuta, Pakistan's top-secret uranium enrichment plant, he had discovered sex. The instrument of this discovery was a hard-eyed Palestinian girl, Ramallah, whose fiery politics were matched only by her skills in bed. He became a convert to her, and then to her cause, which played directly into the hands of Ramirez. Ramirez had, Jamal knew, been working on this setup for 5 years. Money here, information there. It all had finally paid off. Of all Ramirez's recruits, Abdallah's contribution had been the most crucial, since he had been the one who had arranged the theft of the 2 items now crated and ready in the cargo bay of the Sikorsky. He and his 2 engineer colleagues spoke English by choice, and to Jamal, they looked almost identical, all with new coal-black beards and designer commando sweatbands under their keffiyeh. They were trying to get with the look of Revolution. Nary chic, he thought with disdain. They'd just made the big time, but they still thought they were in a Chuck Norris movie. Fortunately, they'd already served their main purpose. In 2 more days, they would be totally expendable. The Sikorsky had landed approximately 50 yards from the entrance to the blockhouse of the launch facility, placing them a mere 200 yards away from the SATCOM space vehicles, VX-1 and VX-2. Those spires seemed to preside over everything, casting long shadows, and the 3 Pakistani engineers paused, still gripping their Uzis to gaze up and admire them. Don't stand there gawking. Peretz curtly brought them to attention. We've got to get moving. If anybody has started any satellite recon of this place, we could be on TV by now. A U.S. KH-12 can read the address on a fucking postcard. He signaled for the pilot to release the rear entry ramp. "Let's get going. We're icking them in immediately." The Pakistanis saluted in paramilitary style, secured their Uzis into their black-leg holsters, and moved expectantly to the rear of the helo. As the ramp slowly came down, they're strapped and waiting in the aft. They were 2 wooden crates cushioned in a bed of clear plastic bubble wrap, each approximately a meter square and weighing just under 100 kilos. Phase 4 had begun. Chapter SIX, 12:03 p.m. Collie Andros felt disgusted, physically nauseated, and partly it was with herself. Blame the victim. She wondered if all hostages felt this way, powerless, angry, and scared. What would she fee? Next, she had heard that strange things happen to your mind when you lost all control. You started forgetting recent events and remembering oddities from long ago, childhood memories you'd totally repressed, stashed away somewhere down the lower cortex. It had already started, dwelling on her father's death and blaming herself, when the real reason was his overwork and grief. And other memories were creeping in, little things that only the child inside would regard as anything but trivial. That first bumbling sexual disaster in the Caltech dorm that weekend when she got drunk, then threw up on his pillow. She'd repressed that one completely, never told anybody about that, hoping the memory would us go away. God, it was horrible. And now it was back, right at the top of the remembrance file. More memories, the first year at Bronx Science when her very first real date stood her up, and she ended up sitting home all night, crying and praying everybody was going to believe her when she told them she'd had the cramps and couldn't go out after all. They didn't. Everybody found out exactly what had happened. Humiliations, stupid things that meant so much. At the time that they stuck, you felt your life had been a string of mistakes and you wanted to go back and get it right before you checked out. And try as you might, you didn't care at all about the triumphs, degrees, ceremonies, honors. No. All you could remember were the little, trivial things, joys, and sadnesses that were yours alone. Remembrances of trivialities past. That's what being a hostage was all about, on the other hand, and she hated herself for this feeling there was something almost erotic about men with so much sudden, ill-gotten power. Evil had its own allure, just as surely as good. Were they just 2 opposite sides of the same emotion? Wasn't Satan the real hero of Paradise Lost? Was Erez that same figure? The sexiness of power. Bill Bates had the same aura. Georges and his young staff engineers were sitting listlessly and staring at their computer screens, looking exhausted and defeated. Bill had been confined to his office, where he could do nothing but fume since his radio had been shut down, and there was now only one phone remaining connected to the outside world, the one on her desk, which they monitored. It got worse. Isaac was coming in, which meant they'd have a real prize for a hostage. As if Bill weren't enough, to have a famous American Jewish professor in hand would be the topping on their whole grab. She tried to catch Georges's eye, across the room. He seemed to be drowsing at his termina, almost as though nothing had happened. Since he had always held a political stance slightly to the left of Che Guevara, maybe he secretly enjoyed being taken hostage by these self-appointed enemies of American capitalism. Oh, she saw an eyelid flutter. He was just faking his calm. He was scared to death, and he was thinking. About what? She had done some thinking of her own about the guy who called himself Number 1, the terrorist now sitting at the other end of command, calmly smoking a thin cigar. As she examined him, the gray temples and perfect tan, the beige sunglasses, she began to find his appearance a little incongruous. What was it? Well, for one thing, he looked too perfect. Something about him. He had to be at least in his late 40s, but nobody's face looked like that at his age. It was too smooth, too tight, plastic surgery. The bastard had changed his appearance. So who was he really? He hadn't given his name, but his face must have mattered once. Who? Try and put it together, she told herself. He's not Middle Eastern. Maybe he's trying to pass as an Arab, but he's not fooling me. No, he's Latin. It's in the way he moves, the way he brushes at his sleeve, the way he holds his cigar. He's just like Domingo, the guy in junior year, who thought he was God's gift to the feminine gender. Yes, Domingo was a Latin caricature, but this guy has all. The same moves. They can't escape it. They're just so proud of being male. The ironic part was, half the time Domingo couldn't get it up unless some act of violence was involved. He liked to dominate or be dominated. Power was what he was all about. Power. Think. Can you use that some way to get to this guy? No, she told herself. This killer has all the power he needs. He's about image and money. She moved through the rows of workstations, now merely flashing updates of the status of the various components of the Cyclops system. The power plant was idling now, the superconducting coil in standby mode. The crew of technicians, armed with a punch list of post-power-up items, was checking out this. Cyclops itself, the test had been a total success. Miss Andros, you are a beautiful woman. Ramirez glanced up as she approached. He had seemed to be meditating on his cigar, inspecting the ash as he slowly allowed it to accumulate. I was wondering why a creature of such beauty would want to submit herself to this kind of manly trade. Not as manly a trade as yours, killing for profit. She felt her anger coming back and her courage. As far as I'm concerned, there's no difference between a so-called terrorist and a common murderer. You disgust me. His face flushed for a millisecond as he impassively drew on his cigar. It would be better if you would consider me and the rest of these men as economic freedom fighters. Perhaps I'm a modern-day Robin Hood. Right? She felt like spitting on him, a definitely unladylike response. You steal from the rich and give to yourself, but you've made a big mistake this time. All you're going to do is ruin Satcom. Ruin you? He seemed amused at the notion, taking another puff on his cigar. I have no desire to ruin your precious American corporation. As a matter of fact, I'm going to make you the beneficiary. You have $1 billion worth of free publicity. Truly, no money in the world could purchase what I am about to do for you. And all I want in return is to borrow your Cyclops laser for a few days. If anything, you should pay me. Oh, there will be others to do that. I don't know who you expect to come up with any money. It sure as hell isn't going to be Satcom. We're totally tapped out. If this launch doesn't meet our schedule, day after tomorrow, a bunch of banks in Geneva and Tokyo are going to take us over. And I doubt very much they're going to pay off you and your goons. They'll tell you to go screw yourself. They can do whatever they wish. They're not the ones who are going to pay. There was no trace of sarcasm in his voice. We are going to make the Americans pay for their crimes against the Muslim peoples of the world. That's a lot of crap. She hated the man, really hated him. You don't care a damn about the Muslim peoples, do you, Senator? He pulled up sharply and stared at her, startled. For the first time since he had barged in, he seemed momentarily at a loss for words. But he covered it quickly by reaching out to tap his cigar ash into a half-filled trash can. What are you suggesting? You're a fake through and through? Keep him on the defensive, she thought. As phony as they come. Who are you, really? His composure was returning, an instinct for chivalry that could operate on autopilot if need be. I'm flattered by your interest in me, but who I am need not concern you. All you need to worry about is following my instructions. Then you and I will get along nicely. Listen, you creep, there's no way we are going to get along, nicely or otherwise. She felt her resolve growing. You don't know me. I'm going to fight you with everything I have. You're going to have to kill me to stop me. Do yourself a favor, Miss Andros. He pulled N on his cigar, inhaling the harsh smoke. Don't make that necessary. 1:17 p.m. Isaac Mannheim gazed down through the glass partition of the old Bell Jet Ranger and wondered again what he was seeing. The pilot couldn't raise command on the radio, and now he was grumbling that the pad looked unsafe. The boy had a point. The surrounding hurricane fence had been half ripped away, and there was oil everywhere on the asphalt. The place looked as though a raging bull elephant had poured its way through, knocking aside everything in its wake. What in blazes had happened? A tornado. He surveyed the area, and something even more ominous caught his eye. What was it? That thing half buried in the trees, about 2/3 the way up the mountain? Now he strained to see through the smudgy windows, just making out the wreckage of some sort of military helicopter. Next he turned and looked in the other direction, down toward the launch vehicles. That's odd. Another helicopter was parked down there. It was big, a military gray, but no one was around it. It looks like there was a crash on the pad or something. The young Greek pilot shouted over the roar of the engines, his dark, serious eyes fixed gravely on this. Ian. His name, sewn in Greek on his tan shirt, was Mickey's. His father owned the 1981 Jet Ranger, and the business. Flying this far from Athens meant he would have to refuel to make it back, and nobody was around to take care of that. Moreover, the situation definitely looked unsafe. I can see that, Mannheim responded dryly, his voice faint above the noise. Which is why you need to be careful. We don't want to add another casualty. Something funny is definitely going on, Mickey's continued, to no one in particular. He had already discovered the eccentric American professor with a baseball cap didn't care all that much for small talk. And he had no patience whatsoever for small talk. That pointed out the obvious. Don't like this, but I'll have to put her down. I'm already on my auxiliary tank. For once, Mannheim allowed his thoughts to stray to the concerns of someone else. There's an airfield at Kythera. You could ache it there if you just touched down here and dropped me off. Are you sure you want to do that? Mickey's was gripping the stick, frowning behind his aviator shades. We can't raise anybody here on the radio, and now there's this mess. Let me take you to Kythera with me. The whole deal looks weird. No, Mannheim shouted back. I have to find out what's happened. This project is like Sarah, he thought, his estranged daughter coming to mind. I had to do everything I knew. How to try to keep her from making the wrong decisions. Then he remembered ruefully that she had gone ahead and made them anyway. But he had been there always, ready to give her advice. Mickey shrugged, clearly worried, and gave the Jet Ranger pedal, circling to search for signs of life. There was nothing. The bleak granite cliffs were barren, and the cool blue of the light surf washed against an empty shoreline. He had not seen this space facility before, but everybody had heard about it. The most impressive sight was, of course, those silver spires down at the other end of the island. Those had to be their vehicles, but nobody was around them now. Puzzled, he examined the huge dormitory-type residence in the middle of the island and the supply buildings, lined along a paved segment connecting the landing pad with the main building, and still saw no one. Look, I'm going to just drop you off and then get the hell out of here, he yelled over. He was easing up on the collective, taking her in. I'll buy petrol on Kythera. I don't see anybody around, and this place gives me the creeps. You've done all you need to, Mannheim shouted back. Something. His voice trailed off as he finally saw some movement. A figure was coming down the mountain, carrying what looked like an automatic weapon. We'd better make this quick. 1:21 p.m. Vance was moving as fast as he could and watching as the helicopter, now about 1,000 yards from the pad, began its final approach. Friend or foe? With the second arrival in as many hours, the place resembled an airport. He assumed by now they surely had seen the wreckage of the Hind, but they seemed determined to come. In any way, he watched as the old bell gingerly began to hover above the landing pad, the pilot dispensing with preliminaries. While it was settling in, he chambered around in the Uzi, pulled back the gnarled cocking lever on the top, and continued on down the hill at a brisk pace. With any luck, he would beat the guys in black. Or maybe they were deliberately keeping a low profile, hoping to lure in the prey. They were also luring him out, he knew, but he had to take the chance. He was moving quickly, the sharp rocks cutting into his feet, and now only 100 yards or so remained between him and the approaching helo. Only then did he first notice he had bumped Bill's new Augusta when he tried to fly the Hind, leaving a bad dent. Now he owed Bates for repairs. Great. He wondered fleetingly if SATCOM had terrorist insurance. There was now an opening in the pad's protective fence, where the Hind had ripped it away, and as the in of the approaching helicopter rang in his ears, He raced across the last clearing, headed for it. But his instincts caused him to look around, and just in time. Approaching on the run down the asphalt road leading from the launch facility were three of the terrorists. He recognized two of them as his earlier assailants, together with a third who looked like he might actually know what he was doing. They must have seen the arriving jet ranger, and now they were coming out to give it a welcome. The way they were moving, and the AK-47s they were carrying, told him a lot. The chopper's occupants were the good guys. As the bell settled in and its door opened, he dropped onto the granite and nestled the metal stock of the Uzi against his cheek. It felt warm from the morning sun, like the touch of a comfortable friend. He flipped the fire control to semi-automatic and caught the approaching goons in the metal sight. Then he gently squeezed the trig. The Uzi kicked back, sending a round upward into the morning air. He realized he was out of practice. Next time he would handle it better, but for now he had blown the operation. The three in black who had been running toward the landing pad dropped onto the asphalt and opened fire, spattering flecks of granite around him as he took cover. Then he looked up to see an elderly man fairly tumble out of the chopper and make a dash for the safety of the SATCOM Augusta. He would not have hurried. No one was shooting at him. As the jet ranger started to lift off, however, the gunmen's focus switched away from Vance, and he realized they had no intention of letting it escape. As it left the pad and banked to gain altitude, the lead terrorist dropped to a prone position on the asphalt and took aim directly at the cockpit, where the pilot was just visible behind the glare of the windscreen. With a range of only 50 yards, Vance realized taking him out would be easy. It was. The AK-47 was on full auto, and one burst splintered away the windscreen, exploding it and leaving what remained spattered with blood. The pilot was thrown against the shattered glass, then left. Hanging halfway through, he never knew what hit him. The fuselage began to pirouette into a sickening spiral, but the firing continued as though to kill what was already dead. The gunman's obsessed, Vance thought. He's also emptying his magazine. Now's the time. Make a move while he's still distracted. These thugs want the old man alive, whoever he is. So why not try and ruin their day, get him before they do? The bell continued to auto-rotate in a series of circles. Then it abruptly nosed straight downward, and a second later it veered toward the side of the cliff abutting the sea. A splintering crash replaced the sound of the engine as the rotors slammed against the granite, shearing away whereupon the fuselage bounced down the steep wall of the cliff and into the water. In moments, the seabed swallowed it up. In the meantime, Vance had reached the landing pad, a few meters away from the old man, who was stumbling distractedly across the asphalt. Erring in the direction the chopper had disappeared, and so shocked by the sight, he seemed not to realize he was walking directly into the hands of the men who had killed the pilot. Vance wanted to shout, but then he thought better of it. What was the point? The old man clearly was unable to think. He had to be pulled out quickly and with a minimum of risk. No, the best thing to do was lay down a line of covering fire and go for him. He opened up the Uzi on semi-auto and dashed for the Augusta. 1:25 p.m. Wolf Helling hit the ground rolling, bringing up his Kalashnikov set on automatic. The renegade guard was back to shoot it out, firing from somewhere in the area of the pad. Good. He was going to trap the fucker. This time he would handle the situation personally. He would not have to depend on a bunch of incompetent East German Stasi burnouts. He glanced back and saw the two trailing behind him. When the guard had opened they dived and stumbled pell-mell for the cover of the storage sheds. They wouldn't be any help, but he'd known that already. It didn't matter. This was going to be one-on-one, and easy. The chopper had been lost, which was a shame. Although Ramirez's orders were to seize it when it arrived, that had not been possible. You win some, you lose some. Amid the gunfire, the old man had reached the SATCOM helicopter, while the guard was now making a dash for its protection. As he covered himself with another spray from the automatic that the damn fools had let him get. Fortunately, his aim was wild again, probably because he was running, and the rounds sailed by harmlessly, and he was in the open, now, helling Trey. In his AK-47, long barrel and heavy clip, on him and pulled the trigger, his clip was empty. Chase. He cursed himself for having used the gun on automatic. At 10 pops a second, you could wipe out a 35 round clip before you could sneeze. Still cursing, he pushed the button, releasing the clip, and slammed in another. But he was too late. By that time, the guard had disappeared behind the SATCOM helicopter. The two East Germans were firing randomly and ineffectually from the safety of the storage sheds, holding their weapons around the corners and spraying blindly. Idiots. They were providing cover, but since they had no idea where they were aiming, they were endangering him at least as much as their target, and now the bastard had reached the cover of the helicopter. He was safe for the moment, but only for the moment. 1:27 p.m. "Don't shoot," Isaac Mannheim shouted as he saw the unshaven, barefoot man Ole next to him, and Uzi giving off bursts of rounds. "Get down," Vance yelled back, then shoved him onto the asphalt beside the blue and white Augusta. "You picked a hell of a time to come visiting. There are some new natives, and they're not really friendly. Who are you?" The old man's ancient eyes were brimming with alarm and confusion. "What are you doing here? At the moment, I'm trying to keep you alive." Vance checked the clip of the Uzi. There were about 7 rounds left. With 3 hoods out there, all with Kalashnikovs, 7 rounds would not go very far. Was anything usable in the Augusta? He asked himself. He peered through the glass of the cockpit, searching. It looked empty, except for a blast of fire careened by the canopy, and he again yanked Mannheim down onto the asphalt. Then he cautiously raised up enough to recon the situation. The hoods were all advancing now, scurrying forward from building to building as they gave covering blasts from their automatics. However, the 2 farthest back did not seem to be overly enthusiastic. "They're going to kill us too," Mannheim stammered. "Can you?" "Just stay down," Vance interrupted him. "I'm probably the one they want to get rid of. If they'd wanted you dead, believe me, you would be by now." He opened the door and hurriedly surveyed the cockpit more closely. Yes, he had seen it right. Attached to the back firewall, ready for emergency use, was a rack of smoke grenades, factory fresh, the kind used for signaling in case the helo went down. He remembered that grenade smoke was designed to cling to the ground rather than rise, and with a burn time between 1 and 2 minutes, a good grenade. It could produce 250,000 cubic feet of HC smoke. Maybe he thought, I just got lucky. He peeled one off the rack and checked it over. Yep, American M18, which everybody knew was the best. The can was about the size of a Diet Coke, and it was military gray. It even gave the flavor on the side. This one was red, but they also came in yellow and white. Nice to have around if you went down in wooded terrain. He looked toward the gunman approaching and made the decision on the spot. With a quick motion, he clenched the handle with his right hand and yanked the steel pin with his left. When he looked up again, they had closed the distance, now only about 30 yards. Time for a touchdown. He drew back and lobbed the can directly at the lead terrorist. The time delay was 1.5 seconds. It landed just in front of the first man, bounced once, and blew an eruption of red that engulfed him. Beautiful. With a quick twist, he yanked the rack from the side of the cockpit and began hurling the cans as fast as he could. Finally, he grabbed the startled old professor by the arm, then dropped the last grenade at their feet. Time to move the party. There's cover in the ox up there. Mannheim stumbled backward as the smoke bomb exploded, and Vance realized he would never make it. He would have to be dragged or carried. And since dragging was out of the question, there really was only one option. He bent down and grabbed the old man around the waist, then lifted him over his shoulder. It turned out he was hardly more than skin and bones, maybe 150 pounds, tops. After spending the last 4 days heaving the tillers of the 8, lamented Odyssey II, the load seemed like a feather. Some more random gunfire exploded behind them as he struggled and stumbled up the rocky slope. But now a dense cloud of red completely obliterated the scene below. Oh, the M18 grenades were still billowing, totally obscuring the landing pad and the roadway. When they reached the first clump of brush leading up the mountain, he settled Mannheim onto the ground. The old professor was choking from the smoke. Oak totally disoriented and babbling. Vance clapped a hand over his mouth, then urged him onward. No talking. If they find us, we're going to have some really lousy odds. He removed his hand, and immediately Mannheim started again. Whoever you are, I guess I have to thank you for saving my life. He puffed over the stones. Who are you? I'm a friend of Bill Bates, the man supposedly in charge around here. I'm Isaac Mannheim. This project, The Godfather. Vance looked him over. Bill's talked about you. MIT, right? The Cyclops is nice to meet you. Now who in the hell are these thugs? I have no idea. Well, we can assume they're not part of Bill's technical support team. He glanced down the hill toward the drifting cloud of red smoke, then back at the old man. But if you've been involved in this project, then you must know the layout here. I know it very well. But good. We're going to have to keep moving, at least till it gets dark. But while we're doing that, I want you to get me up to speed on where things are. Give me the setup, and tell me how many personnel are here and where they are. Mannheim pointed down the hill, at a point just past the storage sheds. The people are housed in the Bates Motel, which is over there, beyond that row of buildings. Vance looked it over. At the moment, it seemed deserted. Where's the entrance? You can go in directly from the connecting corridor underground, or you can use the front entrance there. What if the entrance topside were locked? Then it would be secure, right? I suppose so. He still seemed disoriented, though he was recovering. Of course, there are fire exits at various places in the underground network, as well as the security lobby over there. And then, the storage sheds can be accessed from below. But all of those entry points can be sealed, right? Yes. In fact, they can be sealed electronically from command. The staff controls everything from there. Vance looked down at the white surf rippled across the blue. So if somebody wanted to take over this place, that's where they would start, right? Hit that and you're in like a bandit. It's the head office. That's correct. Mannheim nodded. Good, we know where to focus. Now you're going to tell me how I can get there. Chapter 7, 2:18 p.m. Pierre Armand was 46, with gray temples and a body appropriate to an Olympic wrestler. He had full cheeks, a heavy mustache, and suspicious dark eyes that constantly searched his surroundings. It was an innate survival instinct. He never went out without a tie and a perfect shoe shine, not to mention a crisp military bearing that sat as comfortably on him as a birthright. He prided himself on his ability to instill discipline while, at the same time, leading his men. Although he liked to command, he wanted to do it from the front, where the action was. Here in Paris, he ran a worldwide business from a gray stone townhouse situated on the left bank in an obscure cul-de-sac at the intersection of Saint-André-des-Arts and Rue de l'Ancien-Comédie. 50 meters away from his ivy-covered doorway, the Rue de Seine wound down to the river, playing host to one of Paris's finer open-air produce marquee. While farther down, rows of small galleries displayed the latest in neo-deconstructionist painting and sculpture. An avid amateur chef and art collector, he found the location ideal. From his house, where the French aviator Saint-Exupéry once wrote, he could march a few paces along cobblestones as old as Chartres, and acquire a freshly plucked pheasant, a plump grouse, aromatic black truffles just hours away from the countryside, or an abstract landscape, whose paint was scarcely dry. It was the best of all worlds. Everything he loved was just meters away, and yet his secretive courtyard provided perfect urban privacy and security, with only the occasional blue-jeaned student from the Académie des Beaux-Arts wandering into his courtyard to sketch. He was rich, and he knew how to live well. He also risked his life on a regular basis. He claimed it made his foie gras taste even better. He worked behind a wide oak desk flanked by a line of state-of-the-art communications equipment, and along one walnut-paneled wall stood rows of files secured inside teakwood camouflaged safes. His wide oak desk could have belonged in the office of a trav. Agent with a very select clientele. However, it served another purpose entirely. It was where he planned operations for ARM. Pierre Armand headed up the Association of Retired Mercenaries, and he had been busy all day. But he was used to emergencies. What other people called problems, ARM thought of as business. The Association of Retired Mercenaries was a secretive but loose group of former members of various anti-terrorist organizations. The name was an inside joke because they were far from retired. Although they were not listed in the Paris phone book, governments who needed their services somehow always knew how to find Pierre. ARM took on nasty counterterrorism actions. That could not occur officially. They rescued hostages unreported in newspapers, and they had terminated more than a few unpleasant individuals in covert actions that never made the evening news. At the moment, as he was thinking, for the insertion strategy for Antikythera, he was gazing down on his private courtyard and noticing that the honking from the Boulevard Saint-Germain indicated that Paris's mid-afternoon traffic had ground to a halt. Again. He had just hung up the scrambled phone after a 30-minute conversation with Reggie Hall, the second today. London was on board, so everything was a go. He was looking forward to this one. Some batards had mucked with an ARM job. It had to be taken down. Armand was retired from France's anti-terrorist groupement d'Intervention de la Gendarmerie Nationale, known as GINE, ideal experience for his present occupation. Over the years, GIGENE had carried out, among other things, VIP protection in high-threat situations and general anti-terrorist ops. Mostly commandos in their 20s and early 30s, GIGENE operatives had to pass a grueling series of tests, including firing an H&K MP5 one-handed while swinging through a window in a quick entry called the pendulum technique. Known for their skills in inserting by helicopter, either by rappelling or by parachuting, they could also swim half a mile underwater and come out blasting, using their specially loaded Norma ammo. Armand's particular claim to fame was the invention of a sophisticated slingshot that fired deadly steel balls for a silent kill. He had trained anti-terrorist units in a number of France's former colonies, and had secretly provided tactical guidance for the Saudi National Guard when they ejected radical Muslims from the Great Mosque at Mecca. These days, however, he was a private citizen and ran a simple business. And as with all well-run businesses, the customer was king. If problems arose, they had to be resolved. If a job did not stick, you sent in a repair team. An American member of ARM named Michael Vance, who normally did not participate in the operations end of the business, had turned up at the wrong place at the right time. A Reuters confirmation of the loss of the U.S. communications ship definitely meant some bad action had gone down in the Eastern Med. Vance's analysis that it was a preliminary to seizure of the SATCOM facility on Antikythera probably was correct. Armand's secretary had spent the day on the phone trying to reach the island, but all commercial communications with the site were down. There was no way that should have happened, even with last night's rough storm. He had liked Michael Vance the minute he met him, 3 years earlier. He considered Mike reliable in completing his assignments, be they quick access to a secure bank computer file or a paper trail of wire transfers stretching from Miami to Nassau to Geneva to Bogota. Vance's regular missions for ARM, however, were those kinds of transactions, not the street action, and Armand could only hope he could also manage the rougher end of the business. The organization had checked out the man extensively, as they did all new members, and ARM's computer probably knew as much about him as he did himself. He was an oddball story, son of a famous Penn archaeologist. He had been by turns an archaeologist himself, a yachtsman, and a low-level spook. After he finished his doctorate at Yale and had taught there for 2 semesters, he had published his dissertation claiming the famous palace of Minos in Crete was actually a hallowed necropolis as a book. It had caused a lot of flap, and to get away for a while, he had taken a vacation in Nassau to do some big game. Ishing. Before the trip ended, he had bought an old 44-foot Bristol sailboat in need of massive restoration. It was a classic wooden vessel, which meant that no sooner had he finished varnishing the thing from one end to the other than he had to start over again, but he apparently liked the life. Or maybe he just enjoyed giving the academic snakepit a rest. The computer could not get into his mind. Whatever the reason, however, the sailboat, which had begun as a diversion, soon became something else. By the time he had finished refurbishing her, she was the most beautiful yacht in the Caribbean, and everybody around Nassau wanted a shot at the helm. He had a charter business on his hands, then his son. It took yet another turn. The Nassau Yacht Club and the new Hurricane Hole Marina across the bridge on Paradise Island comprised a yachting fraternity that included a lot of bankers. Nassau, after all, had over 304 in commercial banks, and its see-no-evil approach to regulation and reporting made it a natural haven for drug receipts. With a lot of bankers as clients, before long Vance knew more than any man should about offshore money law. He did not like that part of the scene, but the bankers loved his yacht and they paid cash. As he once told it, he eventually found out why, at least for one of them. One sunny afternoon, the vice president of the European Consolidated Commercial Bank, an attractive blonde-haired young Swiss mover known to Vance only as Werner, was docking the Ulysses at Hurricane Hole, bringing her back from a 3-day sail, and the DEA swooped down, flanked by the local Bahamian police. Armed with warrants, they searched the boat and soon uncovered 50 kilos of Colombian export produce. Seems Werner had sailed the Ulysses to some prearranged point and taken it on, planning to have stashed the packages in the rudder trunk air pocket of one of the giant cruise ships that tied up at Nassau's four-berth dock. Vance heard about it, and he got a call from the harbor master, advising him that his prized Bristol had just been seized as evidence in a coke bust. He was out of business. That afternoon, Bill Bates had coincidentally flown in on Merv Griffin's Paradise Island commuter airline and come over to Hurricane Hole, wanting to charter the Ulysses. For a week of sailing and fishing, Vance had to inform him his favorite Bahamian yacht had just acquired a new owner. Bates could not believe he had flown into such a screw-up. Vance was having his own problems with disbelief too, but paying the mortgage was his more immediate concern. The DEA had the boat, but before long he wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. That problem, and the boat, would soon belong to the mortgage-holding bank over on Bay Street. He immediately slapped the DEA with a $2 million lawsuit, just to put on some heat. His lawyer claimed he didn't have a hope in hell, but 2 weeks later a Bahamian judge, after lunch with the mortgage-holding banker, summarily ordered the DEA to release the yacht. To Vance's surprise, the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration cheerfully complied and turned it over the same afternoon. He immediately dropped the lawsuit, writing off the whole affair as a triumph for truth, justice, and the Bahamian way of banking. Or so it seemed. Only later did he unearth the Byzantine complexities of what really had happened. The affair had somehow come to the attention of the company, and there had been a flurry of and calls to the DEA in New Orleans from Langley, Virginia. A month later, while he was in the States attending a Yale alumni function, he'd found himself talking to 2 earnest Washington bureaucrats who congratulated him on beating the system. They then described their need for a financial consultant in Nassau, somebody who knew the right people. Maybe he would consider taking the job. It could merely be a favor, for they hinted broadly a favor. Here was the problem. The CIA desperately needed help in trying to keep track of the cocaine millions being laundered through Nassau's go-go banks. The company wanted some local assistance getting certain off-the-record audits from clean bankers who were tired of Nassau being a haven for dirty cash. He hated drugs and drug money, so he had seen nothing wrong with the idea. He even ended up training some greenhorns out of Langley in the subtle art of tracing wire transfers. 2 years later, he got his payoff. They formed their own in-house desk to do what he had been doing and retired him. He was, it turned out, too successful. But the word on such skills got around, and 2 months later Pierre Armand had approached him about joining ARM. They needed somebody good at tracing hot money, frequently the most reliable trail of a terrorist operation, and everybody close to the business had identified him as the best around. By that time, he had formally incorporated a charter operation in Nassau as Windstalker Limited, with 3 boats, 3 mortgages, and a big monthly nut. So he had signed on, only later discovering that along with arms extra cash came a lot of travel, many responsibilities, and occasional death threats. He took them seriously enough to start carrying his own protection, a chrome-plated 9mm Walther. Armand approved. Vance had always been well paid. It was expected. Anybody who hired ARM usually, because there was nowhere else left to turn, knew the best did not come cheap. A good 2-week op could pull down £50,000 sterling for every man on the team, which was... The boys drove BMWs and drank 12-year-old scotch. But no client ever complained about the price, or if they did, they didn't complain to Pierre. Payment was always cash, half up front and the rest on delivery. A client who welshed on the follow-through would be making a very ill-considered career decision. He pulled the blinds and turned to his desk. Faxes sent via ARM's secure, encrypted system covered the surface. The team was coming together. His secretary, Émile, a young Frenchman who came in mornings and worked in the next room, had already booked the necessary flights. By 1800 hours tomorrow, everybody would be assembled in Athens and ready to insert. Armand intended to lead the operation himself, unless Vance, as the man on the ground, proved the logical choice. Since he was already in place, always the best location, he would in any case have to be point man. He had talked the job over with Hans in Frankfurt at 1030 hours, just after he had gotten the call from Athens, and together they had picked 6 operatives. Vance would make 7. He calculated that would be plenty. Hans was the nom de guerre of a 4. Mer GSG 9, Germany's green beret-sporting Grenzschutzgruppe 9. GSG 9, headquartered at St. Augustin just outside Bonn, had a $9 million underground training range that included a communications and intel unit, aircraft mock-ups, an engineer unit, a weapons unit, an equipment unit, a training unit, and a strike unit. In his 15 years with GSG 9, Hans had been known to achieve 95% accuracy with an H and K MP9 when firing from a moving vehicle, or even rappelling down a rope from a hovering chopper. Now retired, he brought to ARM many talents, as well as participating in the on-site op. He usually acted as liaison officer because of his flawless English. He also knew which old-timers from GSG 9 that was anybody over 35 were looking for an op. And if the job required some younger talent, he used his connections to get current members temporarily released from their units. When needed, he could arrange for special-purpose weapons otherwise unavailable or restricted. Once, when a sniper assault situation called for a hot new eye, our scope, he borrowed one from the St. Augustin Armory overnight, made a drawing, then had it copied in Brussels by noon the next day. He knew where to find ARM field operatives and what shape they were in which ones had been shot up, broken legs in parachute drops, or gone over the edge with a case of nerves and too much booze. Best of all, though, he could usually locate a wanted terrorist. GSG 9 was hooked directly into a massive computer. In Wiesbaden, informally known as the Commissar. Hans could still tap into the Commissar, which tracked various world terrorist groups, constantly updating everything known about their methods, their membership, and most importantly their movements. These days he operated a rundown beer garden in Frankfurt, at least as his cover, and there were suspicions he managed to drink up a lot of its profits. In any case, he was in ARM for the money, and he never pretended. Otherwise, so when Armand rang him, he was immediately all ears. Never failed. Pierre, allez, comment allez-vous? Even at 10:30 in the morning, Hans could be cheerful. Armand, definitely a night person, never understood how he did it. Considering. Armand knew Hans was more comfortable in English than in French, and he hated speaking German. What are you doing for the next couple of days? Got something? The German's interest immediately perked up. There's a little cleanup. After he gave him a quick briefing on the situation via their secure phone, Hans was extremely unhappy. Dmitri screwed up. It's not our problem. I say it's our problem, Pierre replied. We guarantee or work and you're either in or you're out, permanently. Those are the rules. All right, Hans sighed. Can't blame me for not liking it, though. So who do you think we need? Armand asked. Hans knew the people better than he did. We definitely should have Reggie, he replied straight away. He's the best negotiator we've got, and also he can get us some of the hardware we'll be needing. The man in question was Reginald Hall. Just under 50, he was a stocky, small arms instructor, regimental sergeant major, retired of the SAS, Britain's Special Air Service. In the old days, he headed up a unit known in the press as the CRW, Counter-Revolutionary Warfare Section. CAW. The Special Projects blokes by those on the inside. He finally quit after successfully leading an assault on the Iranian embassy in London on 5 May 1980, which, to his astonished dismay, was televised live. He'd gotten Amos overnight, and after thinking it over for a weekend, he decided the time had come to cash it in. These days he ran a small company that purportedly bought and sold used sports firearms. That was a polite way of saying he dabbled in the international arms trade, though not in a big way. But whenever ABM needed a special piece of equipment, as often as not Reggie found a way to take care of it. He did not do it for love. Even though he was happily hired down in Dorset, Thomas Hardy country, with a plump Welsh common-law wife, he occasionally slipped away much to her chagrin to take on special ops for ARM. Maybe his neighbors thought he had bought their matching Jaguars with his army pension or the sale of used Mossers. I'll call him as soon as we hang up. He spent some time in the Emirates or some damn place and claims to speak a little Arabic. He was thinking, okay, who else could we use? How about the Flying Dutchman? Hans said. He was referring to the Vorst brothers, Willem and Hugo, both former members of the Royal Dutch Marines, Whiskey Company. That was the nickname of a special group officially known as the Marine Close Comm. At unit, both bachelors, though never short of women, they lived in Amsterdam and took on any security job that looked like it would pay. They also ran a part-time aircraft charter operation. We might need a chopper for the insert. Think they can handle it on such short notice? The Vorst brothers would occasionally arrange, through their old connections, for a Dutch military helicopter to get lost in paperwork for a weekend. Whiskey Company was a club, and everybody was going to retire someday. What went around came around. Besides, there was plenty of spare change in it for those who made the arrangements. With nobody paying, it'll take some fast talking. So far, this thing's being done on spec. You're just making good on a job. Don't remind me, Hans groaned. Don't want to hear it. I think we'd better just rent something in Athens. He paused. But I also think we ought to take along the hunter. He'd be the man to hand. Oh, grenades. He loves those damned things better than his wife. They were both thinking of Marcel, formerly of the Belgian ESI, Escadron Special d'Intervention. While with ESI, he had fathered their famous four-man units, pairs of two-man teams, had come up with the idea of carrying a spare magazine on the strong side wrist to facilitate rapid mag change. ESI was known informally as Diana Unit, and since Diana was the huntress of mythology, Marcel had become known as the Hunter, but not till after he had earned the sobriquet. A former Belgian paratrooper, ex-Angola, he got the nickname after a special op there, when he had saved an entire ARM team by taking out a room of terrorists with 3 stun grenades, tear gas, and an Uzi while wearing an anti-flash hood called a balaclava plus a gas mask, a little like working underwater. Marcel liked the nickname. See if I can reach it. the Antwerp num. Well, we'll probably need him. Hans paused. And Vance is already on site. That'll make all the difference. He's good. If you can get all the others, I think we'll have what we need. Then, let's get started. I'll try to reach everybody and have them in Athens by late tomorrow. Fax me an equipment list and I'll talk that over with Spiros. See what he can get together for us down there and save having to ship it. You know, mon cher, Hans had said, this is no way. It to start a day. 1:29 p.m. It was there for the National Security Agency, the NSA, admitted Theodore Brock, his special assistant for national security affairs. The atmosphere in the Oval Office was heating up. I'm well aware of that, the president snapped, not bothering to hide his annoyance. What I'm not well aware of is who the hell authorized it. The Oval Office in the southeast corner of the White House West Wing was, in the eyes of many, a small, unimposing prize for all the effort required to take up residence. John Hanson, however, seemed not to notice. He commandeered whatever space he happened to occupy and made it seem an extension of his own spirit. In fact, he, rather like the minimalist quarters, heritage of a time when U.S. presidents had much less weight on their shoulders. From here the wide world opened out. For one thing, the communications here and in the Situation boom in the basement. Put the planet at his fingertips. Next to a gigantic push-button multi-line telephone was another, highly secure and modernistic digital voice transmission system that could take him anywhere, as the old-fashioned Danish grandfather clock. His only personal item in the office began to chime the half-hour. He glanced once more over the crisis summary that Alicia Winston had hastily assembled and had waiting on his desk when he returned from New York. Her office was conveniently just behind one of the 3 doors that led into the Oval Office. Another led to his personal study, passing through a small kitchen, from which now came the aroma of fresh-brewed Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee. The third opened up into a corridor with the standard 6 Secret Service people, through which he expected to see his national security advisor appear at 1:45 p.m. Then, according to his schedule, he had to try to put all this out of his mind at 2:30, when he was due to host a delegation of troglodytes from the Hill. Nuclear disarmament did not have a lot of friends in Tennessee and Washington state. He was going to have to make some concessions, he knew, but politics was about compromise, always had been. Apparently the ship was put into place without authorization, Brock went on. There was some back-channel request from NSA. They wanted to keep tabs on a space project on an island in the Aegean. SATCOM. Now we're spying on Americans, is that it? Hanson leaned back in his high, Kevlar-protected chair and tossed a telling glance toward Morton Davies, his chief of staff, who monitored most of his incoming calls. They both had received an earful on the Cyclops project from his old professor, Isaac Mannheim, who claimed it would demonstrate to the world that America's private sector still had plenty of life left, could stand up to the Europeans and the Japanese when it came to innovation. SATCOM's independence from government, at least to Mannheim's way of thinking, was precisely its greatest virtue. Well, damn NSA, he continued. This is an outrage. He recalled that. He'd sent the new director, Al Giramonti, a pointedly worded memo on that very subject. When John Hanson took office, the National Security Agency was still liberally exercising its capacity to monitor every phone call in America from its vast array of listening antennas at Fort Meade. He had resolved to terminate the practice. He thought he had. It was just routine surveillance, Brock insisted, squirming. He was in his late 50s, bright with horn-rimmed glasses and a high forehead. He also was black, and he felt he had more than the usual obligation to make his president look good. There was a satellite test launching in the works. The whole project has been kept under wraps, and NASA wanted to know what was going on. The National Security Agency had a platform in the area, so it all more or less meshed. There was nothing, and what do the Israelis have to say for themselves? The president pushed on. The Hind had their markings. They deny they had anything to do with it. He squinted toward Hansen, trying to seem knowledgeable yet uncommitted. Which way was the wind going to blow next? Even though the helo was plainly ID'd by, that's what they claimed in 67, Hansen fumed, cutting him off, when they strafed, torpedoed, and napalmed NSA Liberty, which was clearly in international waters. They were hoping to prolong the 6-day war long enough to roll into Syria. And they didn't want us to monitor their plans. So they took careful pains to knock out all our SIGINT capability in the region, just happening to kill a dozen seamen in the process. Afterwards, the lying fuckers told our embassy in Tel Aviv it was all a mistake and sent flowers. If anybody else in the world had done that, we'd have nuked them. Well, at the time the Glover was hit, it wasn't monitoring Israeli SIGINT, Brock noted, adjusting his glasses. We think they're clean on this one. At least what we have from Fort Meade so far seems to bear that out. They're still running a computer analysis, though, pulling out all the voice and code used by the Israeli Air Force during that time. We didn't have that capability back in 1967. In a few more hours, we'll be able to put that question to rest, one way or another. Okay, maybe we should go slow till then. So in the meantime, let's take them at their word. For a moment and examine the other possibilities. Hansen revolved in his chair and stared out the bulletproof window behind him. The Washington sky was growing overcast, and the clock was running. This whole screw-up would be in tomorrow. It's Washington Post, garbled, just as sure as the sun was going to come up. CNN had already picked up the BBC's rumor and was running it on their headline service, hinting the U.S. intelligence community had been caught with its pants around its ankles again. There's more, Brock said, interrupting his thoughts. The Iranians have been screaming about a stolen hind for 4 days, blaming us, of course. But they've quietly let Mossad know they think it may have aid into Pakistan, maybe as a diversion, and then ended up heading out for one of the Gulf states, probably Yemen. The Israelis have reason to believe it was delivered to a Yemeni-flagged freighter in the Persian Gulf, then taken through the Suez Canal and into the Eastern Med. After that, all contact was lost. Iran, the president thought, Pakistan, none of it sorted into a picture, unless... Incidentally, Morton Davies, chief of staff, interjected, the Israelis also have one other bit of intel that seems to have somehow gotten lost in all of NSA Cray supercomputers. An Israeli fishing trawler picked up a mayday they triangulated as coming from somewhere north of Crete. It supposedly aimed the transmission was a bit garbled to emanate from the very hind that had attacked the ship. The broadcast said that terrorists had taken over the SATCOM facility on the island of Andikithera. If that's true, it would be the one that the glove was monitoring. Hansen stared at him. Are we supposed to believe any of this? That unknown terrorists are behind this whole thing? That's exactly the kind of disinformation the Israelis have used on us in the past. Besides, it doesn't. Lick, if terrorists did do it, they damned sure want the credit. Nobody throws a rock this size through your window unless there's a note attached. So where is it? That's when the import of what Davies had said hit him. SATCOM. It was going to be the pride of America, a symbol. My God, it was a rocket launch facility. He reached down and touched the blue button on the desk intercom on the right side of his desk. Alicia. Sir, came back the crisp reply. Have NSA said. And over any recent photo they have on the Greek island of Andikithera. By hand. I want it yesterday. Yes, sir. Ted, he said, turning back to Brock. Somehow this time I've got an uncomfortable feeling the medium may be them. Message 1:49 p.m. To understand the operation of this facility, Isaac Mannheim was saying, you need to appreciate the technology we've installed here. He was resting against the trunk of a tree, gazing wearily down the map. Untin at the sun-baked asphalt of the facility stretching below. I've already got a rough idea how it works, Vance replied. He was pondering the quiet down below. It's the people I want to know more about. Well, of course, that's my primary concern as well. The old man shrugged. But we are on the verge of an experiment that will change the world for all time. That's just as important. Not in my book. Perhaps, but all the same, I think I should tell you a few technical details about the facility. Since you say you're familiar with its general workings, you probably know that its heart is a 20-gigawatt laser we call the Cyclops. Using it, we can send a high-energy beam hundreds of miles into space without losing appreciable energy. Our plan is to use that beam of energy, which we can direct very accurately, to power a satellite launch vehicle. I understand that. Excellent, he said, as though encouraging a student. And then he pushed on. In any case, the Cyclops itself is a repetitive pulsed free electron laser, which means the computer can tune it continuously to the most energy-efficient wavelength, a crucial feature. It starts with an intense beam of electrons which it accelerates to high velocity, then passes through an array of magnets we call the wiggler. Those magnets are arranged in a line, but they alternate in polarity, which causes the electrons passing through to experience rapid variations in magnetic field strength and direction. What happens is, the alternating magnetic field wiggles the beam of electrons into a wave, causing them to emit a microwave pulse, which is itself then passed back and forth, Earth gaining strength at every pass. Eventually it saturates at a level nearly equal to the power of Grand Coulee Dam, and then maybe you ought to get to the point, Vance said, feeling he was receiving a college lecture. He used to give college lectures for Chris sake in archaeology. Were they just as tedious? He suddenly wondered. Of course. He pushed on, oblivious. The whole operation is controlled by our Fujitsu supercomputer. The hardest part is getting the microwave pulses and the electron pulses to overlap perfectly in the wiggler. That part of the Cyclops, called the coaxial phase shifter, requires delicate fine-tuning. The alignment has to be critically adjusted, the focusing perfect. The cavity length, get back to the vehicle. I think I've heard all I need to know about the wonders of the Cyclops. Very well, the energy is focused in bursts from up there. He turned and pointed up the mountain. That installation is a phased-array microwave transmission system, which delivers it to the spacecraft, to a port located on the sides of the vehicles down there. The port is a special heat-resistant crystal of synthetic diamond. Once inside, the beam is directed downward into the nozzle, where it strikes dry ice and creates plasma, producing thrust. The vehicle is single-stage to orbit. Nothing is burned. Vance had to admit it was a nifty idea, if you could do it. That's correct. The laser beam creates a shock wave, a burst of superheated gas moving at supersonic velocity out of the nozzle. By pulsing the beam, we form a detonation wave that hits the nozzle chamber, and so it's really Star Wars in reverse. Vance interjected. Bates is using all that fancy research in high-powered lasers to put up a satellite instead of shooting one down. The power is comparable. The superconducting coil we use to store power can pulse as high as 25 billion watts. The dry ice that is the propellant is only about 300 kilograms, a tiny percentage of the vehicle's weight. And since the vehicle is virtually all payload, we should be able to put it into 100 nautical miles. Orbit in a matter of minutes. The beam energy will be roughly 500 gigawatts per second, and I get the picture, Vance interjected, tired of numbers. But what you're really saying is that this transmission system up here on the mountain is the key to everything. If it goes down, end of show. He was thinking. The terrorists had not destroyed anything, at least not up here, which probably meant they intended to use it. The prospect chilled him. Okay, let's work backward. To where the people are, he continued. What's down below us here? The power has to get up here somehow. We're at one end of the island, down a bit from command, which is underground. That's where the computer is, which handles the output frequencies of the Cyclops, and also the trajectory analysis. It gets data from a radar up here on the mountain, and uses that to provide guidance for the laser beam as the vehicle gains altitude. There are giant servo mechanisms that eat the parabolic antennas trained on the vehicle as it lifts off the pad and heads into orbit. They also retrieve all the telemetry from the spacecraft, and what's below ground down there? He was pointing toward the vehicles. That area has an excavated space below it for the multi-cavity amplifier bay. It's the what? That's where the free electron laser, the Cyclops, begins pumping up. Then the energy is sent up here. He pointed back up the mountain to the phased array transmission system. Right. So underground it's shaped something like a dumbbell with the technical management staff at this end and then the operating people down there. What's in between? Just a big connecting tunnel, correct. And of course the communications conduits for all the wiring. Okay, Vance thought, now we're getting somewhere. The terrorists will be split up. That's going to make things easier and harder. They could be taken out one group at a time, but they're also could be hostages at peril all over the place. These situations are always a lot cleaner when all the hostages are in one location. Any other connections? Well, there's really only one. He shrugged and ran his hand through his mane of white hair. Vance thought it made him look like an aging lion. As you can imagine, these levels of power mean there are enormous quantities of waste heat. So Bates tunneled water conduits between a submerged pumping station on the other side of the island and a number of locations. Vance's pulse quickened. What do they lead to? They run from the computer in command and the power plant down at the other end of the island, right beneath where we are now and actually, one leads up to those heat exchangers there. He was pointing up the mountain, past a large cinder block building at the edge of the phased array radar installation. A tunnel filled with water, Vance thought. There's been enough swimming for a while. But if the system is off then there must be an entry point up there somewhere. He smiled and nodded wistfully. I assume there must be, but I don't know where it is. Think it's big enough for somebody to get into? It should be. Everything was over-engineered, since we weren't sure how much waste heat there would be. So all I have to do is get into the heat exchanger, then hope there's some air left in Bill's granite water pipe. The old man looked worried. Do you realize the kind of energy that goes through that conduit? If they should turn on the pumps, you'd be drowned in an instant and then dumped out to sea. I've already been drowned once on this trip. Another time won't matter. He shrugged. But I've got to get inside and find out how many terrorists there are and where they're keeping the people. Once I figure out their deployment, he was thinking, we can plan the assault. It's dangerous, Mannheim mumbled. That conduit was never intended to have anybody, I'm forewarned. He was apprehensively rising to his feet and wincing at his aches. All you have to do is get me inside. 2:36 p.m. George's Lafarge felt like he was getting a fever. Or maybe the room was just growing hot. All he knew was he was miserable. He swabbed at his face with a moist paper towel and tried to breathe normally, telling himself he had to keep going, had to stick by Collie. This was I'm to give in to these creeps and get sick. Ardent and intense, Georges looked every inch the computer hacker he was. But he also was one of the finest aerospace engineers ever to come out of Caltech. Although his long hair and beard were intended to deliver a fierce political statement, his benign blue eyes negated the message. He was an idealist, but one filled with love, not hate. His politics were as simplistic as his technical skills were state-of-the-art. He never managed to understand why everyone in the world did not act rationally. He had grown up in New York's Soho district, living in a mammoth, sparsely furnished loft with his mother, a widely praised painter of massive, abstract oils usually in black and ashore. Her depressing paintings were huge, but her income only occasionally was, and Georges's memory of his childhood was years of alternating caviar and spaghetti. His French-Canadian father had long since returned to a log and clay cabin in northern Quebec, never to be heard from again. He also remembered his mother's string of lovers, an emotional intrusion he never quite came to accept. The day he went off to MIT on a national merit scholarship was the happiest of his life. Or at least he had thought so until he got a call from Collie Andros asking him to come to work for SATCOM. He was now 34, single, and he loved girls, or the idea of girls. No, the truth was that he loved one girl and had forever. She was now his boss. After years of separation, they had finally dabbled at an affair here on Antikythera, but he had to admit it hadn't worked. At first it had seemed a good idea, his boyhood dream come true, but now he had realized maybe they were better off just being friends. She became a different person in bed, and one he found slightly terrifying. But given what had just happened, all that seemed part of another, forgotten place and time. In addition to having a fever, he was bone-tired and his neck ached, but he wanted desperately to stay alert. He stroked the wispy beard he had been trying to grow for the last 4 months, gazed at the terminal, and warned himself to stop thinking like an engineer and try to think like a terrorist. These European criminals had shown up just in time for the first space shot, which meant they had something planned that needed a vehicle. They weren't going to hold the facility for ransom. There was nothing here they could steal. Also, they had been very careful not to damage any of the systems, which meant their real program, whatever it was, needed the Cyclops to work and a vehicle to lift off. If that didn't happen, they were screwed. So, he thought, you sabotage Thursday's shot and you nix their plot, whatever it is, but Cawley would have a fit. Mr. Bates needed a success, and soon, or the whole gamble would go down the tubes. It was a lose-lose scenario. What to do? Simple. Just keep working for now and hope. What else was there? On the screen in front of him now was the output of a program in progress, this one called a Chi-Volt, which was a daily low-power warm-up of the coils of the phased array radar system on the mountain. The computer methodically checked all the power systems for any hint of malfunction, and the program had to be run, rain, or shine. It was now time to kick on the pumps and heat exchangers and get going. Something to do the cursor was flashing, ready for the power on command. He hit the enter key, activating the pumps for the heat exchangers, then turned to see Cawley approaching, winding her way through the workstations, led by the head terrorist, the fucker who called himself Number 1. Lafarge could not get over the fact the bastard looked like an executive from the Arlington office, only better dressed. Georges, you've got to kill a Chi-Volt, Cawley said. Although she looked normal, there was extreme anxiety in her voice. The strain was coming through. We have to do a different run. She was passing her fingers nervously through her hair. He loved her dark, Mediterranean tresses. A trajectory analysis using thwart. The Fujitsu supercomputer they were using was programmed with a special NASA program developed by McDonnell Douglas Astronautics Co., called thwart, an abbreviation for simulation and optimization of rocket trajectories. It minimized the laser energy required for an insertion trajectory into low Earth orbit. It also calculated the onboard nozzle vectors to adjust altitude while the vehicle was in flight, mid-course corrections. All you had to do was program everything in. Now, but I just started, here's a list of what he wants. She glanced at Number 1 again, then handed over a sheet of blue. Aper, he took it and looked down. Maybe they were about to tip their hand, but what could they know about computers? He finally focused on the sheet. What? These weren't satellite trajectories. These were longitude and latitude coordinates. And he studied it more carefully. They were abort targets. Chapter 8, 2:37 p.m. The conduit was roughly 1.5 meters in diameter and pitch dark. He had expected that and had extracted a waterproof flashlight from an emergency kit in the wreckage of the Hind. It was helping, but not all that much. With the heat exchangers off, no water was flowing. The stone walls were merely moist, the curved sides covered with slime. The tunnel sloped downward from the installation on the mountain as a gentle incline. And although the gray algae that swathed its sides now covered him, he had found niches in the granite to hang onto as he worked his way down. Then it had leveled out, matching the terrain, and that was when he encountered the first water, now up around his waist. The radars up the hill, he realized, were only one of the producers of waste heat. Ahead, the tunnel he was in seemed to join a larger and from another site, as part of a general confluence. Thank God all the systems are in standby, he thought. If those massive pumps down by the shore start up, they'll produce a raging torrent that'll leave no place to hide as he splash. Through the dark, he found himself pondering if this was what he had been placed on the planet to do. Maybe he should never have left Yale. The pay was decent, the hours leisurely, the company congenial. Poking around in the hidden secrets of the past always gave solace to the spirit. What did humanity think about 3,000 years ago? 5,000, 500. What were their loves, their hates, their fears, their dreams? Were they the same as ours? And why did humanity always need to worship something? Where did the drive come from to create poetry, music, painting? These were all marvelous mysteries that we might never unravel, but they were among the most noble questions anyone could ask. What makes us human? It was the immortal quandary. But when you asked that, you also had to ask the flip side question. How could humanity create so much that was bad at the same time? So much tyranny, greed, hurt? How did all that be? Beauty and ugliness get mixed up together down in our genes. Maybe he was about to find out more about the evil in the heart of man. Coming up, he splashed and paddled his way onward, his flashlight sending a puny beam ahead, and tried to relate his location to the rest of the facility. Before entering through the heat exchanger atop the mountain, he had grilled Mannheim on the specifics of site layout. The old man, however, hadn't really known much about the nuts and bolts of the facility. His head was out in space somewhere. All the same, Vance found himself liking him in spite of his encroaching senility. Even Homer was said to nod. Just hope you live long enough to get senile yourself. Back to business. Ahead, settled into the top of the conduit, was a metal door just large enough for a man to work through. What was that for, he wondered. Maintenance access? If so, it must lead into the main facility somewhere. He felt his way around the curved sides of the conduit, searching for flaws in the granite where he could get a handhold. Then he reached up and tested the door. The metal was beginning to rust from the seawater, but it still looked workable. A large black wheel in the center, inset with gears, operated sliding bolts that fit into the frame. This has to be fast, he told himself. Do a quick reconnoiter of the place and make mental notes. Look for entry points and escape routes. Then, get back in time for the radio chat with Pierre. About 3 hours, 2 to be on the safe side. He braced himself against the stone sides of the conduit, and holding the flashlight with one hand tried to budge the metal wheel. Nothing. The contact with seawater had frozen it with rust. He tried again, shoving the flashlight into his belt and, grappling in the dark, twisting the wheel with both hands. Was it moving? He felt a faint vibration make its way down the stone walls of the conduit. Then there was a hum of huge electric motors starting somewhere. Somebody was turning on the systems. He listened as the vibration continued to grow, and now the water level was beginning to rise as the pumps down by the shore began priming. Were they about to turn them on full blast? The involuntary rush of his pulse and his breathing made him abruptly aware of how close the confining tunnel felt, the tight, hermetic sense of claustrophobia. For the first time, since landing on Andakithura, he felt real fear. He hated the dark, the enclosed space, and now he was trapped. Idiot, how did you get yourself into this? You're going to be drowned in about 30 seconds. Now the roar of water began to overwhelm the hum of the pumps. The conduit was filling rapidly, and flow had begun. He realized that only about a foot of airspace remained at the top. Praying for a miracle, he heaved against the metal wheel one last time and finally felt it break loose, begin to turn. 2:38 p.m. Abdallah had finished unpacking the second crate, and now he examined what he had. 2 15-kiloton nuclear devices, made using enriched uranium-235 from the Calcutta Nuclear Research Center. He smiled again to think they had been smuggled out right from under the noses of the officials at Calcutta, directly up the security elevators leading down to the U-230. 5 centrifuge at level 5. The research center was situated more or less in between the sister cities of Rawalpindi and Islamabad, in northeast Pakistan, where it was surrounded by barren, scrub-brush rolling hills that looked toward the looming border of Afghanistan. Calcutta was the heart of Pakistan's nuclear weapons program, and its many levels of high-security infrastructure were buried deep below ground. The only structure visible to a satellite was the telltale concrete cupola and an adjacent environmental control plant for air filtration. Security was tight, with high fences, watchtowers, and an army barracks near at hand. The security was for a reason. In 1970, if Pakistan began acquiring hardware and technology for a plant capable of producing weapons-grade uranium. Bombs require 90% enrichment, and when the U.S. discovered the project, it had threatened to cut off aid if uranium was enriched beyond 5%. Pakistan agreed, then went right ahead. Between 1977 and 1980, using dummy corporations and transshipments through third countries, the government smuggled from West Germany an entire plant for converting uranium powder into uranium hexafluoride, a compound easily gasified and then enriched. 2 years later, the Nuclear Research Center purchased a ton of specially hardened maraging teal from West Germany, which was delivered already fabricated into round bars whose diameter exactly matched that of the also German gas centrifuges under construction at Calcutta. Shortly thereafter, the plant at Daragah, Khan was online, producing uranium hexafluoride feedstock for the Calcutta enrichment facility. And the Calcutta facility was using it to turn out U-235 enriched uranium in abundance. At the same time, Pakistani operatives were hastening to acquire high-speed American electronic switches called critrons, the triggering devices for a bomb. Their efforts to obtain nuclear detonators required several tries, but eventually they got what they needed. They dispensed with above-ground testing of the nuclear devices they had assembled, having procured the necessary data from China, and instead just went ahead and made their bombs. They then secured them on level 5 of the Calcutta reprocessing facility against the day they would be needed. Until now. Liberating 2 of those well-guarded A-bombs had required a lot of unofficial cooperation from the plant's security forces. Batteries of surface-to-air missiles protected Calcutta from air penetration, and elite paratroopers and army tanks reinforced the many checkpoints, making sure that no vehicle, official or private, could enter or leave the complex without a stamped authorization by the security chief. Only a lot of money in the right hands could make 2 of the devices disappear. Sabri Ramirez had seen to that small technicality. Abdallah patted one of the nuclear weapons casually and admired it. The bomb itself was a half-meter in diameter, its outer casing of octal carefully packed inside a polished steel sheath embedded with wires. Expensive but available commercially. Octal was a 70-30 mixture of cyclotramethyltetranitramine and nitrodoluene, known colloquially as HMX and TNT. It was stable, powerful, and the triggering agent of choice for nuclear devices. Inside the octal encasing each device were 25 kilograms of 93% enriched U-235. When the external octal sphere was evenly detonated, it would compress the uranium core sufficiently to create a critical mass, causing the naturally occurring radioactive decay of uranium to focus in upon itself. Once the radiation intensified, it started an avalanche, an instantaneous chain reaction of atom splitting that converted the uranium's mass into enormous quantities of energy. The trick to making it work was an even synchronous implosion of the outer sphere, which was the job of the high-tech Critron detonator switches which, Abdallah realized, were still in the Sikorsky. The Critrons were packed separately and handled as though they were ionized crystal. "Rise," he said, looking up and addressing his Berkeley classmate now standing by the door. "I need the detonators." "Well, they're in the cockpit where we stowed them." He was tightening his commando sweatband, itching to try out his Uzi, still unfamiliar, would the others notice? In any case, he wasn't here to run errands. And go get them, for Chris' sake. He had considered Rise to be an asshole from the day they first met in the advanced quantum mechanics class at college. Nothing that had happened since had in any way undermined that conviction. The guy thought he was hot stuff, God's gift to the world. It was not a view that anybody who knew him shared. Why don't you go get them? Rise said, Nah. It moving. 'Cause I want to check these babies over and make sure everything is a go. What a jerk. Come on, man, don't start giving me a lot of shit. Okay, this is serious. Everybody's got to pull his weight around here. Rise hesitated, his manhood on the line, and then decided to capitulate. At least for now. Abdallah was starting to throw his weight around, get on the nerves. The guy was real close to stepping out of line. All right, fuck it. He clicked this. Afty on his Uzi on, then holstered it. As long as you're at it, why don't you just take them directly down to the clean room? We'll be assembling everything there anyway, since that's where the elevator is they used to go. Up and prep the vehicles. That's cool. See you down there. Rise closed the door and walked out into the Greek sunshine. He was starting to like this fucking place. 2:39 p.m. Vance shoved the metal door open just as the roar of the onrushing water reached the confluence at the intersection of the tunnel, a mere 100 yards ahead. The tunnel was almost full now, the water flow increasing. They're about to turn on the Cyclops, he thought. You've got about 15 seconds left. He pulled himself through the metal door, soaked but alive, and rolled onto a cement floor. With his last remaining strength, he reached over and tipped the metal door shut, then grabbed the wheel and gave it a twist. Down below he could feel the wall of water surge by. He thought he was going to faint, but instead he took a deep breath and pulled out the flashlight, and found himself in a communications conduit, consisting of a concrete floor with styrofoam insulation overhead. All around him stretched what seemed miles of coaxial cables, wrapped in huge circular strands. The conduit also contained fiber optics bundles for carrying computer data to guide the parabolic antennas up on the mountain as they tracked the space vehicle. The major contents of the conduit, however, were massive copper power transmission cables. What had Mannheim warned? How many gigawatts per second? The numbers were too mind-boggling to comprehend or bother remembering. All they meant was that if the Cyclops were suddenly turned on, the Gaussian fields of electromagnetic flux would probably rearrange his brain cells permanently. He rose and moved down the conduit. Yet, feeling along its curved sides, his back braced against the large bundle of power wires in the center, while ahead of him the darkness gaped. A few yards farther, though, and the probing beam of his flashlight revealed a terminus where some of the shielded fiber optics had been shunted off into the wall, passing through a heavy metal sleeve. Although it was welded into a steel plate bolted to the side of the wall, large handles allowed the bolts to be turned without the aid of special wrenches. Whoever designed the fiber optics for this tunnel, he thought, didn't want a lot of Greek workmen down here waving tools around after a long lunch of guzzling ritsina. The fibers were too vulnerable to stand up to any banging. He grasped the handles and began to twist one, finding the bolts well lubricated. After 4 turns, it opened. The second yielded just as easily. Then the third and the fourth. He took a deep breath, thinking this might be his first encounter with the hostages and the terrorists. Then he slid the metal plate back away from the wall and tried to peer through. The opening was approximately 1 meter wide, with the bundle of fiber optics cables directly through the middle. Still, he found just enough clearance to slip past and into the freezing cold of the room used to prep the payloads for the vehicles. 2:40 p.m. What's this all about? Lafarge looked again at the sheet, then up at number 1. Saw. Or it is intended to calculate orbital parameters, optimize them. And if there is an abort, it has to go down somewhere. You're talking about a pre-specified abort. Lafarge was trying to sound dumb. The Cyclops can't power an ICBM? It probably could, but he didn't want to mention that. The terrorist who called himself number 1 was not impressed. That's a question we will let the computer decide. I happen to believe it can. You just send it up, then you abort. When you fail to achieve orbital velocity, it comes down. The nose has a re-entry shield, since you are planning to reuse the vehicle. It should work very nicely. Georges looked at Colley. He did not want to admit it, but this guy was right. He had thought about that a lot. Any private spaceport could be seized by terrorists and turned into a missile launch site. Was that their plan? I won't do it, he heard himself saying. I refuse. That is a mistake. Umber 1 replied calmly. I will simply shoot one of your technicians here every 5 minutes until you begin, he smiled. Would you like to pick the first, preferably someone you can manage without? You're bluffing. He felt a chill. Something told him what he had just said wasn't true. This man, with his expensive suit and haircut, meant every word. He was a killer. Georges knew he had never met anyone remotely like him. Young man, you are an amateur. His eyes had narrow, almost disappearing behind his gray aviator shades. Amateurs do not know the first thing about bluffing. Now don't try my patience. He turned and gestured one of the technicians toward them. He was a young man in his mid-20s. He came forward and number 1 asked his name. I'm Chris Schneider, he said. His blonde hair and blue eyes attested to the fact. His father was a German farmer in Ohio, his mother a primary school teacher. He had taken a degree in engineering from Ohio State, then stumbled upon the dream job of his life. He was now thinking about moving to Greece. I'm sorry to have to make an example of you, Chris, number 1 said, drawing out his Walther 2:31 p.m. Vance realized he was in a satellite clean room, painted aseptic white with bright fluorescence overhead. Along one wall were steel tables, several of which held giant glove boxes that enabled a worker to handle satellite components without human contamination. Alongside, those were instruments to measure ambient ionization and dust. Other systems in the room included banks of electronic equipment about whose function he could only speculate. And what was that? There, just above the door, it looked like a closed-circuit TV monitor, black and white. It seemed to be displaying the vague movements of a large control room, one with banks of computer screens in. Long rows and marshaled lines of technicians monitoring them. He studied the picture for a second, wondering why it seemed so familiar, and then he realized it looked just like TV shots of the Kennedy Space Center. Shivering from the cold, he moved closer to the screen, which was just clear enough to allow him to make out some of the figures in what had to be the command center. However, he saw only staffers, no sign of Bill Bates. One individual stood out, his suit and tie a marked contrast to the general open-shirt atmosphere, and he looked like he was giving the orders. He was now chatting with a woman and another, younger man, seated at a keyboard. Then, the well-dressed guy turned and beckoned one of the staffers forward. He said something to him, and then, Jesus, he pulled a pistol. 2:42 p.m. No, Colley screamed, but it was already too late. Before Chris Schneider even saw it coming, Ramirez shot him precisely between the eyes, neatly and without fanfare. The precision was almost clinical, and he was dead by the time he collapsed onto the gray linoleum tiles of the floor. His body lay motionless, his head nestled in a growing pool of dark blood. Georges Lafarge looked on unbelieving. Had he really seen it? No, it was too grotesque. Chris murdered in cold blood right before his eyes. He had been talking only yesterday about going to Crete for the weekend, maybe renting. A car death had always been an abstraction, never anything to view up close. He had never seen a body. He had never even imagined such things could really happen. It was only in the movies, right? Until this moment, he had never confronted actual murder ever in his life. Calypso Andros felt a shock, then a surge of emotional novocaine as her adrenaline pumped. Right then and there she decided that she was going to kill this bastard herself, personally with her own hands. Number one, whoever he was a monster, no revenge. Then the superego intervened. He still got the gun. Wait and get the son of a bitch when he's not expecting it. Georges, she said quietly, finally collecting herself, you'd better do what he says. Lafarge was still too astonished to think, let alone talk. This horror was outside every realm of reason. He had no way to file it within any known category contained in his mind. She is giving you excellent advice, number one was saying. You would be wise to listen. In any case, I merely want you to demonstrate the technical capabilities of this system. He smiled as though nothing had happened. An intellectual exercise. Orges looked at Collie and watched her nod. Her eyes seemed almost empty. Was it shock? How could she manage to carry on? Well, he thought, if she can do it, then so can I. Slowly he revolved and examined the computer terminal in front of him. The cool green of the screen was all that remained recognizable, the only thing to which he could still relate. All right. He barely heard his own words as he glanced down at the sheet. I'll see if I can put in a run. The room around them was paralyzed in time, the single thunk of the pistol having reverberated louder than a cannon shot. Like George's, none of the other young technicians had ever witnessed an overt act of violence. It produced a new reality. Jolt that made the senses suddenly grow sharper, the hearing more acute, the periphery of vision wider. Still in shock, he typed an instruction into his Fujitsu workstation, telling it to start back calculating the trajectory of an or splashdown for various locations. Then he began typing in the numbers on the sheet. The first coordinates, he realized at once, were somewhere close. But where? 2:43 p.m. Vance watched the control room freeze as the body slumped to the floor, and he felt his fingers involuntarily bunch into a fist. The bastards were killing hostages already. They definitely were terrorists, right out of the textbook. Kill one and frighten 1,000. Except they might not stop with one. He foresaw a long day and night. The victim had been hardly more than a college kid, murdered at random, and for no other apparent reason than to frighten the rest into submission. A technique that was as old as brutality. But that terrorist trick, management by intimidation, worked both ways. Take away their Uzis and these smug bastards could just as easily be turned into quivering jello. All human beings had psychological pressure points that could be accessed. What separated the wheat from the chaff was what happened when somebody got to those points. He often wondered what he would do. He prayed he would never have to find out. Then he watched as the young man at the terminal began typing. And something off a sheet of paper. Whatever the terrorist had intended to accomplish by his wanton murder, apparently it had worked. The other technicians were all staring down at their screens, scared to move. Whatever had gone on, everybody was back to business. But what did these thugs want? Sadly, he turned away from the screen to re-examine his surroundings, and noticed a workstation situated off to the left side of the door. What had Bill once said? They practically had compute, or terminals in the bathrooms. This one obviously was intended for quick communications with the command crews from here in this freezing white room. Keeping an eye on the TV monitor, he moved over to take a look. Instructions began appearing on the bright green screen, indicating it was tied into a computer network at the facility. Yes, somebody, probably the young analyst out there, was typing in a complex series of commands. Above that, on the screen, another sequence had been aborted. It had been some sort of run called HI-volt. That must have been what had jolted him when he was out in the conduit. He studied the screen, trying to figure out what was going on. Only the hum of air conditioning broke the silence, and the quiet helped him to think of course. These bastards were planning to use the Cyclops, or worse, its spacecraft too. What? He recalled seeing the second chopper arrive and the boys unload 2 crates. Its cargo wasn't going to be a Christmas present to the world. Whatever it was, they were poised to deliver it just about anywhere on the globe. So what was their target? He studied the computer screen, hoping to get an inkling, but he saw only numbers. In pairs, they looked like latitude and longitude, coordinates. What did that mean? The first ones were nearby, maybe somewhere near Crete. So what were they doing? Reprogramming the vehicle into a missile? Terrific. That was the first half of the bad news. The second half was that whatever they were up to, there also seemed a good chance they might try to blow up the SATCOM facility after they were finished, just to cover their tracks. Dead men make no IDs in some faraway courtroom years from now. He could probably terminate that plan by just sabotaging some of the fiber optics in the conduit, thereby putting the whole facility out of commission. But that would screw Bill too, and probably end up costing SATCOM millions. Bates was close enough to being suicidal already. This was probably going to put him over the edge in any case, Keep that as a last-ditch option, he told himself. And besides, everything at the moment was only guesswork. The thing to do first was to get a better handle on the situation without the terrorists knowing. The question was how. He looked around the room again, wondering. And then his eye fell on the terminal and a thought dawned. Why not see? If you can interrupt the computer run in progress and have a chat with the analyst at the keyboard, the one with the beard now typing in the numbers appearing on the green screen. He reached down and tested one of the keys, but nothing happened. The data being typed in just kept on coming. What now? How to cut into the system and send him a little personal email. Get his attention, something. Then he realized the keyboard had an on/off switch, which was currently shunting it out of the system. Guess that's to keep somebody from screwing up a run by leaning against it, he thought. How much time is there? Any minute now somebody could come wandering in. Probably this window of opportunity only had a few minutes to go. He switched on the keyboard and again gave a letter a tap. This time it instantly appeared on the screen, highlighted. A glance at the TV monitor told him that the startled analyst at the keyboard had frozen his fingers in mid-T, bringing everything to a halt. Quickly he started typing, hoping that none of the terrorists had the brains to be monitoring the computers. Don't stop. Just answer. The young analyst, he could tell from the monitor, had a funny look on his face. It's obvious even through his scraggly beard. But he was cool. Who are you? Came back the answer, a friend. Need information. Fast. How many terrorists? 10. The reply appeared. But I think one was killed, plus those who came in on the course. Key this morning, Vance thought, looked like another 3. Then he typed in another question. What do they want? Don't know. Maybe use vehicles. The typing was quick and experienced. They say facility to keep operating normally. Where is Bay? It's Vance typed back. Is he okay in his office? Think he's okay. That's a relief, he thought. Guess Bill's still got some hostage value to them. Tell him Ulysses has landed. Be of good cheer. The answer came back. Who are you? I'm scared. They killed Chris. I saw IT. But that's probably all for a while. Standard terror tactics. Now erase this conversation. Something was typed on the screen and their words immediately all disappeared. And just in time, 2:48 p.m. Eyes had finished retrieving the box of critrons from the cockpit of the Huey and was headed down the elevator for the area directly below and south of the launch facility. The clean room where SATCOM's expensive communications satellites were going to be prepped for launch. Abdallah was a jerk, but he had been right about that. It was the obvious location to install the detonators and set the timing mechanisms. As the elevator door opened, his Uzi was still holstered. Just below his right hip and in his hands was the box of detonators, all carefully secured in their beds of bubble wrap. He stepped into the hallway, then headed down for the closed door of the clean room. 2:58 p.m. William Bate. I must say, made a wise choice when he hired you to run this project, Miss Andros, Ramirez was saying. He had just lit a new cigar. I have to commend his judgment. Well, if you think I'm doing such a great job, you Eder, let me go on doing it, Colley managed to answer, trying to get a grip on herself. She had her arms crossed, mainly to try to keep her hands from shaking. When Chris was shot, she was so stunned she'd repressed the horror. Now the numbness was wearing off and she wanted to scream. Just one long wail to purge everything. She was biting her lip to try to repress the impulse. I need to go down to the launch facility and check with the tech crews. Toughen up and think. She told herself. These terrorists are up to something, and the sooner you figure out what it is, the better for everybody. As a matter of fact, he nodded. I need to go down myself and see how things are proceeding. So why don't we both go, Miss Andros? Around here I'm called Dr. Andros. She was feeling her control coming back. Two could play the power game. But of course, he nodded. In a professional environment, we all like to be treated accordingly. I respect that and expect no less myself. He surveyed the room, its SATCOM technicians still stunned. Then his eye caught the tall, bearded Iranian Salim, now lounging by the door with his Uzi, and motioned him over. Get this, Ba? "Is he out of here?" The Iranian nodded and strolled over. Kali studied him, wondering. She had been trying to size up the team for some time, and she still had not figured them all out. But this one, heavy-set and defiantly bearded, seemed somewhat at odds with the others. He clearly had no taste to clean up number one's murder. You could see it in his eyes. "Where?" "In the lobby. It's disrupting the professional environment." He nodded again, and without a word grabbed Chris Schneider by the shoulders and began dragging him past. Dr. Andros number one turned back to her already. "I feel closer to you than I do to half of my men. I think you and I will make a good team." "You have got to be fucking kidding." He merely aft, then spoke to another of the terrorists, a young Arab. After apparently ordering him to stay behind in command to keep an eye on things, he motioned Kali to lead the way through the security doors. They edged around Salim, still moving the body, and out into the lobby. The first thing she noticed was that the guard was missing from the front security station. Instead, a wide, dark stain covered the desk. Blood, she whirled on number one. "What happened to Milos, you bastard?" "Regrettably, he is no longer with us." He shrugged, not pausing as he took her arm and shoved her on. "You mean you murdered him too?" She felt herself about to explode. She had loved that Greek who spent more time worrying about soccer scores than he did about security. Thinking about his death, she felt a wave of nausea sweep over her. "You bloodthirsty, please. We're going to try to be professionals, remember?" He interrupted her calmly. "We will be working together in the days ahead, and animosity will serve no purpose." She thought of several responses, but squelched them all. Talking wasn't going to make things any better. In that respect, he was right. Talk would have no effect. They were facing the tunnel leading to the mechanical systems sector at the other end of the island. The large metal doors, operated from the security system at the desk, had been opened, slid back, and permanently secured. The short-circuiting of the security system had disabled all the electronic locks in the facility. Scrutinizing them, she felt sadness. All the months of fine-tuning and technical calibration throughout the facility, had all that effort been wasted? Probably not, she suspected. These goons, true to their word, had taken great pains not to disturb anything in command. So far, everything had apparently conformed to their plan, except for something to do with a helicopter. Whatever that was, it had taken them by surprise. What was it? Ramirez said nothing as they started down the asphalt pavement of the underground passageway. Over 1,000 meters long and illuminated by fluorescent lighting, its cinder-block walls were wide and high enough to accommodate a standard Greek truck or two small lorries. Kali noted the deserted guard desk at the far end. Had he been killed as well, she wondered. "Let me put your mind at ease," number one announced, as though reading her thoughts. "The other guards have merely been disarmed and locked in their quarters. As I said, we have no desire for any unnecessary bloodshed." "More lies?" She tossed her hair. "You should try to believe me. Again, trust will make things easier for us both." She pushed past the doors at the end of the passageway, and together they entered the first sector, launch control. Beyond, another set of doors led to the giant underground installation for the superconducting coil, which fed into a massive glass tube holding the Wiggler, heart of the Cyclops. Above that, now unseen, stood the launch vehicles, rockets that carried no fuel. Neither was yet primed. They planned to ready the vehicle designated VX-1 just before launch. In fact, nothing had happened since the test the night before. Tech crews were checking the instruments, knowing only that a communications breakdown with command had occurred and some strange visitors had shown up in a helicopter. Something was going on, but nobody knew what. "A very impressive installation," number one said, watching as the technicians all nodded their greetings. "Incidentally, there is no point in alarming any of them now. For the moment, you should just proceed normally. That's why you're here, right?" She shot back. "To make sure there's all this normality. Things were pretty normal before you and your band of thugs barged in. We are colleagues now, Dr. Andros. I'm here to observe the lift we all are so anxious for. Please, for starters, I would like to tag along and have you show me around. You're a congenial guide." "You bet," she thought. "You'll discover how congenial I am soon enough." Of course, she had not yet formulated a strategy. One bright spot was the voice on the radio this morning. Was somebody on the island still free? She had peeked out into the lobby long enough to learn that the mysterious guard had shot one of the Germans and then escaped. So who was it? That was what she wanted to find out next, but first, business. She approached Jordan Yeager, a young Caltech graduate and friend of George's who had been with the project from the start. JJ, how long did the coil temperature stay nominal? Although he had a master's in mechanical engineering, Jordan sported shoulder-length hair and had just gotten a tattoo on his right bicep, an elaborate rendering of his initials, JJ, which he much preferred to be called. He liked the fact Dr. Andros remembered that. For just over 21 minutes, he announced with pride, his eyes discreetly taking in her hourglass figure. Long enough. Then it started creeping up, but we'd have almost inserted into orbit by that time. And after 29 minutes, it was only 5 degrees Celsius higher. No sweat, Dr. Andros. Who, JJ was wondering, was this hotshot standing next to Dr. Andros? He had seen a lot of SATCOM brass come and go, but this dude was definitely new. What was his scene? No question, though, the boss lady was really pissed about something. She also did not seem interested in introducing this new creep to anyone. Fine. There was enough to worry about without more head office brass. Cawley nodded. The online readout in command showed that the Cyclops reached saturation at 12.35 gigawatts. Right, JJ agreed. The Igler went critical, and we used the phased array to dissipate the energy. He beamed. Hell, we could have sent her up last night. The whole thing was textbook. He knew she already knew all that, but he figured there was no harm in impressing this front office creep that all the money they'd spent hadn't been wasted. SATCOM was definitely on budget from his section. Management had to be happy. Payoff time was just around the corner. This time next week, SATCOM stock is going to be pure gold. After VX1 went up, there wouldn't be any more shit from Arlington. They'd be passing out stock bonuses like fucking peppermints. He figured a hot new Nissan was definitely in his future. Good, Doctor, Andros said, but she seemed distracted, having trouble staying focused. Something was definitely wrong, but she was hiding it. How about sending a data summary to my terminal in command? Cawley walked on past JJ, thinking as fast as she could. None of the technicians here knew what had happened. When they found out, were they going to fall apart, endangering everybody and everything? Maybe, she thought, it would be better now to just continue normally as long as possible. Number one, whoever he was, wasn't carrying an Uzi now. Instead, he had a 9mm skillfully concealed beneath his double-breasted. It was all very stylish. He was keeping the takeover on low profile, at least down here where vehicles were. Maybe, she told herself, he doesn't feel as sure of himself here, or maybe he needs to keep their plans a secret. So they're definitely up to something. As they walked past the massive steel housings enclosing the Wiggler's controls, Ramirez suddenly paused and cleared his throat. Dr. Andros, what is the payload for the test launching? You certainly wouldn't put a multi-million-dollar communications satellite at peril during your maiden run. He isn't she thought. He understands the economics of the satellite business. It's just a test with a dummy payload. Good, we will have a real payload for you. It won't be low cost, but it will definitely get you some attention. We at that moment. And his walkie-talkie crackled. 3:00 p.m. Abdallah had completed his inspection, and together with Shujat, was loading the crates back onto the small trucks intended to move them down to the clean room. We'll have to adjust the timer. Very carefully, he was saying to Shujat, now bent over with him. Make sure they're synced critically with the trajectory. The second Pakistani engineer nodded. Right, so we'll do it when the trajectory computer runs are completed. That's scheduled for 2200 hours tonight. Sounds good. Abdallah clicked on his black walkie-talkie, a small Kenwood, and tried to sound professional. Firebird 2 to Firebird 1. Do you read? There was a burst of static. And then Ramirez's voice sounded. I copy you, Firebird 2. Any problems? Negative, the items look in perfect condition. We are taking them down to the clean room now to install the detonators. Fine, Ramirez replied. I'll meet you there. The radio voice paused. Incidentally, be aware there is somebody loose on the island who seems a trifle out of sync with the situation. Where is he? He was signaling for Shujat to come over and listen, having a Blummer 2 always made things more fun. Probably up at the communications complex on the mountain. So far he's only been a nuisance, but the matter will have to be resolved. In the meantime, don't let anything slow down your work. We need to be prepared for the next phase, including whatever time flexibility we might need. Abdallah did not exactly like the sound of that. He had a troubling feeling that number one wasn't exactly telling everybody the whole plan. He was not a man you instinctively trusted. Who the hell was he, really? Of course, in this business you didn't necessarily trust anybody, but still, when you were working together, it was nice to think that everybody was on the same wavelength. In his view, a lot of questions still needed answering. Like where had the money come from to mount this operation? The preparations, the bribes, the equipment, and the second chopper, the Sikorsky the Hind, he knew, had been stolen the Pame. As to all the third parties involved, everything had required money, tons of it, but the man known as number one clearly had all he needed. So how had this character come up with all those millions of bucks? His intuition told him that not everybody was going to make it to the safe house in Malta when the time came. At the moment, he had confidence only in Rise and Shujat. And Rise was a jerk. In fact, he hadn't seen him since he went out to get the Critrons from the cockpit of the Sikorsky, but he should be down in the clean room by now, 3:01 p.m. Vance heard a sound outside the clean room, footsteps. Somebody was approaching, but not with a walk that suggested familiarity with them. Lace, this might turn out to be his hoped-for break. Maybe he was about to have a nice face-to-face with one of the terrorists. At last, an opportunity for some answers. He slipped back against the wall next to the door, his wet clothes chilling him in the low temperature. But he sensed that things were about to warm up. The person behind the door paused for a second, then shoved it open. A box appeared, then a face. It was young and cocky. Don't even think about making us ound, asshole. He slapped his Walther against the guy's cheek, then yanked the Uzi from his leg holster and pulled him into the room. Next, he kicked the door shut and shoved his new guest to the floor. The box he was carrying thumped down beside him. In the glare of the fluorescence, the terrorist looked like an aging graduate student, except he was wearing a Palestinian keffiyeh. Vance ripped it away, rolled him over, and inserted the Uzi into his mouth. A metal barra. Loosening the teeth, he knew, did marvels for a Weiss guy's powers of concentration. That was one of the first lessons he'd picked up from the boys at ARM, and this one was no exception. He stared up, genuine terror in his eyes, and moaned, "Speak English, just nod." He dipped his forehead forward, eyes still in shock. Good, now we're going to play 20 questions. That's about the number of teeth you've got, so each time I get an answer, I don't buy one of them. O's, and when we run out of teeth, you won't be able to talk anymore, so I'll just blow your head off. Okay, how are we doing? We understand each other so far? He nodded again and gave an airless grunt. Great, looks like we're on a roll. Now how many more of your team is in there? Hold up fingers, very slowly. I was never good at fast arithmetic. His eyes were cloudy, but he managed to lift 5 fingers. This guy is one of the new arrivals, Vance thought. Counted 3 of them. So that means 2 others are down here as well. Those first guys were the pros, but this kid barely knows which end of an Uzi to hold. Do they know you came back here? He rattled the barrel of the Uzi around it in his mouth just to keep him focused. Again he nodded, even more terrified. Okay, he thought, we're going to have to make this a short chat. Are there hostages down here? Again the man nodded. How many? He just shrugged, clearly have. No idea. Well, Vance thought, maybe it's time to get this show on the road. He slowly removed the barrel, then ripped off a portion of the keffiyeh lying on the floor, balled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Next he tore off a longer strip and tied it around his head, securing the gag. The eyes were still terrified. By the way, he said, what's in the box? A new look of even greater horror entered the eyes. He's really scared now, Vance thought. Interesting. Well, maybe. Ought to take a look. He reached over and opened the lid. There, nestled inside several layers of bubble wrap, were what looked like large, oversized blue transistors. Bingo, he thought. What have we here? Could it be these are the tickets to the, coming show? This ain't chopped liver. Okay, pal, on your feet. We're going to get moving, just you and me. We're going to take along your little box of toys. You can tell me what they are later. The young terrorist started to rise. Gingerly, see that opening over there? He pointed where the wires enter into the conduit. We're going through there, you first. You're about to have some experience in mountain climbing. The workout might do you good. That was when the door opened. Chapter 9. 3:18 p.m. Vance cocked the Pakistani's Uzi and trained it on the door, not sure what to do. The fear was that he might inadvertently kill a friendly. Hostage situations always presented that harrowing possibility. Quick identifications and quick decisions were what made good anti-terrorist teams. He was afraid he had neither skill. He wasn't even that great a shot. But events were to break his way for a change. As the door swung in, he saw a woman framed there. He needed only to lock eyes with her to know she was a friendly. Okay, one ID out of the way. Then a man behind her, dressed in a tailored charcoal suit, reached out to seize her and pull her in front of him. Oh, good. As Vance watched, mesmerized, she elbowed him in the chin, sending him reeling backward and out into the hallway. Then, before he could recover, she slammed the door, using her other elbow to hit the blue airlock button next to the frame. With electronic efficiency, the red, sealed light above the door blinked on and bolts around the edges clicked into place. She turned, still shaking, and looked at him. Please tell me you're not one of them, too. No way, I'm just a tourist. Vance examined her and liked her on the spot. She was a stunner, with dark hair and an eye-catching sweater emblazoned with the Satcom logo, one of those take-charge women made for the modern age. Exhibit A, she just ice. The thug in the hallway. And who are you? Instead of answering, she glanced over at the Pakistani, his mouth gagged. I see you've already met one of our new guests. We got acquainted informally, not exactly a meaningful relationship. He stared at the door, wondering how long it would hold. By the way, is that guy outside who I think he is? Didn't he just shoot somebody in your control room? He did, and you were probably about to be next. She took time to examine him more closely. He couldn't tell if she liked what she saw, but her look quickly turned to puzzlement. You're soaking wet. I had an afternoon dip. What? You swam here? She looked about the room, then back. How in a manner of speaking? Who are you? Mike Vance. He extended his hand. Friend of Bill's, it's a long story. In real life, I run a sailboat charter operation back in the Bahamas, and you, Collie Andros, I run this place, or at least I did until last night. She shook his hand tentatively. So what are you doing here? As I said, just an island tourist. But I've got to tell you, Greek hospitality isn't what it used to be. He reached down and picked up the box with the critrons. Now what do you say we get out of here before that guy outside comes blasting in through that door? She laughed. That's an inch and a half of steel. Even better, it's fail-safe, which means that if the electronics fail, it's stays in the locked mode anyway. He liked her snappy answers. Nothing lasts forever. I strongly recommend we do ourselves a favor and move along. He turned and indicated the open panel where the wiring entered. How does the back way sound to you? You came in through there. She clearly was startled. You're either very smart or very stupid. That's where I'll tell you what's really stupid. Standing around while those goons figure out how to take out that door. Because something in here I've got a feeling they're going to want back very badly. You mean him? She pointed at the Pakistani, still gagged, hunching down on the floor. This one? Doubt that. He's just a water carrier. No, I'm talking about the Gad. Shit's inside this box. What? Check them out. He passed it over. What do you think? She lifted out one of the glass-covered units, 3 wires extending from one end, and her dark eyes widened. My God, do you know what? This is, tell me, it's a critron. She rotated it in her hand gently, as though it were crystal. I've never actually seen one before, only pictures. You can trigger a nuclear device with one of these. They're worth millions on the black. Market. Guess we just made the fortune 500, he laughed. If we live long enough to cash them in, should be lots of buyers around the Middle East. Do you realize the nightmares finally come true? Looks that way. He sighed. Terrorists are building a bomb, or more likely, they've managed to steal one somewhere. One? She shivered from the cold and pulled at her sweater. There must be more than one if they've got all these detonators. But a bomb is just another unk of enriched uranium without these, right? Well, if they're planning to do more than threaten. Oh my God, she froze. That explains why they've got George's changing trajectories. They what? Are they tinkering with your rockets? Oh, far just the computer guidance part. But if they put a bomb on VX-1, who knows what they could end up doing? How does nuclear blackmail sound? But nobody goes to this much trouble just to shake down a corporation. There are lots of easier ways. He paused to ponder. 10-1, it's not SATCOM they're holding for ransom. They're aiming for a lot higher stakes. They're probably planning to shake down a country somewhere. No prizes for guessing which one. The U.S., she guessed anyway. Think they can get away with it? Probably not without these. He closed the box. Maybe we've just pulled the plug, so let's take these and get out of here. She glanced down at the surly Pakistani. What about him? We could take him with us as a bargaining chip, but I don't think he's worth the bother. Vance reached over and turned his face up. How about it? Do your buddies out there care whether you live or die? His eyes betrayed. His fear they did not. Didn't really think so, Vance revolved back. I say we leave him. They'll probably execute him anyway for being a screw-up and losing these. He tucked the box under his arm, then turned back one last. Tell your chief we're going to take good care of them. They're the world's insurance policy. He pointed toward the opening into the wiring shaft. Want to go first, the conduit? She frowned. You get used to it, it's just Irie. Ellie can't believe any of this is happening. She turned, walked over, and with only minor hesitation began climbing through. At that moment, the Pakistani suddenly rolled to his feet and lunged for the sealed door. Vance whirled to try and catch him, but it was too late. He had already thrown his body against the release button. The seal clicked off, and in an instant their security evaporated. Go! He turned back and yelled, but she was already through. What now? He wondered. Leadingly, stay and shoot it out or disappear. The second option had more appeal. He dived for the open grate of the conduit, but the door was already opening. The Paki couldn't yell, but when the door slid back, he pushed through. And was cut down by a fusillade of automatic weapons fire. The impact blew him back into the room, sending his riddled body full length across the floor. Vance swung around the Uzi and laid down a blast of covering fire through the doorway, which had the effect of clearing the opening for a second. He got off a couple of last rounds, just for good measure, then turned and hurled himself into the communications shaft. No sooner had he pulled himself inside than rounds of fire began ricocheting through behind him. The aim, however, was wide, and he managed to flatten himself and stay out of the way. Then the firing abruptly stopped. They must have seen what's in here, he realized, all the wiring. Are you all right? It was Cawley's voice, somewhere in the dark ahead. I'm doing fine. He paused, hating the next part. Only one small problem. What? I managed to drop our insurance policy on the floor in there. They're back in business. 3:20 p.m. Isaac Mannheim checked his watch and then gazed down the hill, marking the time with growing impatience. Coping with inactivity, he felt, was the most extraordinarily difficult task in life. In fact, he never understood how anybody could retire when 3 lifetimes would not be adequate for all one's dreams. The tall man who had saved his life earlier in the day had departed almost an hour and a half ago. Where was he? This waiting around was not accomplishing a damned thing. He rose off the rock where he'd been sitting and stretched. Enough of this lollygagging about. He had to get down there and find out what was happening. Already he assumed that something had interfered with the schedule. This afternoon's agenda included a communications power-up of the servomechanisms that guided the phased array transmitter through the trajectory. He had even warned the tall stranger about it before he descended into the conduit. Well, he's aimed to carry luck around with him because the power-up had begun, then suddenly halted. But that meant somebody was mucking with the timetable. It was necessary to stop these people, whoever they were, from causing any more interference. In Thai, it was like these, he figured. It paid to be pragmatic. So give them a piece of whatever it was they wanted and they'd go away. It always worked. Even the student sit-ins of the 60s could have been tamed with a few gestures, a handful of concessions. If he'd been in charge, the problem would have disappeared. So this time he would take the initiative. These people had no reason to want to stop the project, which meant, logically, that they had to be after something else. So why not? It just let them have it and then get on with matters. After squinting at his watch one last time, he shrugged and started down the hill, working his way through the rocks and scrub brush. The sun beat down fiercely, making him thirsty and weak. While the sharp rocks pierced the lightweight shoes he had worn for the plane. But the other, sturdier pair he had packed was lost with the helicopter. Well, so be it. The first rule of life was to make do with what you had, manage around problems, and he intended to do exactly that. Shrugging again, he gingerly continued his climb. On his left, he was passing the landing pad, with the slightly beat-up Augusta, the sight of which momentarily discomfited him. But surely Eights had it insured. Still, the whole business was damned irritating, start to finish. As he walked onto the asphalt of the connecting roadway and headed for the entrance to command, he puzzled over how these thugs could have penetrated the facility in the first place and why security had not handled the problem. That was bloody well what SATCOM was paying its layabout Greek guards to do. Thev should have nipped the whole mess in the bud. He turned and scanned the mountain one last time. But still spied nobody. The chap who saved his life must have gotten lost. Or killed. With a shrug, he walked directly up to the SATCOM entry lobby and shoved open the glass door. To his surprise, nobody was manning the security station, and an ominous dark stain covered the desk. Why hadn't anybody cleaned that up? Readying his lecture, he dug out his security card and headed across toward the door to command. 3:21 p.m. Let them go, Ramira said. We have what we need. He bent down and picked up the box. What about the woman? Wolf Helling asked. Can we work without her? She'll be back. Ramirez seemed to be thinking aloud. I'll see to it. But there are ways. He cut him off. It's not a problem. What do you want us to do here? Helling inquired finally, skepticism in his voice. He stepped over to look at the body of Rise, staring down dispassionately. One less amateur to deal with. He had shot the Pakistani by accident, but the kid was unreliable. And this job had no room for unreliability. Just get on with arming the devices, he said, checking his Rolex. I'm going back to command. It's time, he was thinking, for an important phone call, 3:39 p.m. I figure it like this, Vance said, trying to sound confident. We take out the guy in charge, behead the dragon, and we've solved a large part of the problem. He seems to like shooting people, even his own men. He paused, then looked at her. By the way, do you know who he is? Could be a real help. I have no idea, Cauley said, shaking her head. Just that he's a killer. She was straightening her clothes. After climbing out of the conduit and through the heat exchanger. He murdered Chris for no reason. Why would he do that? Her voice began to choke and she stopped. Vance reached over and patted her hand. She had been through a lot. It's to scare you and everybody working for you. But try and hang on. You'll be getting some professional reinforcements soon. A few friends of mine known as ARM. ARM? Isn't that the security bunch that wired this facility in the first place? She stared at him, then made a face. Some job. What can I say? He winced. They don't usually have these problems. And now these same guys are going to come back and save us. That's really comforting. Try thinking positive. It was the best he could do. She clearly viewed that response as inadequate, but she was too exhausted to argue. Well, at this point I don't have any better ideas, but I'm worried about what may happen if there's a lot of shooting. Part of our job is to try and make sure nobody gets hurt. Keep the friendlies out of harm's way. Great. Her spunk was coming back. We're probably going to have to keep them out of the way of your incompetent rescuers as well. Have faith. These guys have had plenty of experience. It won't be the first time. And what about you? She looked him over again. How much experience have you had? You want an honest answer? I take it that means none. Pretty claw. So till they get here, we just ad-lib. He settled under a tree and leaned back against the trunk. Now, how about describing their leading man? I didn't get a very good look at him. She was quiet for a moment, as though to collect her memories, and then she produced a description so thorough it would have impressed a Mossad intelligence officer. By the time she finished, Vance was grinning. Well, what do you know? He's alive after all. Looks like ARM is in for some unfinished business. What do you mean? I think you just described somebody who slipped past Pierre in Beirut about 5 years ago. He's been in the terrorist game a long, long time, but he hasn't been heard from since. Everybody started believing he was dead, or hoping. You know who he is? It could only be one guy, Sabri Ramirez. He felt mixed emotions. This would be a real prize for Pierre and the others if they could get him. The problem was getting him. Nobody had ever managed to come close. Who's that? Vance wondered if he really ought to tell her. Or shade the truth down a bit. Let me put it like this. He's no ordinary criminal. He's probably murdered 100 people if you added up all the bombings. Mossad has been trying to assassinate the bastard for 15 years. Vance leaned back, his mind churning, and touched his fingertips together. This puts things in a whole new perspective. I knew he was a pro, had to be, but we're about to go up against the world's #1 terrorist. The king. His blue eyes grew thoughtful. I've got to warn Pierre ASAP, the tactics may have to be changed. What's that supposed to mean? If Ramirez thinks he's apt, he'll just lash out. Always happens. He goes crazy and gets irrational when he's cornered, which means negotiations are useless. Jesus, she shuddered, her eyes seemed to go momentarily blank. I didn't sign on for this. Makes two of us. He settled back in the grass, then yanked up a handful, fresh and fragrant, and sniffed it. I came for sun and sea, not to help re-kill a dead man. What's that supposed to mean? She plopped down beside him under a tree. Seems reasonable to guess he's been, quote, dead, unquote, for 5 years because he wants to be. It's not a bad condition to be in. For one thing, people stop looking for you. You can start reusing your old hideaways. And you can put together a really big score. The hyena returns. The hyena? That's what Mossad calls him. The story is he hates it, but it sort of sums up his line of work. The hyena. The world's #1 killer for hire. Gah. I knew there was something about him, although in a way he seemed so. The man in the Brooks Brothers suit. But when he gunned down Chris in cold blood. Still, this goes way beyond anything I could ever have dreamed. Looks like just made the big time. Right up there with the OPEC ministers he kidnapped in 1975, then auctioned off all over the Middle East. This is even bigger. It's going to be the crown jewel of his career. He stopped to muse. What's it like to be famous and officially dead at the same time? Maybe the best thing would be if he were really dead. You read my mind. 2:18 p.m., Mr. President. It was the voice of Alicia on the intercom. There's a call hold. Ing on line 3. It's Dr. Mannheim. He glanced up, distracted. In the interest of more space, the operation had moved from the Oval Office to the Cabinet Room, where Stuart's wooden-jawed portrait of George Washington gazed down on the papers strewn around the 8-sided table. Seated there with him were his Chief of Staff, Morton Davies, the Special Assistant for National Security Affairs, Theodore Brock, head of the Joint Chiefs, Ed Briggs, as well as the head of the EIA and the Secretary of Defense. The Vice President was giving a speech at a California fundraiser, but his contribution was not particularly desired, or missed. Let him make speeches and wave the flag. He reached over and picked up the handset. Tell him I'll get back to him. Is he at home? He's calling from somewhere in Greece. The SATCOM, damn, can't I call him back? I really don't have time. I think you might want to take this, sir. Her voice was crisp. and neutral as always, but he knew what the edge in her intonation meant. This is priority. Satcom? Suddenly it clicked. He had been too distracted for the name to register at first. He's almost babbling. Something about a helicopter? Or he's put him on and have the damned thing traced. He hit the speaker button. Isaac, what's Johan? He's got a gun at my head. The voice was unmistakable. It had made students quake for 40 years. It had made him quake. Now. It was quivering. He had never heard his old professor in such a state. Very, very unlike Isaac. Dr. Mannheim? They made me call this number. I know I'm not supposed. Who's they? The connection was intermittent, but he still could make it out. He paused, then seemed to be reading. The Resistance Front for a Free Europe. They've taken over the SATCOM facility here, everybody. They shot down my helicopter. They killed, what did you say? Helicopter. Hansa. His pulse quickened. Was Isaac talking about the Israeli hind that had attacked the Glover? And what was this Resistance Front for something or other? Free Europe? Europe was already free. Maybe too damned free, given all the ethnic turmoil. The connection chattered, then another voice sounded. Hansen noted a trace of an accent, but he couldn't identify it. Johan Hansen, this is to inform you that all the American engineers here are safe at the moment. We have no desire to harm anyone. We merely want our demand addressed. Hansen glanced at Brock, who nodded, then pushed a button next to the phone that allowed him to record both sides of the conversation. This had better not be a prank. It's no prank. The staff of SATCOM is now hostage. Listen, whoever you are, the United States of America doesn't negotiate with hostage takers. We never have before, and we're not about to start now. I'm afraid the rules of the past no longer apply. In fact, I have no desire to negotiate either. There is nothing to negotiate. We have a very simple demand, and you have no alternative. You've got that backwards, whoever you are. You have no alternatives. You can release whatever hostages you have and get the hell out of there. That's your one option. We would be delighted to comply. As I said to you, we merely have a small non-negotiable demand. I assume we are being recorded, but you may wish to take notes nonetheless, in case you have any questions. If you're talking about ransom, I can tell you now it's absolutely unthinkable. That kind of intransigence will get us nowhere. He sighed, a faint hiss over the line, and then continued. You may consider our demand as merely a small repayment to the Muslim peoples, large portions of whose homeland America has seen fit to devastate. That payment will be $800 million, to be delivered according to conditions that will be specified by fax. I assume you will wish some time to make the arrangements. You have 24 hours. You're out of your mind, Hansen said firmly. You've got a hell of a nerve, even don't make me repeat myself. I will fax you the bank information. As I said, you have 24 hours. If you have not wire transferred the funds by that time, an American military installation in Europe will be incinerated, and without your frigate Glover sent to spy on the Islamic peoples of the region, you will have no inkling where that installation will be. Just what do you think you're going to do? The same thing America once did to Japan, only this time with a little help from one of your so-called non-nuclear allies. Hansen pulled up short. Was this the nightmare every U.S. president had feared, a nuclear device in the hands of terrorists? No, this took it one step further. The terrorists had just seized the means to deliver the device. It was that nightmare compounded. He glanced at Ed Briggs, whose face had just turned ashen. They both were thinking the same thing. What kind of military action was possible? The answer was not going to be simple. Then he turned back to the phone. Listen, I want. He paused because the line had gone dead. 9:04 p.m. How does an ETA of 0200 hours sound to you? Dmitry Spiros was using an unsecured radio, but he had no choice. That'll give us about 29 hours, enough time to get everything together. I'll have the welcome mat out. Vance's radio voice was interrupted periodically with static. The man sounded stressed out, but Spiros had already interrogated him about the overall situation. Our plan right now is to come in by seaplane, set down 2 clicks to the north, and stage the actual insertion using Zodiacs. Pierre wants to get everything together here, in Athens by 1600 hours tomorrow. That's firm. We'll have a briefing and then you know the rest. Try not to overfly this place. It's pretty small and there are lots of islands down in this part of the world. Michael, I'm Greek. For God's sake, he bristled. We'll make it, seas permitting, and the weather looks like a go for now. All right, here's the drill. Right now there are friendlies in command and down at launch. You have the plans for that, right? Right. And how? About the Bates Motel, the living quarters. At the moment, I think they've got some friendlies in there too, but it's currently cut off from the rest of the facility, no communications of any kind, and it's not heavily guarded. We can hurry about it last. The heavy hitters and the hardware will be at the two other places. What else do you know? Spiros pressed. It gets even better. These guys have got at least one nuclear device. All signs are they have plans probably to use the Cyclops system for delivery. I don't like the sound of that, Spiros said. Who's leading it? This is the very best part. I think it might be Ramirez. Sabri, the hyena? Could be. He snorted in disbelief. No. The commissar has had him dead for 3 years. The hyena has many lives. I actually got a look at him. Plastic surgery, maybe, but I've got a feeling it's none other than... There was a pause as Vance seemed to be checking something. You know, we probably should cut this short. These guys have long ears. But just a word of warning, don't underestimate what he's capable of. I saw him shoot a staffer here in cold blood just to get everybody's attention. When the time comes, things are going to get rough. That's how we're used to playing, until somebody shows us a better way. Well, there's a good chance they're planning to arm at least one of the vehicles. After that, it's anybody's guess. Nuclear blackmail? Could be. Anyway, the fun part is I got hold of the triggering mechanisms for about 5 minutes. And then you politely gave them back. It's a long story. Aren't they all? Spiros said. Then, well, do us all a favor, stay alive. If till we can make the insertion. That's an idea I could get with. By the way, do you have anything on their schedule? When does the balloon go up? I don't know. You might hear something at your end. Ramirez has got to be talking to somebody. By now. Demands the usual. We need to find out what he wants. Maybe it'll all be over by the time you get here. Don't count on it. These things take a while. In the meantime, I'll get Pierre to have Hans chat up the commissar. If Germany's intel computer files have anything, he can probably pull it out quick enough. I do have another information source. Vance paused. A new partner, and she's tough. What the hell are you talking about? Michael, this is it really the time for such things. I should get to fraternize with the hostages, one of the perks. Otherwise, what do I get out of this job? She also happens to be the one who runs this place. She gave Ramirez the slip. A laugh sounded off over the line, mixed with the static. Incidentally, she doesn't think too much of your security job. Very funny. Spiros's gruff voice suggested he didn't mean it, but maybe you should send her back inside. Might actually be safe. There. Highly doubtful. All right, what about Bates? The word is he's still okay, but they know who he is, and I expect they'll put on the pressure when the time comes. There's an old professor here too, the guy who dreamed this whole thing up. And they've got him. Name's Mannheim. First name Isaac. Why don't you find out anything you can about him? I had him here with me, but when I went down to reconnoiter, he disappeared. My guess is he wandered off and got himself taken. Sounds like you're on the case. Let's synchronize and talk again tomorrow at 0800 hours local. Okay. We're counting on you. Don't mind telling you I'm scared. We're outgunned and Ramirez has started killing people. Michael, we're working as fast as we can. Just be by a radio tomorrow. Dmitry Spiros switched off the microphone and lapsed into troubled thought. 3:29 p.m. Events were getting serious enough that the operation had been moved down to the Situation Room in the White House basement. Scarcely 20 feet on a side, it was dominated by a teak conference table, with leather-bound chairs lining the walls. Although it appeared cramped by corporate standards. Especially when the full National Security Council met, its close quarters intensified the focus needed for international crisis management. Besides, in the new age of electronic decisions, It was state-of-the-art, making up in technology what it lacked in spaciousness. Installed behind the dark walnut panels that covered 3 of the walls was the latest in high-tech electronic equipment, including a variety of telecommunications terminals, video monitors, and apparatus for projecting and manipulating images on the large screen on the 4th wall, normally concealed by a drawn curtain, but now open and ready. "We'll have to work through Joint Special Operations Command," the president was saying. As he looked around the room, the 5 people there were intensely at work, their coat jackets crumpled across the chairs, shirt sleeves pushed back, ties loosened or off. They included Chief of Staff Morton Davies, Special Assistant for National Security Affairs Ted Brock, and Head of the Joint Chiefs Ed Briggs. So we're about to find out if this country has any counter-terrorist assault capability. Special Operations Command had been created in the 80s after the string of embarrassing communication snafus during the Grenada invasion. Headquartered at MacDill Air Force Base in Florida, it had overall control and supervision of America's major commando units. "I guess the first decision they'll have to make," he continued, "is who we should send in." There were 2 options. The Navy had a 175 Frogman unit, Sea Air Land Team 6, operating out of the Little Creek Naval Amphibious Base near Norfolk, Virginia. SEAL Team 6 specialized in underwater demolitions, clandestine coastal infiltrations, hand-to-hand operations. The other unit trained to carry out hostage rescue missions was Delta Force, headquartered in a classified installation at Fort Bragg. The SEALs were high profile, whereas everybody denied the very existence of Delta's assault team called shooters in military parlance. Delta Force was probably the worst-kept secret in America. "Shouldn't we hold up a minute and talk first about the hostages?" Morton Davies wondered aloud. "How much risk is there?" "There's always risk," Hansen declared. "With anything you do in this office, there's always a downside. What was it Harry Truman said about the place where the buck stops? Well, I've got an uncomfortable feeling I'm about to find out what he was talking about." He turned and hit the intercom. "Alicia, get hold of Admiral Cutter and tell him to get over here. We've got to get Special Operations in on this ASAP." "Yes, sir," came the quick reply. Despite the migraine now increasing her tension, she continued to offer Johan Hansen total support. In fact, she rejoiced at the opportunity. His wife, off somewhere dedicating flower parks in America's inner cities, certainly provided none. That, at least, was what Alicia Winston preferred to think. "Another worry I've got," the president continued after he had clicked off the intercom, "is how to keep this out of the press as long as possible. If there's any truth to their bomb hints, we'll need to try and minimize the panic factor. From here on, every aspect, even the smallest insignificant detail, is classified. Top secret. The Israelis will most certainly get with that," Ted Brock observed wryly, nervously cleaning his horn rims for what seemed the 10th time that hour. The strain was all over his face. "Now," the president continued, "SAT-COM is on Andakithera. Do we have any KH-12 photo of the island here yet?" "It's in, Mr. President," Briggs said, then pushed 2 green buttons on an electronic console on the conference table. A photo came up. The screen behind them, a dull black and white rectangle. "That's it?" Hansen said, annoyed. He scanned the photo, then looked around. "Ed, there's not enough detail here to use. How long before we can get some computer enhancement of this?" "Blow up? I thought you would want that," Briggs answered, "so I've already made the arrangements. We're online to NSA. We should be able to get it in about 10 minutes. Then we'll wait." He switched off the screen and turned back. "Okay. We have to start planning our first move. For the moment, let's talk about logistics. If we have to make an insert, what do we need?" "Well, to begin with, ISA would have to have 24 hours minimum to get somebody in there on the ground to gather enough intel to support a move," Briggs announced, almost apologetically. The president sighed. ISA was the Army's intelligence support activity, which provided intelligence for Delta Force and SEAL Team 6. As an intelligence organization, ISA was required to secure Central Intelligence Agency approval before entering foreign countries, which meant institutional gridlock and bureaucratic tie-ups before they could even get started. And forget it. We'll just have to use satellite photoint and pray. The next problem is who can we get there and how long would it take? He knew that the Air Force's Special Operations Wing and the Army Task Force supported long range. Missions by Delta Force and the SEALs, were they ready? Well, let's back up a second, Briggs interjected. We can't just send in a task force cold. They'd need to practice an assault on something resembling the same kind of terrain. No. Country in Europe the president knew had ever given permission for American commando bases on their territory. So why would they suddenly permit an assault rehearsal? That's going to be a tough sell. We're talking about Greek soil. But if these terrorists really have a nuclear device, then the government of Greece might well take an interest in what happens to it. Still, we don't know for sure. It'd be, they damned well better take an interest, Briggs declared. If these terrorists plot and a demonstration bombing, they could just be thinking about the air and naval facility at Souda Bay, which would mean taking out the western end of Crete. Every anti-American in the world would doubtless cheer. They'd claim that our presence in a country makes it a military target. There'd be a groundswell of sentiment worldwide to send us packing. Everywhere, the chief of staff was thinking. Do you suppose these fuckers have really got a bomb? What did he mean about checking with our closest allies? The president had already been pondering that. Well, the Israelis have a nuclear arsenal, of course, but they also have enough safeguards to take care of anything. They even shot down one of their own planes once, when it accidentally strayed over the Dimona plutonium reprocessing facility. Nobody is going to steal one of theirs. The same goes for South Africa. So who does that leave? Stubbs asked. He had a feeling he already knew. Let's say, if the obvious for last, Hansen answered. And let me give you a quick briefing on who's in the bomb business on this planet. It just happens to be a particular interest of mine. He leaned back. In the Middle East proper, only one country. He presently has full capability. That is, obviously, Israel. They have, in fact, a lot more bombs than anybody realizes. Their plutonium reprocessing plant at Dimona extracts plutonium from the spent fuel in their research reactor there, and CIA claims they've got at least 200 strategic nuclear weapons. Normal plutonium bombs need 8 kilograms of the stuff, but we think they've come up with a sophisticated way to make one with 5. Then, the tactical nukes. They've got nuclear artillery shells, nuclear landmines in the Golan Heights, and hundreds of low-yield neutron bombs. That's more or less common knowledge, but what's less well known is that they've also got fusion capability H-bombs, which, God help us, I assume is not our problem here today. Then there's Libya, though they're still trying to get enough enriched uranium together to become a credible threat. Having only 1 or 2 bombs means that if you start anything, somebody else is going to finish it, so you need a lot before you get going. Iraq, thankfully, has been put out of business. Of course, there's still India, which has plenty of unrestricted plutonium, and they've even claimed they could make a bomb in a month. We happen to think they've already done it, because, he paused, because we know damned well Pakistan has. There's your non-Caucasian in the fuel supply, Davies noted. The fuckers, the special assistant for national security affairs, Theodore Brock, who happened to be black, did not find Davies' Alabama good old boy remark especially amusing. Exactly, Hansen continued, wondering when he would have a good public excuse. Send Davies to greener pastures. That's got to be the ally the bastard was talking about. It's a Muslim country and their controls are a joke. It's the obvious choice. Brock agreed solemnly. We can start with an inquiry through their embassy. But it's going to be sticky. The president nodded, wishing he had a hot line to the desk of every head of state in the world. It would make this kind of crisis so much more manageable. Part of the problem, he thought, was how do you ask somebody if they've lost something that they've never admitted having in the first place? A marvel of diplomacy was in order. Still, he would have to do it. At worst, a denial wouldn't prove the terrorists did not have a bomb, but if the answer was, Affirmative, then knowing the size of the device could be crucial. We're receiving the enhanced satellite photos now. Briggs was pulling the first sheet off the machine. Looks like 10-meter grids. He scanned over it. But I don't see much. There are 2 big rockets here, but they seem to be all right. Which is in line with their threat to use them, Hansen observed dryly. I don't suppose a surgical air strike is possible? Briggs wondered aloud. If the Gulf War had shown. Thing, it was the power of air superiority. Hansen tried unsuccessfully to smile. You're asking me to go to the Greek government and ask them if they would mind terribly if we bombed one of the islands in their Aegean tourist paradise. They are cash cow, and by the way, we'd probably kill a few hundred Greek civilians in the process. But we'd explain that we need to do this because I got an unsettling phone call, with no proof of anything. He sighed. Keep thinking, this has to be a commando insertion. And frankly, I'd just as soon Athens got a phone call after it happened, not before, for a lot of reasons. You know, there's something funny right here. Briggs was bent over squinting. Here next to what appears to be a radar complex. He looked up. Gentlemen, I think I've located our hind, or what's left of it. Looks like it was smashed into the side of the mountain just below where the radars are. Let me have a look. The President stepped over. You mean there? He picked up a magnifying glass. I'm no expert, but whatever it is, it's big. It could be a Soviet assault helicopter, you're right. There appear to be 2 other choppers on the site as well. Briggs continued. To study the photo. One down here on the helipad looks to be a light commercial model, but there's another one over here, down by the launch vehicles. It's bigger. The President looked. You're right, I see them. That big one down by the vehicle. Is probably how they brought in the damned bomb if they actually have one. Most likely the hind wasn't up to the job, maybe took some fire from the Glover. So they used a second one to deliver the package. Nice logistics. 2. Damned nice. I'm beginning to believe this is in no way a hoax. Roger. Ted Brock had been on the phone and now was hanging up. That was Special Operations Command, sir. Cutter's people want to use a Delta task force, but they'll need at least 48 hours to get them in place for an operation. 48 hours, Hansen exploded. Our crack counter-terrorist assault force needs 2 days just to get into position to do what they're trained for. Well, we'll be using an Air Force C-130 to deploy the Deltas to Sauda Bay. And then they'd need at least 2 combat Talons for the final insertion. Those are all kept down at the Air Force's 1st Special Operations Wing. You know, Hurlburt Field in Florida. I know that, Ted, Hansen said. Brock nodded sheepishly, then continued. Well, after the insertion, they'd need support from our long-range HH-53 Pavlo choppers, but only 3 are flying at the moment. And I get the picture. The President cut him off. Transportation is lousy and half the equipment we need is somewhere else or in maintenance. Any other bad news? One thing, an assault would have to be at night. It's the only way that makes any sense, which means more special equipment. If they go in during daylight, it's going to be a slaughter of the hostages, particularly if these bastards are armed the way we have to assume. And from the looks of everything so. I'd say they know how the game is played, which means that even if we do our best, it's going to be tricky. They're going to assume we're coming. The way I figure it, even with no rehearsals, 48 hours would be tight. We invest millions training the finest counter-terrorist units in the world, and then they can't be deployed in less than half a week. He exhaled angrily, remembering a classified internal Pentagon study that claimed the best time to launch a successful assault with the least number of casualties among hostages was within 24 hours of their capture. It's a goddamn outrage. 48 hours minimum, Mr. President, and even so, that's pushing it. He squirmed. There's a lot of paperwork that'll have to be processed, and well, tell Cutter to get the special forces mobilized and moving, Hansen interjected. In the meantime, our job is going to be to try and find out what happened. Do they really have a nuke? And if they do, how in hell did they get it, and what are they planning to do with it? Chapter 10, 9:22 p.m. It's very simple, Ramirez said to Jean-Paul Moreau. After the phone call, he had sent Mannheim to the Bates Motel and returned to launch. Let Washington stew a while. They were probably now trying to figure out how to get their anti-terrorist units into Greece. Their nightmare logistics would be fun to watch. We have to find them and get him, alive if possible, but we can't be fussy. The time to do it will be just after midnight when we're finished here. Moreau disagreed. I'd say the sooner the better. The longer they're free, the more problems they can cause. Crossing Ramirez was not something to be done lightly, but he felt strongly that the operation was not going as smoothly as it should have. It was time for a little damage control. Well, he's probably back on the mountain, Ramirez said calmly. If you want to, then go on up and get him. Take the RPG-7, it's light, but be careful. You don't damage anything. He was right about the weight. At slightly over 10 kilos, the RPG-7 was one of the best bangs for the ounce around. It was a guerrilla special, a Soviet-designed 40mm launcher that loosed a rocket. With an oversized hollow-charge rocket warhead 85mm in diameter, fired from the shoulder, it was deadly against lightly armored vehicles and structures. Used on personnel, it was lethal. They had brought along a Pakistani clone of the latest Soviet model, a two-piece version that was easy to move about, yet assembled quickly. But remember, Ramirez went on, so far all we have to show for trying to take out this nuisance is a wrecked helo. Don't botch it again. That was because you left the work to German amateurs, Moreau remarked dryly. This time I'll take care of it myself, personally. I'm counting on that, Ramirez said, his eyes expressionless behind his gray shades. 9:43 p.m. We'll be working together, kid, Dor Peretz was saying. We're a team. He swept back his mane of salt and pepper hair, then moved next to George's Lafarge. The young engineer didn't like anything about the Israeli rye, down to the cheap aftershave he was wearing, but he had to admit the guy seemed unfazed by all the hardware that controlled Big Benny, the Fujitsu supercomputer. It was a correct assessment. Dor Peretz was definitely in his element. He had taken his PhD from the University of Chicago in 1984, then returned to Israel to accept a high-paying research job at the Weizmann Institute, Israel's top-secret nuclear facility near Tel Aviv. During the next 7 years, he had advanced to the level of senior institute scientist, becoming an expert in every technology connected with nuclear weapons. From the specialty of mass destruction, he graduated to another hot topic, the emerging preeminence of smart weapons. Conventional delivery technologies, the war in the Gulf had shown, were no match for the new smart anti-missile systems. It was back to the drawing board. What Israel needed in her arsenal was the next generation of weaponry. He had gone on to head up a research team that played computerized war games, studying the what-ifs of whole new generations of technologies matched against each other. The end result of this fascination was that he became a computer and missile guidance expert, which, when added to his knowledge of nuclear weapons, made him a double threat man. It also made him perfect for what Sabri Ramirez wanted to do. When Ramirez found him, he already had departed the institute, and also for reasons that suited Ramirez perfectly. Whereas Dor Peretz had an IQ off the scale, his social development was considered even by those who tried to like him as scarcely progressed beyond the infantile. His was an independent, make that irreverent, temperament that was bound to clash with the bureaucracy of a straight-laced place like the Institute. He had particular trouble fitting in with the deadly serious high-security environment that surrounded military contract research. The problem had been obvious from the first day he arrived, but his genius was such that it had been overlooked and worked around by both sides. His final rupture with the Israeli defense establishment resulted from what to his mind was a totally compelling event. He had personally developed a computer assist program that provided special procedures for the quick arming of a nuclear device in case Israel found itself facing an imminent attack. It was important and it worked. He had expected, reasonably enough, a rousing financial tribute for this effort, or at the very least a citation. What he got instead was screwed. When the yearly summary of technical research arrived on his desk January last, he discovered the computer program had been created by the vice president in charge of his section, with the assistance of someone named Dr. D. Peretz, a reaming by. An incompetent bureaucrat whom he had hated from the beginning was the last straw. He resigned in traditional style, papering the institute with a fusillade of memos that reviewed in detail the failings of its top management, and then, for good measure, scrambling the electronic combination on his personal safe as he was readying to walk out the door. At that point, he did not know what he wanted to do next, but he was damned sure it would not involve further action with a bureaucracy. Being no dummy, he also fully anticipated the response to his outrage. And sure enough, he found he had transformed himself into a high-profile security risk that Mossad suddenly found very interesting. Israel's intelligence service remembered all too well the case of Mordecai Vanunu, the 31-year-old technician who had worked at the plutonium separation facility at the Dimona complex for 9 years, then left in a huff and sold pictures and a detailed description of the facility to the London Sunday Times. Mossad had no intention of letting it happen again. Dor Peretz was interrogated for weeks, threatened repeatedly, then placed under close surveillance. They had no grounds to arrest him, but they were going to intimidate the hell out of him. Their harassment, however, achieved precisely the opposite effect. They galvanized his anger, in a degree of soul-searching quite foreign to his normal mental activity. He found himself wondering why he owed Israel such allegiance in the first place. This was their thanks for all his service, so why not give it back to the bastards in spades? He became a scientific advisor to a PLO that only confirmed Mossad's fears and intensified their harassment. His phone was tapped, his mail opened, his stylish Tel Aviv apartment repeatedly and blatantly searched in his absence. The overall effect was cumulative, rendering him an ever more vociferous critic of Israel's conservative coalition government. It was at this time, when his name was being linked to the PLO, that Sabri Ramirez got wind of him and knew he had found a gold mine. A disaffected, activist Israeli nuclear and rocket expert looking for a cause. He sounded perfect, and he was. Ramirez approached him at a demonstration supporting a Palestinian homeland and made him an offer he could not refuse. How would he like to get rich? He would not need to betray his country, merely lend his skills to help teach the Americans a lesson. Fuck Israel, he had declared. Then, in a lower voice, he had added, come to that, fuck the Palestinians, who were basically a pain in the ass. Acquiring personal wealth was a much more inspiring cause. He could not get work in Israel, any kind of work, and he was fast running through his savings. Ramirez advanced him 30,000 American dollars on the spot, in crisp hundreds. He immediately dropped his PLO affiliation and began lowering his profile, much to Mossad's relief. Their surveillance eased up as they gratefully turned to more pressing matters, and 4 months later, he took advantage of his new freedom to slip into Jordan one night, and from there make his way a week later to Beirut. It was in that ravaged city that he and Sabri Ramirez worked out the technical details of the plan. Well, it thus far had gone perfectly. We'll be modifying the payload, he announced, turning to the keyboard. Therefore the weight will be different, so we'll have to factor that into the sort program on the Fujitsu and run it again. Shit, LaFa. Rich thought he knows about sort, which probably means he knows everything he needs to make VX-1 fly 9:45 p.m. I have a question, Michael Vance was saying. They were still resting on the hill, and he felt himself fighting back waves of exhaustion. Could they get that vehicle down there off the ground without you being in command? I hate to admit it, Calypso Andros exhaled ruefully and leaned back against the tree, but they probably could. We've all read. He had a final test of the power-up, everything. The Fujitsu has all the controls set. There's nothing left to do except initiate the launch routine and then let the computer take over. So Bill was about to be rich. He grinned then, picked up a small white stone and flung it down the hill. He might even have been able to pay off our bet, if I'd won. What bet was that? Long ago and in another country. He shrugged, hardly caring anymore. It was a damned stupid's. We had a sailor's bet and I lost. As it happens, your new guests here pitched in to help, but those are the breaks. Well, let's talk about the real world. She seemed scarcely to hear what he had said, or maybe she wasn't interested. Vance sensed she was trying to feign normality, adopting a facade that denied the horror of watching her young technician being shot dead. Do you think they're going to kill anybody else? What should I say? He wondered. Feed her a comfort. Lie or tell her the truth. He looked her over and decided on the latter. Hate to say it, but if it's really Ramirez, he'll kill anybody he vaguely feels like. I saw him hit a U.S. frigate with a swatter. You've got to call that murder. A ton of casualties, and for no good reason. He caught himself before he said more, the memory still chilling. Then again, I guess he's not going to take out anybody important or technically crucial, at least for now. Which should include Bates and Mannheim. He's got to be figuring he can use the big names for headlines and leverage if he needs it. I can't believe that the U.S. isn't going to send in the Marines, especially when they find out he's got a bomb. Don't get your hopes up. There are a couple of problems with that. The first is that they may not be allowed on Greek soil, and even if they are, it could take several days for them to mount an operation. That's one. Sheila looked at him. What's the other? The other is that if the U.S. should decide to mount an assault, it could well turn into a bloodbath. I'm almost wishing they don't. Delta Force and the SEALs are well trained, but as far as anybody knows, they've ever been used to carry out a straight hostage rescue. They'd probably come in here like John Wayne and tear this place apart. I don't even want to think about the carnage. His voice trailed off. Take it from me. The people Rem is sending in are better suited for the job at hand. They also can deploy a lot quicker than the U.S. government. Well, somebody better come, and soon. She had caught a strand of her tangled hair and was twisting it, distractedly, icking the tangle worse. What do you think these thugs really want? I'd guess money's part of the package. But since Ramirez doesn't seem to be trying to extort SATCOM, at least not yet, he probably has something bigger in mind. He slowly turned to her. Tell me something. These vehicles are intended to go into orbit, right? But what if one didn't make it? He had a sudden thought. Or what if one of them did make it and then the orbital trajectory got altered some? How? Retrofire and re-entry. You could set it down pretty much where you wanted, couldn't you? She stared at him uncertainly. What are you suggesting? That there are two ways to play this. Somebody could use these vehicles to deliver a bomb someplace, or they could be used to put a bomb into orbit to be delivered later. He leaned back. Am I right or not? Her eyes darkened, and she suddenly found herself sorry she had ever come back to Greece. For this, then she caught herself and answered him. I suppose either one is possible. The re-entry trajectory is precisely controlled. In fact, we power it down, more or less like the space shuttle. And the whole thing can be done within an hour or so, right? That is, once it's in orbit. A low Earth insertion means a full orbit of about 90 minutes for a satellite, she was thinking. If the vehicle itself stays in orbit, then everything would still be controlled from down here, correct? And power up to the vehicle using the Cyclops. That's the whole idea, she was thinking. What you're saying is, once they get a vehicle and a bomb into orbit, they've got a loaded gun pointed at any place they choose. Doesn't that sound like the worst-case scenario? They'll never pull it off. It was more a hope than a statement of fact. How are you going to stop them? If Ramirez thinks you're not cooperating, then all he has to do is start killing more of your staff, auntie. You do. He looked down the hill, where the facility was now dark except for the yellow sodium lights around the storage sheds and the blaze of floods that illuminated the two vehicles. But I definitely think they're going to try some kind of launch. You said they're being very careful not to disturb anything. So what are the possibilities? The easiest thing would be not to bother putting it into orbit at all, she answered after a moment. In fact, number one or Sab, Ramirez or whoever he is had George's running some trajectory aborts. It all fits. Also, you've got 2 vehicles, and that box had enough detonators for several bombs. So say they had 2 nuclear devices. They used the first one as a small demo to prove they're serious, sort of like we did on Hiroshima, and hold the second one in reserve for more blackmail. He reached up and touched the bark of the tree above. But any way you look at it, they seem to be dead serious about delivering a nuke somewhere. Where? You know, there's a U.S. base not far from here. Sauda Bay, it's on Crete. So close they probably couldn't miss, he thought about it. Taking out that base could decimate the U.S. 6th Fleet. It would be a very attention-getting demonstration. Think they could really do it? Crete would just be a short hop for VX-1. It's easy and it's a nightmare. Sounds pretty good for. Uh-oh, he pointed. Down, moving through the shadows at the far edge of the facility, past the bright circles cast by the sodium lights, was a group of black figures. Guess it had to happen. 9:46 p.m. But I'm still finishing the trajectory to Fulton. Ulysses I was supposed to do, Lafarge said to Dor Peretz, hoping he could stall. I'm telling you to abort those runs. The truth, Peretz reflected, was that Ramirez had jumped the gun on the trajectory analysis. Maybe he just wanted to keep this computer jockey busy. Or maybe he didn't understand the technical side of things well enough. In any case, it had to be redone since the crucial payload parameters were going to be new. A substantial 8 differential that would impact the power input controls. Kill what you're doing and let me see what you've got so far. If you're on the right track, then we'll do a quick rerun with revised numbers. Lafarge grimaced, then turned back to the keyboard and gave the order to abort, directing the output to the battery of printers. The quiet hum of zipping lasers began, barely audible above the ambient noise of the room. When the first printer finished, Peretz ripped out the stack of paper and began looking it over. All right, he nodded with satisfaction. This is enough. The power inputs, he pointed right here, will need to be re-entered to conform to the altered weight coefficients of the new payload. I'll have to get them. He turned away and clicked on his black Kenwood walkie-talkie. Moments later, he was asking somebody some technical questions. He then waited, humming to himself, while the answers were procured. Finally, he nodded and jotted them down on the bottom of the printout. Got it. You double verified, right? Okay. 10-4. He clicked off the handset and looked up. All fixed. He walked back and laid down the paper on Lafarge's desk. Okay, start over and run it with these. Georges looked at the numbers. The new payload was 98.3 kilograms. There it was. What now? He knew the answer. He had no choice but to give Peretz what he wanted. He had planned to make some changes in sort that would crew up the whole launch routine. But now, with the Israeli looking over his shoulder, that was going to be impossible. This creep knew exactly how the program worked. He probably could spot any changes a mile away. Callie, where? Are you okay? Are you getting help? Let me know where you are, at least. I can't stop these guys all by myself. He sighed, tugged at his wisp of beard, and called up the data input file for sort. Then he began inserting the new parameters. Around command, the other staffers were perfunctorily carrying out housekeeping chores at their workstations, the routine checks and runs they did every day. Lafarge suspected the stakes had just been raised, but he had no idea what they were. 9:48 p.m. She looked down. Where? I don't see anything. Over there, by the side of the sheds, there's a saying in the darkness, only the shadows move. See them? He rose and looked around. Guess we'd better start thinking up a plan here. Although trees shielded the base of the mountain, the top had been cleared and flattened to accommodate the battery of antennas. The only possible protection was a low cinder block structure on the side nearest the facility. You're right, she said finally, squinting. I do think I see something. Yes, they look like they're headed our way, toward the trees and then right up the hill. Oh shit. The sight made something click in her head and her fear turned again to anger. Terrorists, she knew, always planned to wear down their captives, make them pliable. She wasn't going to let it happen. Looks like 3 or maybe 4. Who needed this? He sighed to himself. Oh, I think I see something, eh? They're carrying something with them, and I don't like the looks of what I think it is. As he stared down, he was wondering, how would they choose to try and take the mountain? A direct assault, a 2-pronged pincer, or would they use some other tech? Neek, and what were they carrying? Some of the hardware they'd brought in the hind. At least we've got the high ground, he continued finally, trying to think through the odds. Let's hope that counts for something. It's mostly open, so we can see them. Then he reflected on the downside. But they can see us if we make a run for the top of the hill. It's too far, so there's not much we can do except just wait. The one little Uzi isn't going to do much good. Let's think. A minute, she said, turning and looking up the hill. They're about to pass through the trees down there, which should give us enough time to get to the blockhouse. She pointed. There at the dark crest was the cinder block emplacement that housed the on-site operation controls for the radars. Let's go up there. I've just had an idea. I'm game. He nodded, feeling his adrenaline starting to build again. Standing here is not going to do anything for us. It was a quick climb through slivers of granite outcropping that cut their way out of the shallow soil. When they reached the cinder block structure, she punched in a security code on the keypad beside its black steel door and shoved it open. If they haven't shut down the terminal in here yet, maybe I can get George's on the computer net. He can shunt over control of those servo mechanisms up there, and then he followed her inside. As he did, fluorescent lights clicked on to reveal an array of her ADAR screens and a main computer terminal. Hey, can we kill the beacon? He frowned. Whatever you're planning better be doable in the dark. No problem. She activated the terminal, then pointed toward the door. The light switch is right there. Think you can handle it. He clicked it off and let the wisecrack pass, then he turned back. Now what? God, I've never had anybody coming to kill me. The stories are right, really does concentrate the mind. She began typing on the keyboard. I had a thought. We're networked into the Fujitsu from all over the facility with LAN, and that's computer lingo for a local area network or something. Right, she nodded. At one point we had to hook all the workstations together for a special test. Part of this area was connected into the network, so we could do some of the work from up here. But we always kept the larger servo mechanisms on the main system for safety reasons. Sure. Just set it all up so everything has to be operated from down there, where the power drain can be monitored. Right now, I need to get hold of him and have him do some things. She was still typing. And then she got what she wanted. 9:51 p.m. Hello, Soho. Bluebird needs a favor. Can you switch on the servos? Lafarge stared at the screen, not believing his eyes. Callie was on the LAN. A window had appeared at the lower right hand of his screen. Her terminal ID was terrific. It was the blockhouse up the hill. He slipped a glance at Peretz, standing over by the water cooler, then quickly typed in an acknowledgement. Soho never lets Bluebird down, then came the specific directions. She was asking him to switch control of the servos for radar 1 over to her terminal. What was she doing? The radars were always controlled by Big Benny, the Fujitsu here in command. He grimaced, switching the big radar off. Over to her workstation was a tall order, and the Israeli bastard was waiting for his short run. So now the trick was to try to do both things at once. He split the screen and went to work. 9:52 p.m. George's is a Jean. Yes, she said, turning back, but this may not actually be possible. Nobody's ever done it before. Whatever you're planning had better be possible, or we've got to begin thinking up a plan B, and quick. He was staring out the open. Or, because our new friends are definitely on their way and ready for a close encounter. George's has got to hook this terminal directly to the Fujitsu, which isn't how we normally use it, and then give me control of the routine that runs the servos. In effect, he has to put them on manual. Don't think you're going to manage it in time, he said. He was thinking this was no time to get experimental, but he decided to keep the thought to himself. Instead, he nervously checked the Uzi. 3 rounds were left in the last remaining clip. He regretted all the random firing he had done over the last few hours. Now every round had to be hoarded as though it were the last. On the other hand, maybe he was lucky just to have the damned Uzi at all, along with the few puny rounds left. The trick now was to try not to have to use them. Down below them, the 4 black figures had already moved past the helicopter landing pad and were but to be swallowed up in the copse of trees that began at the base of the hill. But now, a sliver of moon had appeared from behind a bank of clouds in the east, casting an eerie, pale glow onto the scene. He found himself deeply wishing for an ER scope, which would be a great help, bring them right up. I just lost them in the trees, he said, turning back. Which means we've got about 5 minutes left for whatever you've got in mind. Trust me. She was still typing. The workstation just logged onto the big system, so the main servo program is now accessible from here. George's, I love you. Now all I have to do is try and override the internal checks that go through the Fujitsu down income. And Vance was staring, not quite sure what he was expected to say. Then what? Hopefully it's a surprise, she laughed, a trifle grimly. Just be quiet and let me work. Then her voice swelled with anger. The bastards. This is going to be a pleasure. After what they did to Chris, maybe I'll get to return the favor. Vance started to say something, but stopped when he noticed the first signs of motion at the edge of the copse of brush. The killers were emerging, and the sight gave him a chill. They're the hunters and we're the quarry, he thought. It's going to be like a giant turkey shoot played with automatics. You know, he turned back. Here's still time for you to give yourself up. They'd probably rather have you live in. Anyway, you could do the white flag thing, and I could use the confusion to try and make it into the brush down here, toward the shore. Those guys are carrying something that looks suspiciously like heavy weaponry. But that's a riddle we don't want to solve empirically. Look, trust me, she shot back. I know what I'm doing. I think, don't you have any faith? We may not know each other well enough to be having his conversation. As a matter of fact, you're exactly right. She hurriedly finished typing. Okay, George's has the controls set up now and we're online. Hang on. She reached down to flip a large red switch on the side of the console. Immediately, one of the large green cathode ray tubes began to glow. Oh, what it showed, however, was not the usual sweeping line going round and round. Instead, it dismayed the crisp outline of the VX-1 space vehicle at the other end of the island. Next, she flipped another switch, then reached for a mouse that was connected to the keyboard. She zipped it across, and the focus of the radar picture changed, almost as though it were a zoom lens. The image of the vehicle became larger and smaller. He realized the radar could be focused. Then she called in another routine. I'm going to cut the power for a second, take it down across the facility and onto the base of the mountain, and then I'll power up again. He watched as the outline of the island, in exquisite detail, swept over a screen. I thought this thing was only for transmission. How can it be sending back images? There's the phased array section for powering the vehicle with microwaves. That's part of the Cyclops, but we also have to have a guidance section for keeping the beam on track. The Cyclops is the gun, but the guidance radar here is what we use to aim it. She was concentrating on the screen now. Where do you think our friends are down there? They're probably halfway up the hill by now. Ow, let's take a look. She brought down the focus, then began scanning. Hold on. He stayed her hand, bringing the mouse to halt, and then pointing to the lower left corner of the large screen. Didn't something move just then, right there? Where? There. He took the mouse and guided the image to center screen. Where is that in the real world? It's got to be close. She zipped the mouse again, bringing up the detail. A number scrolled at the bottom of the screen. 400 meters. To be exact, 9:59 p.m. As Morau emerged from the last copse of cypress, he scanned the mountain, towering upward in the moonlit night, and wondered where the bastard would be holed up. There was one obvious place in the cinder block. Control house. Yeah, 10-1 that's where he had to be. The guy was stupid, riding a lucky streak. It was over, on the other hand, he thought. There's no reason not to take this slow, just in case. The fucker wasn't that stupid. He looked down as a limb of thorny bramble caught his black trousers, tearing a hole near the knee. G.M.N. Fiche. Although he lived by terrorism, Jean-Paul was a confirmed denizen of Paris's Rive Gauche, and he had little use for roughing it. Here on this god-forsaken island in the bowels of the Aegean. Who needed it? On the other hand, tonight's expedition promised some diversion. It was always a pleasure to take out some jerk who was specializing in making a bloody nuisance of himself. If he could assassinate the chairman of Renault, he figured he could handle this asshole guard. Morau had brought along Stelios Tritsis, reasoning that a native Greek could best guide them up this rugged mountain. But he also had Helling's two Stasi fuck-ups. Murd. What a lousy idea it had been to include them in the first place. Ramirez had lost sight of his better judgment. He looked back to check them over. They were carrying he RPG-7 as ordered, but he doubted they had the slightest idea how it was fired, though possibly they were teachable retardates. He revolved and stared up the mountain, wondering whether the blockhouse contained any technical apparatus that he had to be wary of. Maybe. He thought, I'd better just use a stun grenade. What was that? He checked through the IR scope of his Kalashnikov just to be sure. One of the giant radar dishes was turning. What in hell did that mean? Then he caught a flicker of light from the blockhouse. So he bastard was in there. But was he trying to pull something? Okay, time to get serious. The place is well away from the radars and antennas. So just send a stun grenade through the door and take out the fucker's eared. No frags, no muss, no fuss. Then clean up the place at leisure. He motioned for Skindler and Mayer to bring up the launcher. 10:01 p.m. What are you doing? Peretz asked. He sensed the lad at E-Terminal was up to thing because he'd split the screen and was typing in a second batch of commands on the lower half. CC to Ian Netrad, just some systems cleanup. Lafarge tried to lie as convincingly as he knew how. Expan to JRAD, better not. Rye to bullshit me, pal. It could be very unhealthy. Lafarge was already aware of that, but he kept on typing, trying to look as casual as he could. Almost there, 10:02 p.m. The bastard is in the blockhouse. There. Orau motioned for the first German Stasi, Skindler. But get a move on. He may be up to something. With Morau directing them, they quickly slipped the two sections of the launcher together to form a single tube approximately 1.5 meters in length. The rocket grenade on the forward end looked like a round arrowhead, while the back was flared to dissipate the exhaust gases. The sight and rangefinder occupied the center, and just in front of that was the hand grip and trig. When they had finished, he checked it over, then surveyed the mountain, where the heavy servomechanisms controlling the radars continued to rotate. Wait a minute, he told himself with a sudden chill in his groin. Something's wrong. He's tilting. A radar dishes down. Mon Dieu. Get ready. 10:03 p.m. We just ran out of time, Vance said, slamming the door shut. Looks like they've got a grenade launcher. If they can manage to blast through this door, it's going to ruin our day once and for all. George's is still online, and I'm turning the servos as fast as I can. Her voice betrayed the strain. Well, get on with it. They're setting up to fire. I guess you've got about 30 seconds to pull off this miracle of yours. I think 160 degrees will do it, she said, her voice now deceptively mechanical, all business. Suddenly, he could envision her running this facility and barking orders right and left. We're at 120 now. I just don't know if I can focus it in time. George has always handled this. She was tapping on the keyboard, some message to Lafarge. A cryptic reply appeared on the screen next to what appeared to Vance to be computer garbage. Then, the motion of the giant servomechanisms seemed to pick up speed. The radar antennas were swiveling around and down. We're almost ready. Let me get George's to transfer the power controls to full manual. Christ, he cocked his. Yuzi. Look, she exploded. I'm doing my part. How about you doing yours? Slow them down. I don't want to waste any rounds until it's absolutely necessary. But it looked like that time had come. He opened the door again. Stepped through. Down below, the moon glistened on the rocks, and one of the gunmen was aiming a grenade launcher. How long? Just a couple more seconds now. It's now or never. He took careful aim on the man holding the launcher. I'm going to count to 5. That was when he heard her say, got it. 10:04 p.m. All right, Morale barked. Fire on 3. Skyndler had just finished fine-adjusting the crosshairs, the rangefinder portion of the complex optical sight, with in-flight stability for the rocket provided by tail fins that folded out after launch. The RPG-7 had a 500-meter range against static targets. Though a crosswind could affect the accuracy, tonight, thankfully, there was none. This one couldn't miss if there wasn't a sudden gust. He tested the trigger confidently, sights on the open doorway, and hoped Morale was right when he claimed the concussion grenade would render anybody inside totally incapacitated. His eyes on the target, he failed to notice a flashing green light that had just clicked on next to the main antenna up above, atop the mountain. When jet fighters are launched from carriers, it is standard practice to turn off an aircraft's radars until the planes are airborne, the reason being that the energy in the intense electromagnetic radiation can literally knock a man flat with an invisible wave. Memorable things happen to the eyes and ears. In this case, however, the radar could have no such total effect, since the random clumps of trees down the hills scattered and diffused the energy. It was, however, one of the most powerful radars on Earth. 10:05 p.m. Vance watched as something hit the men below, something that seemed like a giant, invisible mallet. They stumbled backward while a grenade rocketed harmlessly into the night sky. Congratulations. He lowered his Uzi. I'm impressed. I think our new friend's down. There are two. Yep, you made a very definite impression. Now, how about leaving that thing on long enough for us to get out of here and back up the hill? Maybe just fry the bastards for a while. How does 8 minutes sound to you? Should time enough for us to scurry back down the rabbit hole, maybe take a moonlight swim in a tunnel. He was liking her more and more all the time. Not a bad piece of work. I'll tell Georges to cut the power in 8, she said. Then he added, look, why don't we head for the hotel? You look bushed. You mean go down to the Bates Motel? I'm being invited to a motel by this woman, he smiled. I must be dreaming. We can cut around by the shore. That's probably the last place anybody is going to look for us now. Sounds good. It did. He was dead tired and hungry. Tomorrow was going to be a long, long day. The other reason I want to go down is to try and find Isaac, she added. The F cracked professor? Well, he only seems that way. Behind all those eccentricities is a mind you wouldn't believe. But whatever we find, I think we both need to knock off for a while and get recharged. Let's give it a try, I think. Everybody's brain and nerves could use a breather. I know mine could. We're out of here. She was already typing instructions into the keyboard.